disciple of Orochimaru, the evil scientist from Naruto. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326, Jiraiya of Rain Village. In that case, I'll have to check my genetic information, although I have some guesses. Amemiya Kenichi sighed. It seemed that there was still some work to be done before he could open the manger key. He felt his hypothesis was probably correct, although he had only verified that the manger key was related to the Uchiha clan's genetic information. All manger keys were like this, and the eternal manger key above was likely the same. Although these things were currently at the theoretical and partially empirical stage, Amemiya Kenichi felt that his hypothesis was basically correct. After all, the Uchiha clan existed in the world. He had compared the genes of many Uchiha clans and found that only a small number of them were qualified to open the manger key. Amemiya Kenichi suspected that this might be due to the gradual dilution of the Uchiha clan's bloodline through long periods of intermarriage, and the genetic information originally inherited from Indra was constantly fragmented. This can be seen from the stark difference between the number of Uchiha clan members who opened their manger key during the Warring States period and the number who do so today. In the past, the Uchiha clan would even engage in internal fighting to use their manger key to avoid blindness, plundering others' manger keys. Nowadays, even an Uchiha who could open a 3 Megatama Sharingan was considered a genius. The manger key had become something of a legend, with only a small number of Uchiha with genetic information close to their ancestors possessing the ability. What about my eyes? Amemiya Kenichi touched his own. Although Amemiya Kenichi hadn't brought genetic testing equipment to the Snow Country, he had some theories about his own genes. After all, he possessed the physique of a sage of the first generation, so his genetic information must contain genes from the first generation, namely Hashirama. He also possessed the 3 Megatama Sharingan, so he likely also contained some Uchiha genes. However, it's unclear whether it's Indra's genes. If it is, no genetic programming is required, and the manger key can be activated directly. However, if it's not, the subsequent procedures will depend on the genetic information. Simply put, if the genes are similar to Uchiha Obito's, the manger key can be activated without any problems, but the eternal manger key cannot be activated. Therefore, only those with genetic information similar to Indra can officially activate the eternal manger key. Amemiya Kenichi even speculated that the closer a person's genetic information is to that of the Tatsuki clan, the easier it is for their eyes to evolve to their final form. Looks like I'll have to look for some information related to the 6 Paths Sage sometime, like relics or even hair. Amemiya Kenichi left the laboratory. The work there was quite tedious. He knew his personality well. He particularly hated being interrupted while working, and his temper would flare up like a volcano when interrupted. But once the work is done, he becomes particularly easygoing. His shadow clones have inherited his personality, so Kenichi Amemiya is certain that his own clones dislike being disturbed by their original self while they're focused on their work. However, Kenichi Amemiya has also put this idea on his to-do list. He even plans to search for any 6 Paths Sage relics that may exist in the ninja world after completing the rocket launcher, and if the Sharingan opening isn't complete. According to Kenichi Amemiya, genes are a key to a stronger path. Indra Hashirama's key can unlock level 2 locks. Level 1 requires the genes of ordinary Uchiha and Hyuga clans, and level 3 requires the 6 Paths Sage's level. As for the highest level, level 4, it requires the bloodline of a true Tatsuki clan member, and that must be the original form of the Tatsuki clan. Simply put, he needs the bloodline of Kaguya Tatsuki or Ishiki Tatsuki. Ishiki was undoubtedly the best. After all, Amemiya Kenichi knew that Kaguya Tatsuki was originally intended as a sacrifice to the sacred tree, but it was Kaguya who ambushed Tatsuki Ishiki, allowing her to survive and be sacrificed. So, according to my experience reading novels in my previous life, Kaguya is the branch family and Ishiki is the main family? Amemiya Kenichi felt like laughing. It made perfect sense. The branch family, unwilling to be sacrificed by the main family, betrayed and killed its members. This was probably the fate of the Hyuga clan in the future. If the Hyuga clan couldn't resolve the caged bird problem, the resentment of the branch family would continue to accumulate, eventually igniting into a calamity that would consume the Hyuga clan. But the Otsutsuki's genetic information is difficult to obtain. Either we go to the moon, or we have to find something Kaguya Otsutsuki once used. Amemiya Kenichi sighed. Although he knew that Otsutsuki clan's genetic information was the best option, it wasn't easy to find. The Six Paths Sage's relics were also hard to find. The only artifacts he used were his fingerprints. But what Amemiya Kenichi needed was something like hair or blood, something that could be used to extract genetic information. While sweat could be used to extract genetic information, the problem was that sweat evaporated long ago, and the Six Paths Sage had been dead for ages. Master, I found what you're looking for. Just as Amemiya Kenichi was thinking, he heard Fenghua Zayatsu's charming voice. He glanced up and was stunned. Fenghua Zayatsu's clothing was revealing, even as she walked, revealing something uncanny. Why are you wearing that? Amemiya Kenichi wanted to ask, why are you wearing Pinru's clothes? But there was no Pinru in this world. Of course, it's to put the master in a good mood. Fenghua Zayatsu looked at Amemiya Kenichi with a seductive look, tears threatening to overflow. Amemiya Kenichi felt that, if he made a drastic move, he could instantly turn Fenghua Zayatsu into a Hegeo. Okay, give me the things first. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head. This Fenghua Zayatsu was truly hopeless. While he admitted that the scene was indeed very tempting, he was no saint. How could he not react at all? But then again, age was a factor that could not be ignored. Fenghua Zayatsu pouted a little aggrievedly and handed the scroll to Amemiya Kenichi. Amemiya Kenichi took it expressionlessly, then, slightly bent, walked back to his laboratory. Fenghua Zayatsu, standing by, watched the scene thoughtfully. After a long moment, she suddenly realized something. A hint of triumph flashed across her face, and she rubbed her belly. She happily walked back home. Amemiya Kenichi had no idea what Fenghua Zayatsu was thinking. By now, he had calmed down and began researching the propellant ratio. This task was primarily tedious. If things had been going well before, it could have been done quickly, since he had his shadow clones. But the problem was that his current clones were all working on genetic programming and opening the Sharingan, so he had to do it alone. Oh, I hope it won't take too long, and I'm lucky. Otherwise, I don't know if I'll have enough raw materials. Amemiya Kenichi pinched his brow, not worrying about the time limit. Experiments always take a lot of time, and Amemiya Kenichi knew that. However, the problem was that some raw materials were in short supply. If he ran too many experiments, he might end up in a difficult situation. Amemiya Kenichi could only hope for good luck, or he would have to make another trip to buy the raw materials. The first experimental mixture for rocket propellant has begun. This time, I've mixed a specific ratio to try to produce chemical propellant for rockets. Amemiya Kenichi began his busy experiments. Nagato, are you alright? Meanwhile, back at the Akatsuki base, Konan looked at her friend with concern. Nagato was eating, but it was incredibly painful, the tubes plugging his body exhausting him. It's okay, I can hold on for a few more years, Nagato smiled. He knew his body well enough to hold on for a while. However, he wasn't sure if it would last until he could complete his plan. Looking at his bony arms, Nagato sighed, his eyes hesitant as he gazed at the dim world before him. Nagato, do you believe what that guy said? Konan cleared the table. Nagato had already finished eating. He hadn't eaten much, and Konan even thought he might not have really wanted to eat, but he still needed to eat to survive. That's not true, Nagato said bluntly. He didn't believe the guy's claims that he was the successor to his will and hated war. From this meeting, it was clear that Orochimaru knew him. But it can also help Akatsuki complete their plan quickly. Under the suppression of my eyes, the enemy won't be able to resist, Nagato added, confident in his sage eyes. They offer both offensive and defensive capabilities. Furthermore, the only puppets he's interacting with members of the organization are puppets. His true form hasn't been exposed, so there can't be any problems. Konan glanced at her friend, opening her mouth to say something, but remained silent. She didn't want to undermine her friend's confidence, even though Nagato hadn't encountered any trouble or anyone capable of opposing him so far. But is that really the case? Jiraiya Sensei is formidable. If they were to face off against him. Nagato's eyes drifted a little. He met Amemiya Kenichi again, and he still looked as cheerful and playful as ever. But the moment he saw him, Nagato recalled what he'd said to him before. Which method seemed better? Nagato hesitated. But even as Nagato pondered this, he keenly sensed something amiss. Under the influence of the Rain Tiger Freedom technique, he sensed an outsider entering the Rain Village. Who was it? Nagato didn't hesitate, immediately dispatching Pain Tendo to charge toward the location indicated by the Rain Tiger Freedom technique. Konan, naturally aware of her friend's aversion, grew more serious. She rushed out with her own ninja tools. Nagato couldn't easily leave, but she could. As Pain and Konan approached, Nagato spotted the intruder. He had white hair and wore strange clothing. He crouched near the bushes, facing a women's bathhouse. Konan stared blankly at the figure before her. It was just a back view, but this person. The next moment, Konan was pulled aside by Pain Tendo, who turned and glanced back in confusion. Is this an illusion? But this village is really strange. Jiraiya scratched his head. He had sensed something amiss since entering the Rain Village. The rain was tinged with subtle chakra fluctuations. It was subtle, but who was he? He was Jiraiya, the great sage Gamma, so naturally he'd noticed something unusual. But now, the chakra in the rain seemed to have vanished. And just now, he'd had the feeling of being spied on. Was it the Akatsuki? Jiraiya's expression was a little serious. He had come to the Rain Village, partly to escape that bastard Orochimaru, and partly to investigate the Akatsuki. Originally, Jiraiya hadn't known what the Akatsuki was. After leaving Konoha, he'd focused on searching for the child of the future, the child of destiny, that the great sage Gamma spoke of. But nothing had come of it, until he stumbled upon a hot air balloon. Stunned, Jiraiya dug around, and learned the names of the Akatsuki and the Tenma. So Jiraiya planned to find out some information about Akatsuki in the ninja world, and coming to Rain Village was purely a coincidence. After all, he was being hunted by Orochimaru before. I really don't understand this guy Orochimaru. He has been chasing me for so long. Jiraiya shuddered at the thought of Orochimaru. This time Orochimaru was really angry, so angry that he wanted to kill him. It's Jiraiya sensei, what is he doing in Rain Village? Konan said with certainty. Nagato didn't say anything. He really wanted to say that Jiraiya sensei came to spy on the women's bathhouse, but what if the teacher had other ideas? And the Rain Tiger Freedom technique was also discovered by the teacher, right? Jiraiya sensei, I hope you are not here to investigate Akatsuki, teacher. Chapter 327 Rocket Cluster Strike Tactics. The first rocket launcher propellant fuel test begins now. Standing on the plane, Kenichi Amemiya squinted ahead. There was a forest there, but he could no longer see it. After all, he was still about 10 kilometers away from the forest. Even the Sharingan couldn't see clearly at that distance, and it was impossible to destroy a tree from 800 kilometers away. But this distance is a good choice for testing the rocket's launch speed and range. While 10 kilometers is short, it's basically enough. Kenichi Amemiya weighed the rocket in his hand. Kenichi Amemiya had made a metal cylindrical rocket himself. It was similar to a conventional rocket, with a pointed front to reduce wind resistance, increase the rocket's launch speed, and extend its range. However, since Kenichi Amemiya required a high strike speed, while the extended range allowed for long-range strikes, the fuel requirements were extremely high. After all, Amemiya Kenichi still needed a weapon with a fast enough rate of fire to effectively strike the ninja. Otherwise, if it fired too slowly, the ninja would spot it before it even reached them, and then the ninja would simply flee. Then what was the point of developing this rocket launcher? And frankly, a 10-kilometer range isn't too short. After all, most bazookas don't have a very long effective range. This thing is more designed based on the requirements of the Kataisha rocket car. Naturally, Amemiya Kenichi wasn't planning on making a bazooka. That kind of thing had a limited range, and a rocket car would be more suitable for his needs. But it still feels a little rough to the touch. Amemiya Kenichi touched the rocket in his hand. A proper rocket would feel smooth and cold, like a beautiful woman. But this one felt like sandpaper, with some areas noticeably rough. The workmanship was crude, but at least it was made. The ninja world's industrial capabilities were truly deplorable. It seemed they needed to develop an assembly line factory sometime, or at least some kind of precision machine tool. Otherwise, many things wouldn't work well. However, the necessary equipment for precision crafting was incredibly difficult. Then that's the position. Based on the rocket's trajectory, I only need to. Amemiya Kenichi adjusted the bazooka on his shoulder and immediately pressed the launch button. There was a sudden roar, followed by a strong recoil, but for Amemiya Kenichi's current physique, this wasn't a problem. He easily withstood it. 1 second, 2 seconds. Amemiya Kenichi pressed the launch button and began silently counting in his mind, trying to determine how long it would take from launch to explosion. Although 10 kilometers was a long distance, Amemiya Kenichi had also left a shadow clone there to monitor the rocket's landing point and flight time. After about 22 seconds, a wave of dizziness washed over Kenichi Amemiya. He frowned slightly. He now knew the rocket's impact point and time. Although it didn't deviate from its target, it didn't land in the forest either. Instead, it landed in front of it. This means the effective range of this chemical-fueled rocket is less than 10 kilometers, Kenichi said thoughtfully. Furthermore, the total time from launch to explosion was 20 seconds. The dismantling of the shadow clone also takes some time, so this time loss needs to be accounted for. Let's first look at the specific explosion site and estimate the launch distance. However, it seems the parabola calculation isn't particularly accurate. Is it due to air resistance? Kenichi Amemiya quickly ran towards the explosion, scribbling something on a piece of paper. The parabola is a mathematical model Kenichi Amemiya calculated himself, which can be used to estimate the rocket's approximate impact point, required angle, and so on. Normally, rocket vehicles use computer commands to instantly calculate and adjust their launch positions, but Kenichi Amemiya's device is still in the experimental stage, so he's currently adjusting it manually. Although I took air resistance and windage into account in my calculations, it's obviously more complicated to use in practice. Kenichi Amemiya now saw the center of the explosion. A large crater was formed, and shrapnel was found embedded in the soil 500 meters from the center. It seems this device has quite a high lethality. Purely mathematical models are idealistic, and even with various parameters, they can't necessarily be perfectly replicated. After all, reality is full of variability, so some margin of error must be built in to accommodate errors. It's basically impossible for a normal rocket to create a crater that large. Is this really because of the infusion of chakra? Kenichi Amemiya said excitedly. The infusion of chakra not only reduces the explosive yield requirement, but also increases the explosive power. Even in the past, this rocket would have been a weapon that could revolutionize the rocket artillery landscape. After all, this thing is truly powerful. Actual range no, should I say, 9,348 meters? Amemiya Kenichi now calculated the distance between the center of the explosion and the forest. He reached out his hand to feel the wind speed and direction before lowering it. The winds in the snow country are strong, but today's were mild, like a summer breeze. So, if the weather were a bit worse, the rocket's range would be even lower. 22 seconds to cover this distance. That's a rate of fire of 425 meters per second. Amemiya Kenichi noted the number and recalled his shadow clone memories. It's still a bit slow. If the enemy notices, they can still dodge. We can consider improving the rate of fire and explosive power. Amemiya Kenichi noted the pros and cons. Given the ninja's movement speed, while this was fast, it was still an attack from a distance, making it easily detectable. Therefore, the rate of fire needed to be increased. The faster the firing rate, the less time the enemy has to react, and the greater the explosion's power, the greater the damage range. This makes it difficult for enemies to escape, even if they discover the rocket's presence. As for these two problems, we can probably try to solve them by improving the rocket's chemical fuel propellant and the ratio of explosives. Amemiya Kenichi walked back to his laboratory, a new idea coming to mind. But about the explosives exploding, I remember. Amemiya Kenichi flipped through his experimental logs in the lab. He had a lot of them, but most of them were stored at the test base in the land of the gods. Only the most recent experiments were here, so finding them wasn't difficult. Genetic Programming Experiment Data Demonstration 1. Research and Summary on the Manjaki Sharingan. Research on the fusion of trinitrotoluene and fire attribute chakra. Amemiya Kenichi paused, then pulled out a book titled Research on the Fusion of Trinitrotoluene and Composite Attribute Chakra, and opened it to read. This was a log he had written while researching the effects of fusing trinitrotoluene with various chakras, documenting his many experiments. After attempting to fuse fire and wind into trinitrotoluene, the explosive power increased significantly, a stark contrast to the fusion of fire and water. Amemiya Kenichi stroked his chin. During his recent research on trinitrotoluene, he had discovered a new problem. Sometimes, infusing chakra from all attributes doesn't guarantee optimal results. For example, fusing wind and fire chakra significantly increases the explosive's power, while fusing fire and water reduces its range and power. However, when the ratio is adjusted to 70% fire and 30% water, the explosion produces a puff of hot steam, which causes burns, but isn't particularly significant. Wind, fire, and thunder. After many experiments, these three attributes are the most effective combination for rocket explosives. Amemiya Kenichi had found a way to increase the explosive power, but there was still another problem, the propellant. This would require gradual experimentation. However, Amemiya Kenichi decided to use today's propellant formula for now, for no other reason than that he was running low on raw materials. He planned to first experiment with making a Kataisha rocket car, then complete his side quests and claim the rewards. The rocket car itself was simple to build. While Amemiya Kenichi didn't plan on making a truck directly, simply welding these rocket launchers side by side was a feasible solution. With sufficient raw materials and the support of Fenghua Zaiatsu's personnel, Amemiya Kenichi quickly constructed a simple 6x6 artillery array. Well, the upper and lower amplitude control is fine. Next, we'll test the firing speed, interval, and accuracy. If all goes well, we can use it in combat, Amemiya Kenichi said, pleased. He had a number of rockets lying around him. These were rockets crafted by fusing the properties of wind, fire, and thunder. To increase their power, Amemiya Kenichi also added a bit more TNT. Of course, this also depended on the requirements for the fusion. To create TNT that combined the three properties of wind, fire, and thunder, more explosives were needed. Otherwise, the mixture wouldn't hold enough and would explode. This time, testing was also required, but the location was different. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at his ring, which began to heat up again. Nagato was looking for him. Amemiya Kenichi was stunned for a moment, remembering what Nagato had said before. Was he going to assign him a mission now? Amemiya Kenichi didn't care. Rather, he wanted to contact Nagato. Chief, you're looking for me. Amemiya Kenichi immediately released a thought wave and entered. However, he was stunned as he saw that Nagato wasn't the only one in the space. Standing next to Nagato was Conan. Amemiya Kenichi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was Conan, not Black Zetsu, otherwise discussing things would have been very troublesome. I have a mission for you, Nagato spoke bluntly, not waiting for Amemiya Kenichi to finish. Seeing this, Amemiya Kenichi remained silent, eager to see what Nagato had in mind. Iwagakure village has issued a mission to attack Tsunagakure village, and you've been named, Nagato continued. Amemiya Kenichi was stunned. Oh my god, what are the Iwagakure village planning? And specifically mentioned him? No, why do you sound like I'm a gigolo? Amemiya Kenichi couldn't help but scoff. Conan beside him burst out laughing, and Nagato paused. Then, watching Nagato, Amemiya Kenichi took a deep breath, clenched his fist, and finally calmed down. Nagato felt a flicker of regret. If it weren't for wanting to make an exception for the Akatsuki, he really wouldn't have given Amemiya Kenichi this mission. Anyway, remember to complete the mission. The Iwagakure village's request is to attack the Sand village and cause effective damage. The reward is 100 million Ryo. Nagato suppressed his inner emotions and continued. Amemiya Kenichi nodded. 100 million Ryo. He would have never accepted it before. After all, the cost wouldn't be covered. But now, it didn't matter. He just needed to cause enough damage, and then he could test out the rocket launcher's swarm attack capability. Okay, I understand. Amemiya Kenichi accepted the mission. While the reward wasn't great, it wasn't bad, and most importantly, it would cover the cost. That was enough. Furthermore, Kenichi Amemiya also needed a place to test his rocket launchers, and it looked like the Sand Village would be the first to suffer. The only problem was the defensive barrier, and it was unclear whether the rocket launcher swarm could penetrate it. However, Sand Village was a small poor place, and the ninja were relatively weak, so it shouldn't be a problem, right? Then, Nagato thought, contemplating the possibility of kicking Kenichi Amemiya out. After all, he was too much of a nuisance. Captain, what do you think of my earlier proposal? Kenichi Amemiya began. Nagato paused, then looked at Kenichi Amemiya. Kenichi, observing Nagato's expression, felt a surge of joy. This was a promising opportunity. If the concepts and boundaries between villages and nations aren't erased, war will only reignite, Kenichi Amemiya said with certainty. If the ninja world couldn't unite, peace would be a facade. Then erase these things, Nagato said, disconnecting the connection. If he continued listening, he felt his heart swell even further. This was truly painful. Chapter 328 Itsu. Cat Boss. TSK, I thought Nagato would consider my proposal and choose to work directly with me. It's a good thing he's interested now, but I still need some catalyst to make him realize that I'm the only way to achieve world peace. Amemiya Kenichi curled his lips. He had initially assumed Nagato had made up his mind, but he was still hesitant. But in a way, any hesitation was a good thing. It meant Nagato was deeply conflicted. In this case, all he needed to do was add a few weights, and the problem would be less serious. Is this a war mission issued by Iwagakure and targeting Sandagakure? What exactly is that old man Noki up to? Amemiya Kenichi was a little curious, but only briefly. After all, in the world of Naruto, such things were perfectly normal and nothing to be surprised about. Although the ninja world had entered a period of relative stability after the Third Shinobi World War, this so-called stability merely meant that there hadn't been a war that spread across the entire Naruto world. There were still some localized conflicts. The Akatsuki's burgeoning power is fundamentally tied to the intrigues between these larger villages. Otherwise, it would be a pipe dream for Akatsuki to thrive without attracting the attention of the various villages in the ninja world. While Akatsuki now has its own presence, it has received a fair amount of attention. However, these matters are handled by Nagato, not Amemiya Kenichi himself. After all, he's just a member of the Akatsuki, and Nagato can handle any downfalls. This is a key reason why Amemiya Kenichi joined Akatsuki. Let's pack up, then. We can even take Uchiha Hikaru out for some fun. But if we are going to the Sand Village, wouldn't it be better to bring Sasori along? Amemiya Kenichi mused. He felt Sasori would be more interested in a mission to the Sand Village, since it was his hometown. Then let's go ask him. Amemiya Kenichi gathered his things and left the laboratory. Nagato, what should we do about Jiraiya Sensei? After the call was disconnected, Konan looked at her friend and asked. Knowing that Nagato didn't want to discuss Kenichi Amemiya's situation, which had been vexing him for a while, she decisively changed the subject. Nagato's inner turmoil subsided slightly after hearing Konan's words. He looked up, his Rinnegan flashing, and he saw the situation in the Rain Village through the eyes of pain. Jiraiya Sensei was squatting outside the women's bathhouse, chuckling eerily. This left Nagato perplexed. He couldn't understand why such a renowned ninja teacher would enjoy peeping into the women's bathhouse. Nagato had been observing Jiraiya for some time, hoping to discover his motives for entering the Rain Village. However, he hadn't expected Jiraiya to follow a routine, either peeping into the women's bathhouse, enjoying a drink, or spending his days alone in his hotel room writing novels. This left Nagato feeling somewhat bored, yet also relieved. He didn't want to confront his former mentor. If he liked to spy on the women's bathhouse, then so be it, as long as he wasn't investigating the Akatsuki. Let him watch. It's just one of his hobbies. As long as it doesn't interfere with my plans, it's fine. Nagato guided Pain away, but just in case, he left a Pain nearby to monitor if he followed him. Teacher, you're really childish, Konan said with a smile. She also didn't want to confront Jiraiya. When she'd first seen Jiraiya arrive in the Rain Village, Konan had been surprised, even delighted. After all, it was this man who had taught them to become ninjas. However, due to Akatsuki's plans, Yahiko's last wish, and Nagato's insistence, Konan suppressed the urge to rush out and meet her teacher, instead quietly returning to the Akatsuki base. I didn't expect this side of you, Nagato said, a rare smile, the first since Yahiko's death. After all, the sight of Jiraiya reminded him of the time he spent studying with his teacher. Back then, he, Yahiko, and Konan were all there. The three of them studied diligently, occasionally teased by their teacher. Everything was so beautiful. Sure enough, someone's watching me. At the entrance to the women's bathhouse, Jiraiya parted the bushes, but he didn't look inside to see the haunted scenes. Instead, he was pondering a question. The small village of Rain Village struck him as somewhat strange. Initially, Jiraiya had simply come here to escape Orochimaru's pursuit, but the chakra-laden rain upon entering the village, combined with the village's strange atmosphere, made Jiraiya keenly aware of something. So, Jiraiya began a covert investigation. He wanted to see who the guy hiding in Rain Village was. Even with Sage Mode activated, I can only see blurry vision. They're incredibly vigilant. Jiraiya rubbed his chin, then subconsciously graded the girls before him, his hand writing the strange letters C, B, D, and E in his notebook. This chakra. Jiraiya froze for a moment, then turned his head. The next second, he saw a figure wielding a sword in one hand slowly approaching from the end of the street behind him, their gaze fixed on him. Jiraiya rubbed his face. If he had known how vindictive Orochimaru would be this time, he swore he would never write about him. No, he wouldn't have agreed to let those idiots at the editorial office publish a collection of Orochimaru's beautiful photos. Jiraiya. Orochimaru's voice was filled with anger. Jiraiya shuddered and instinctively ran out of the village. He didn't want to ask why Orochimaru was in the Rain Village. He just knew that, if he continued like this, he would be hunted by Orochimaru the moment he returned to Konoha. What bad luck. Jiraiya quickly dodged to the left, avoiding Orochimaru's jutsu. The arrival of the two Sannin threw the Rain Village into chaos. Nagato, I have something to say, but I'm not sure if I should say it. Nagato, should we attack? Konan clenched her fists. She had naturally noticed the commotion in the village. This was Rain Village. It was the Akatsuki's private territory. It was Konan's current home, and now an outsider had broken into the village? No, not really. Jiraiya was the teacher, and Orochimaru was an Akatsuki member. Orochimaru must have known the organization had a base here, but Orochimaru still attacked without restraint. No, if we attack, Orochimaru might know that Rain Village is the organization's true base, and our actions would also attract the teacher's attention. Nagato shook his head. He had considered attacking, but it wasn't appropriate. Although Nagato had hosted numerous Akatsuki members in Omegakure, some still believed it was merely a hidden base, not its true headquarters. If Orochimaru were to reveal the location, Kenichi Amemiya would also learn, which would be very troublesome. Furthermore, Akatsuki's secrecy would be compromised, and Nagato worried about waking up to find the village filled with enraged musclemen and the damned Konoha ninja. Then what about us? Konan couldn't help herself. She was well aware of the teacher's destructive power, and she knew of the previous battle with Orochimaru that destroyed half the town. If Omegakure. No, the teacher is already planning to retreat. Nagato shook his head. He had been observing the situation outside through his Rinnegan. The teacher was already deliberately luring Orochimaru away, which warmed Nagato's heart. The teacher was still the same teacher, the seemingly rough but meticulous teacher. I hope they won't become your enemies, Sensei. Amemiya and I, are we heading to the Sand Village? On the airship, Amemiya Kenichi was maneuvering towards the Land of Rice. He nodded at Uchiha Hikaru's question, but after a moment's thought, he shook his head. We need to go to the Land of Rice first to retrieve something. By the way, Hikaru, do you know the distribution and situation of these countries? Amemiya Kenichi asked, looking at Hikaru. After all, Hikaru was from the Warring States period, technically a relic. There weren't that many villages and countries back then. I know. Shiri-san already told me about the current history of the ninja world. Hikaru rubbed his nose proudly, then mysteriously pulled something out of his pocket and handed it to Amemiya Kenichi. He was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and took it. It was another pair of black and grey gloves, but this time, they were designed to reveal half of the knuckles and even had hooks for easy hanging, which made Amemiya Kenichi laugh and cry. How many pairs of gloves are these? Kenichi Amemiya now can't understand why Zyadaguang likes to knit gloves for himself so much. He obviously has a lot of gloves on his body, but Zyadaguang still makes a lot for himself, which makes people very troubled. Zyadaguang, why don't you consider doing something else? Kenichi Amemiya rubbed Zyadaguang's head. He had to rub it. Zyadaguang took out the knitting tools again. Kenichi Amemiya was really worried that before his airship reached the land of rice, he would have to change his career to sell gloves. Huh? What does Amemiya brother want? Zyadaguang looked at Kenichi Amemiya curiously. Kenichi Amemiya was stunned after hearing this. Yes, what does he want? And according to Uchiha Hikaru's personality, Kenichi Amemiya was really worried that Uchiha Hikaru would directly make out a warehouse of things, and the probability of this was very high. Let's go for gloves. I quite like them. Amemiya Kenichi silently dismissed the idea of scarves and socks. He felt he really couldn't bring up those things. Otherwise, if he did, Uchiha Hikaru would likely make him a whole bunch more. Uchiha Hikaru nodded, then happily knitted the gloves. However, watching Hikaru's movements, Amemiya Kenichi fell into deep thought. He couldn't help but feel that the color of the ball of yarn in Hikaru's hand was a bit strange. Amemiya Kenichi didn't know how to describe his feelings, but it was just incredibly strange. It wasn't like regular yarn. After all, regular yarn is inherently prone to pilling, which has nothing to do with the quality of the yarn. But Uchiha Hikaru's yarn was incredibly smooth and pill-proof. Most importantly, the color and size looked odd. Hikaru, what are you using? Amemiya Kenichi couldn't help but ask, a bit curious. This is ninja cat hair. Hikaru heard Amemiya Kenichi ask, and she immediately handed him the yarn. He was stunned. Oh my god, ninja cats? Was that the kind of ninja cat he'd imagined? But that meant the yarn in his hand was actually cat hair. No wonder it felt so strange. Amemiya Kenichi touched the yarn in his hand, but then another question occurred to him. Where did all this yarn come from? After all, Amemiya Kenichi knew a little about cats. Surely, long-haired cats couldn't be used to knit yarn, let alone such a large ball. Did you contract a ninja cat? Amemiya Kenichi was curious. The ninja world actually had quite a variety of summoned beasts. While the summoned beasts of the three sacred places were generally respected, there were also ninja dogs and ninja crows, and of course, ninja cats as well. However, the ninja cat clan was essentially contracted to the Uchiha clan, so it wasn't surprising that Zyadaguang would contract a ninja cat. However, Amemiya Kenichi was quite envious, as he also liked ninja cats, but he had no way to find one. Back when he was busy with work, experiments, and studying with his teacher, he had no time to contract a ninja cat. Well, this is my ninja cat. I call it Cat Boss. Zyadaguang clapped his hands, mobilizing a large amount of chakra. Amemiya Kenichi raised an eyebrow. Generally, summoned beasts can be judged by the amount of chakra consumed. With the stronger the beast, the more chakra consumed. But was the name Cat Boss serious? Should he take out a Pokeball or something, and then cast a powerful force? But then, the airship sank slightly, and a huge creature appeared before Amemiya Kenichi. Chapter 329. Kenichi Amemiya, should I have a Pokemon battle? Looking at the behemoth before him, Kenichi Amemiya was stunned for a moment, then a string of data flashed through his mind. The airship he'd built currently had a maximum load capacity of 3.5 tons, not a huge number, but definitely not insignificant either. Zyadaguang and himself weighed a good 130 kilograms. When the massive creature leaped out, the entire airship sank considerably. Kenichi Amemiya estimated it had dropped about 10 meters, though he didn't know the exact amount. While the airship was slowly climbing, the previous drop in altitude due to the added weight was also true. So, assuming the airship's buoyancy was X, and the weight of this massive cat before him. No. Kenichi Amemiya shook his head violently. He was truly foolish. He'd actually thought of using a mathematical formula to calculate a cat's weight. He could simply ask or use a scale. There was no need for such complicated procedures. But this is too big, isn't it? Amemiya Kenichi looked up at the orange cat before him. It was crouched on the floor of the airship, but its body was bent, because its head was already against the ceiling. If it stood up, Amemiya Kenichi felt that his airship would crash. It was also extremely large, like a small mountain when stretched horizontally. And most importantly, it had an enormous amount of fur. So much fur, so much fur, so much fur that you could clearly see the number of strands with the naked eye. Each one was terrifying. Amemiya Kenichi now understood why Uchiha Hikaru knitted himself gloves out of cat fur. Amemiya-san, this is my friend, the cat boss. Hikaru had already pounced forward, completely disappearing in the giant cat's fur. Then, he poked his head out from the cat's head and happily greeted Amemiya Kenichi. Amemiya Kenichi looked at Uchiha Hikaru, who seemed to be leaping into his fur, then glanced at the giant cat before him. It was glaring at him with its vertical pupils, a look that seemed to hold something of suspicion. Amemiya Kenichi raised an eyebrow. What was that look? Was it questioning him? But what was it questioning? Amemiya Kenichi was a little confused. I heard from Hikaru that you're a very powerful ninja. A lazy, charming voice sounded like a languid, mature woman lying in bed, talking to him. But Amemiya Kenichi knew it was the giant cat speaking. That's about right. Amemiya Kenichi smiled at the giant cat before him, and he understood what it meant. Cat boss. How can you say such a thing? Hikaru stared at her summoned beast in astonishment. She knew her summoned beast could speak. She had told him some things about Amemiya Kenichi when she signed the contract with him, but she had never expected him to say such a thing. It's okay, Xiaoguang. Even among summoned beasts, there are some who are proud of their strength. Amemiya Kenichi wasn't angry. Summoned beasts are full of bad tempers. Even his teacher's summoned beast, Mansaku, was no exception. Its mouth was even uglier, and it even demanded a sacrifice. The cat boss twitched its tail, but the next second, it caught sight of the lines at the corner of Amemiya Kenichi's face. A flicker of surprise crossed its eyes, which intrigued Amemiya Kenichi. This cat seemed to know Sage Mode. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such an expression. You're a formidable ninja. The cat boss's expression became more respectful. Amemiya Kenichi raised an eyebrow. Have you seen it? Amemiya Kenichi was curious. If it was someone from the three sacred lands, knowing Sage Mode wouldn't be surprising. But this was a cat, not from the three sacred lands. Yet, the cat recognized it instantly, showing considerable discernment. Uchiha Hikaru jumped off the cat boss and moved closer to Amemiya Kenichi. She tugged at Amemiya Kenichi's clothes with a wronged look on her face, lowering her head and not daring to speak. She swore that she had absolutely no intention of questioning her brother's strength, but the cat boss said, well, I once had the honor of witnessing the battle between the god of ninja, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara-sama. The cat boss nodded, and his demeanor became much more respectful at this moment. This mysterious aura and the strange patterns made him very sure that the man in front of him must have mastered the Sage Mode. Please don't blame Hikaru. Hikaru didn't know. I'm just worried about Hikaru's safety. I haven't seen such an outstanding Uchiha in a long time. The cat boss glanced at Hikaru, who was lowering his head beside Amemiya Kenichi, and smiled. Then he looked at Amemiya Kenichi seriously and said, it's okay, it's okay. I'm not a pervert. I wouldn't let a single word incriminate someone. Amemiya Kenichi waved his hand nonchalantly. He knew Hikaru's personality. He knew Hikaru was completely unaware. And how could a simple statement, like you're a powerful ninja, break his defenses? How could that be possible? If that were enough, then there was no point in doing the experiment. It's so common when doing experiments, to reach 99.9% success, only to have it fail abruptly. That can be incredibly frustrating. So Amemiya Kenichi has a well-trained mindset, and rarely gets angry. Hikaru, you're being ridiculous. I'm not that kind of person. Amemiya Kenichi rubbed Hikaru's head, feeling both amused and embarrassed. However, seeing Hikaru's expression, he felt a wave of hesitation. From a psychological perspective, a child who has experienced tragedy, yet is still willing to explore the world, will become extremely dependent on kindness once exposed to it, even willing to give their all. It's a bit like Stockholm Syndrome. However, the situation and the character's relationship weren't similar. It's just that during this sensitive period after injury, even the slightest kindness can be deeply appreciated, and Hikari is showing some signs of this. From her current state, Kenichi Amemiya can tell that, after being sealed away for so many years, Hikari has become more reliant on him. There are some challenges, but a gradual approach will be sufficient. Hikari's personality is also clear to him. Although she may appear cautious, she's also a woman who bravely expresses her innermost feelings, daring to love and hate. Hikari blushed, but thankfully, the incident was resolved with Kenichi Amemiya's careful attention. He then learned that Hikari had contracted this cat boss after learning some summoning techniques from Uchiha in the Snow Country. It had been a long time since Hikari had contracted with this cat boss, a veteran who had survived from the Warring States period. In a sense, this cat boss lived up to its name, undoubtedly a formidable force among the ninja cats. We've arrived at the land of rice. Hikaru, let's go down. I need to meet someone this time, and I'll pick up some things. Amemiya Kenichi wiped his hands. He planned to get some thermobaric bomb materials from the lab, then visit his teacher's lab to see if he'd returned. Of course, the most important thing was to contact Sasori to see if he wanted to go to the Sand Village for a mission. Yes, Uchiha Hikaru stood up. She had just summoned Cat Boss back. After all, there wasn't any battle going on, so she had only summoned Cat Boss to let Amemiya Kenichi see. She hadn't expected Cat Boss to say such things. Fortunately, Amemiya wasn't angry. After putting the airship away, Amemiya Kenichi took Hikaru to Sasori's lab. After all, some scenes in his lab might remind Hikaru of the past, so he decided not to take Hikaru there for now, waiting for a while. While Sasori's lab was still a lab, it looked more like an explosives lab, with a brighter sunnier atmosphere, unlike Amemiya Kenichi's own lab, which was eerie and scary. Kenichi, why are you here? Arriving at the lab's entrance, Amemiya Kenichi ran into Scorpion, who was carrying something. He glanced at the object behind Scorpion, a robot, a rather large one, carrying something on its own, without any puppet strings. This immediately piqued his interest. Had Scorpion been cheating again while he was gone? The organization has a mission to attack the Sand Village. I was wondering if you'd go. But what's this machine of yours? Amemiya Kenichi gave Scorpion a quizzical look. How on earth could Scorpion pull this off? He was a bit puzzled. He almost thought he'd traveled to the set of the Terminator, waiting for Scorpion to deliver one of his iconic lines. Attacking the Sand Village? Scorpion's brows furrowed. Although he had no fondness for the Sand Village, I'll go too. Scorpion nodded. He wanted to go too. Partly to test his research, but also partly to bring some pain to this former village, to make them understand his feelings. These are my new inventions, and I'm grateful to Mr. Sanzuamado for helping me research this. Scorpion said to Kenichi Amemiya excitedly, but then he noticed Uchiha Hikaru beside Kenichi Amemiya. However, seeing his friend's look, Scorpion didn't say anything. Kenichi Amemiya took it, and took a look. This thing looked a bit strange, like a small iron box with some holes in it, and he didn't know what it was used for. How does this thing work? Kenichi Amemiya asked curiously. He had previously thought that Scorpion used shadow clones to control the robots, but now it seems that this is not the case. This is an instrument made by Mr. Amado called Puppet Automation. This thing uses computers to allow robots to execute some simple commands, such as carrying things, but it is not good for combat. They only know how to mechanically swing weapons. Scorpion shrugged. Kenichi Amemiya was stunned when he heard it. Although he knew Sanzuamado was a genius, he hadn't expected him to go this far, even in the ninja world, by using computers to animate robots. He was truly a genius. No wonder he could invent such bizarre weapons. The potential for that technology was enormous. Kenichi Amemiya wondered if they could expand that technology to create an exoskeleton, perhaps capable of repelling ninjutsu. If they could further expand it to become an energy shield, wouldn't that put them squarely in the realm of interstellar technology? While it was an extreme eccentricity, it was still impressive enough. That's impressive. At this point, the next step is to optimize the robot's autonomy. If you could create a puppet that fought independently without command, that would be perfect, Kenichi Amemiya exclaimed. He had to admit, these people in the ninja world, while their technology was a bit off kilter, had truly impressive talent. But thinking about it, he calmed down. After all, ninjas in the ninja world possess chakra, which activates the brain and body. So it's not surprising that geniuses are common here. It's just that few have previously pursued scientific research. I'm not really sure about that. I'm still focusing on Unit 1. Scorpion scratched his head. He didn't know much about it. It was Sanzuamado's work. Then, a thought struck Scorpion. By the way, Kenichi, Sanzuamado told me before that, if you come back, I'll tell you to go to his lab. He has something he needs to tell you. Scorpion remembered what Sanzuamado had said. Amemiya Kenichi nodded, presumably understanding what Sanzuamado was trying to say. It had to be something to do with Sanzuamado's daughter. Sanzuamado cared only about his daughter. Okay, I got it. Where's Deidara? Amemiya Kenichi pinched his brows. It seemed that a lot of things had happened during his absence. The phone call needed to be dealt with as soon as possible. It would be much more convenient to contact each other later. Otherwise, it would be very time consuming. Deidara went to help Mr. Amado. Sasori said to Amemiya Kenichi and left in a hurry. He also had to get his Unit 1 and some puppets he needed. This time when he went to the Sand Village, Sasori also had some old accounts to settle. Amemiya Kenichi's mission came at the right time. Sanzuamado. It's really a bit troublesome. Amemiya Kenichi sighed. There are many ways to resurrect a person, but the most suitable one for Sanzuamado should be the reincarnation method. Chapter 330 Resurrection and the World After Death. Friend Amemiya, long time no see. When Kenichi Amemiya found Sanzuamado, he was eating with his daughter. It wasn't so much eating as making Sanzuakapi more human-like. Kenichi Amemiya was even more curious about whether the impure world reincarnation Sanzuakapi could digest food. Kenichi Amemiya thought it was unlikely. He had done his own research and found that, while impure world reincarnations appeared alive, they didn't actually need much food, a significant difference between them and living people. Long time no see, Sanzu-san. Where's Deidara? Kenichi Amemiya looked over curiously. Sanzuamado had likely been busy researching how to resurrect his daughter, but he was still able to help Sasori solve his problem, a testament to his strength. Kenichi Amemiya was even more curious about Deidara's whereabouts. He planned to have Deidara take Uchiha Hikaru, who was with him, for a walk, otherwise he wouldn't be able to discuss the future with Sanzuamado. This little girl, Uchiha Hikaru, was very important. While she didn't possess much in the way of secrets from the Warring States period, her abilities were truly remarkable. Kenichi Amemiya intended to use them to study other things, such as the internet or communication towers. Therefore, Kenichi Amemiya decided not to provoke Uchiha Hikaru for the time being. Uchiha Hikaru curiously examined Sanzuakabane. Her delicate makeup made her appear normal, but for some reason, Uchiha Hikaru felt something strange about this older woman. Deidara. He's very interested in explosions. I made him a little gadget and asked him to figure out how to amplify them. Now I guess. Sanzuamado pondered, then pointed to a spot. But before he could finish his words, a loud bang erupted, followed by a mushroom cloud and shockwave that revealed Deidara's intentions. Amemiya Kenichi was a bit amused and confused. He suddenly wondered if he should let Deidara take Uchiha Hikaru out for a stroll. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if Deidara led Uchiha Hikaru astray. But the problem was, there were only himself and an idea struck Amemiya Kenichi. While there were only a few people at the experimental base, there was another group in the land of rice fields, the Uchiha clan. The problem was, Uchiha Hikaru had been tortured and imprisoned by his clan members in the past. It was hard to say what kind of feelings he held towards his former clan members now. If they came into conflict, it would be a very troublesome situation. But the thought of Deidara leading Uchiha Hikaru astray and turning him into a bomb girl only added to his worries. While Deidara wouldn't go too far under his orders, the reality of such a situation was far from certain. Mr. Sanzu, Amemiya Kenichi noticed Sanzu Akabane, who was observing Uchiha Hikaru with interest. Uchiha Hikaru didn't seem afraid, but rather curious. Seeing this, he had a new idea. Hikari, would you like to go with Akabane for a bit? I have some important business to discuss with Mr. Amado. Amemiya Kenichi rubbed Hikaru's head with a chuckle. Akabane was eager to try. After all, she was a girl, so she naturally had more common topics with girls. Although her father had been kind to her at the testing base, the generation gap still existed, leaving little room for communication. Okay, Uchiha Hikaru agreed readily. She wasn't one for unreasonable behavior, and since her brother Amemiya had already said he was busy, her only responsibility was to avoid interrupting him. I don't know, Amemiya Kenichi thought, considering asking another person for their opinion. But seeing their beaming face, he knew there was no need to worry. Sanzu Amado stared at his daughter's joy in astonishment. It had been a long time since he'd seen her so happy. While she'd occasionally smiled before, it was usually a polite smile. This upset Sanzu Amado, who had been searching for a solution, but hadn't expected this. Watching the two girls walk and chat, Amemiya Kenichi took out a teapot, heated it up, and poured a cup for himself and Sanzu Amado, then glanced at the other. Mr. Sanzu, it seems you don't quite understand your daughter's feelings. Amemiya Kenichi smiled. Sanzu Amado didn't argue, only offering a wry smile. I always thought I was doing her a favor by bringing her back to this world. Sanzu Amado sighed. He hadn't paid much attention to his daughter before, until she died, when his obsession with resurrection became intense. Even now, despite using the impure world reincarnation technique, he was still focused on instilling his daughter's obsession with resurrection, completely disregarding her feelings. Children's minds are always complicated. I think a father, like you, is very kind, but being alone for so long is certainly lonely. Humans are social animals, after all. Amemiya Kenichi sighed. Sanzu Amado was a very good father, having always wanted to resurrect his daughter, and now he was almost there. His love for her was unquestionable. However, humans are complex, intelligent creatures, and managing a healthy relationship with children is no easy task. If it were that easy, there wouldn't have been so many psychological issues in his previous life. It's easy to say, being a parent or a child isn't an easy task. After all, from both sides' perspectives, there were many things the other side didn't understand about them. Of course, putting oneself in someone else's shoes, a common problem-solving method, was rarely used. It's like everyone knows the concept, but whether or not to use it when the situation escalates into a quarrel is another matter entirely. Let's not discuss this, Amemiya-kun. You should know why I called you here this time, right? Sanzu Amado waved his hand. He clearly had some ideas in mind, but right now, his primary concern was how to resurrect his daughter. I know. The research on impure world reincarnation must have reached a bottleneck, right? Amemiya Kenichi smiled, understanding Sanzu Amado's question. While impure world reincarnation was a powerful jutsu, it still had its limitations. At the very least, it was far from the complete resurrection Sanzu Amado desired. Well, impure world reincarnation is a very powerful jutsu, but it also has significant limitations. Sanzu Amado sighed. He had done his best to improve impure world reincarnation, but so far, no breakthroughs had been made. Kenichi Amemiya curled his lips. This was probably the trouble of genius. Sanzu Amado had already surpassed him in the study of the impure world reincarnation jutsu, perhaps even surpassing his teacher, yet he still felt unsatisfied. I actually know a few other jutsu for resurrecting people, but they all have significant limitations. Kenichi Amemiya scratched his head. He did know some of these jutsu. For example, there was an old woman named Chiyo in the Sand village who knew a unique resurrection jutsu, but because it also killed the caster, it was classified as a forbidden jutsu, and not many people knew about it. Other resurrection jutsu also had various limitations. The most powerful known resurrection jutsu was the Gaiden Rinnegan known Asakuni jutsu, but that too required the caster's life. Although Obito had survived, after using this jutsu, He was only lingering for various reasons, essentially making him mortal. This was quite remarkable. Resurrection Jutsu? Amemiya-kun, do you even know that? Sanzu Amado was a bit shocked. These days, anything involving resurrection was no simple matter. It could even be considered an absolutely forbidden technique. I know a little, but these jutsu are either extremely difficult to practice or require extremely harsh conditions. Even if they can be performed, they require the life of the caster. Amemiya Kenichi answered the question simply. While he knew about these resurrection jutsu, that didn't mean he knew how to use them. In essence, Amemiya Kenichi didn't know how to use them. There might be references to them in Konoha's forbidden scrolls, but Amemiya Kenichi hadn't seen them, so he couldn't use them at the moment. The only related techniques were probably impure world reincarnation and his own modified jutsu, resurrection of the dead. Life. That sounds like it has something to do with energy exchange, Sanzu Amado pondered. The more he learned about science, the more he understood, but he also felt that there was still much he didn't know. Amemiya Kenichi looked at Sanzu Amado with some surprise. Was he truly a scientist in the ninja world? He'd even noticed this aspect. Some people wouldn't notice such subtleties, let alone consider their implications. Well, I feel like it's a kind of energy exchange, exchanging one person's soul and chakra for another soul and life. To some extent, this also conforms to the law of conservation of energy, Amemiya Kenichi said with a chuckle. He loved conversing with people who shared the same interests. It made the conversation more engaging. Those who knew nothing about the subject simply didn't share the same conversation. Conservation of energy. That term is truly accurate. Sanzu Amado instantly became excited. Yes, conservation. What a beautiful and accurate term. If his daughter's life weren't currently at stake, Sanzu Amado would have wanted to discuss this with Amemiya Kenichi more. He had a hunch that his scientific ninjutsu rebound device could be further improved, and perhaps a conversation with Amemiya Kenichi would yield some answers. Actually, I think, Mr. Santu, you could consider creating a pure clone, then erasing the clone soul, and replacing it with your daughter's. That might also work. Amemiya Kenichi offered a new suggestion. Resurrection ninjutsu is too difficult, requiring souls as a price. The most troublesome aspect is acquiring these ninjutsu, so it's better to try some new methods. While this method isn't guaranteed to be reliable, it can be quite terrifying, if you think about it. In a previous life, there was a conspiracy theory that top scientists had already discovered the secrets of the soul, that the afterlife is real, but that this secret was hidden to prevent people from pursuing death. However, Amemiya Kenichi believed this conspiracy theory was completely unfounded. After all, unless there was only one scientist who had discovered the secret and kept it secret, the wealthy would have already invested in the afterlife. Why spend millions of dollars a month on injections to prolong life? However, in the ninja world, souls are real. And according to Sanzu Amado, he's already killed several of his daughter's test subjects, because none of them were his real daughters. This raises a new question. What is the relationship between the clone soul and the originals? Sanzu Amado's research suggests that he has, to some extent. That's why Kenichi Amemiya calls this a terrifying question. I've tried, but it doesn't work. My daughter's soul can't fit into her clone. Sanzu Amado sighed. If it were possible, he would have done it long ago. Kenichi Amemiya's mouth twitched. This was truly a daunting situation. Mr. Sanzu, I have a mission to the Sand Village. When I return, if all goes well, I can teach you a resurrection jutsu. Kenichi Amemiya, observing Sanzu Amado's melancholy expression, hesitated before speaking. This wasn't to say Kenichi Amemiya was a pushover. Sanzu Amado was incredibly talented, and Kenichi needed his help in many areas. Making Sanzu Amado owe him a favor was naturally the best way to do it. Resurrection jutsu? A glint of joy flashed in Sanzu Amado's eyes. I'll remember this favor. Sanzu Amado's eyes were serious. He knew that in the adult world, kindness doesn't come out of the blue. Every gift has a price tag. And Sanzu Amado was well aware of his own usefulness to Amemiya Kenichi. You can think of a way to control people, and then have a ninja learn it, and then you can resurrect your daughter, Amemiya Kenichi added. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331 Death Raises His Scythe. Oh, what a hassle. I found myself something to do. I should have avoided this question mark earlier. Amemiya Kenichi sighed wistfully. After all, his original purpose for this trip was to test the power of the new weapon. Instead, he unexpectedly triggered something else, leaving him with the illusion of accidentally accepting a side quest while playing a game. Quest objective: obtain the forbidden technique of the reincarnation of Uchiha, the Sand Village. Quest requirements: 1. Reincarnation. Quest reward: raise Sanzuamado's favorability to respect. Well, that's kind of the feeling. But Amemiya Kenichi could still accept it alone. After all, Sanzuamado was worth the investment. If he could gain Sanzuamado's favor and wholehearted support through a forbidden technique, the rewards would be immense. Amemiya and I, what are you talking about? Uchiha Hikaru tugged curiously at his sleeve. They were already aboard the airship, heading towards the Sand Village in the Wind Country, accompanied by Sasori and Deidara. It's okay, I just think sometimes life just has to bring you trouble. Amemiya Kenichi shrugged. Beside him, Deidara was excitedly fiddling with something. He glanced at him, a little worried, wondering if his airship would be blown down mid-flight. He hadn't originally planned to bring Deidara along. After all, Deidara's strength wasn't quite up to par, not quite the Deidara of the future Akatsuki. However, Deidara excitedly expressed a desire to demonstrate his latest research with him, and Amemiya Kenichi agreed. While Deidara had trouble dealing with powerful opponents, he was still quite useful against smaller opponents. This would also give Deidara some combat experience. He couldn't just sit in his office all the time. Unless the storage problem for Deidara's explosion release jutsu could be solved, the best way to use Deidara was to send him directly to the battlefield, where his Kekkei Genkei would unleash its full potential. Scorpion, are you okay? You look quite melancholy. Deidara put his things away contentedly, then glanced at Scorpion beside him. A complicated expression crossed his face as he gazed out of the airship at the desert that seemed to stretch to the horizon. It's okay. Scorpion shook his head. He didn't want to talk much. Although following Amemiya Kenichi out was his own decision, the moment he entered the land of wind and approached the Sand Village, his heart grew increasingly restless. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at Scorpion. He now wondered if Scorpion had transformed himself into a puppet to eliminate human emotions. After all, if emotions were blunted, there would be less worry. Scorpion, if you... Amemiya Kenichi tried to persuade Scorpion. He wasn't trying to persuade Scorpion to let go or anything else. He was trying to persuade Scorpion to just give up if he couldn't help himself. Perhaps that would be better. He knew a little about Scorpion's story, though not much. But he also knew that, unless he'd experienced the same hardship himself, it was best not to casually advise others to let go. Those who haven't experienced it are not qualified to talk about letting go. It's okay, Kenichi. I've made my decision. Sasori took a deep breath and gazed quietly below. Regardless, the past events had to come to an end. Although he had killed the former Kazakage, his parents' deaths were irreversible. Amemiya Kenichi sighed, but said nothing. Sasori had made his own decision, and it was in no position for him to stop him. Soon, he stopped the airship and maneuvered it down into the desert. He considered flying directly over, but the Sand Village now had airships and hot air balloons, meaning they would be discovered, and thus defeating his purpose. Before landing the airship, however, he launched a hot air balloon and placed a shadow clone atop it. He needed it to gauge the approximate distance. After landing, Amemiya Kenichi led Sasori, Deidara, and Uchiha Hikaru to a small sand dune near the Sand Village. By this time, the shadow clone had already destroyed the hot air balloon, then disbanded, transferring its memories to Kenichi Amemiya's mind. So it's probably around this location? Kenichi Amemiya muttered to himself. He glanced ahead, seeing nothing. There were a few blurry black spots in the sky, but they weren't very clear. However, Kenichi Amemiya knew that they were the Sand Village's current air defenses. Konoha was truly perpetrating evil. If Konoha hadn't copied his hot air balloon, Kenichi Amemiya wouldn't have used his core technology. Now, the ninja world is full of hot air balloons and airships. It's likely that there will be hot air balloon and airship patrols on the border soon. If they want to crush them, they'll need to build fighter jets, but those are incredibly difficult to create. Then it's time to assemble it. Kenichi Amemiya pulled his rocket from the sealed scroll. Although he didn't have a rocket car, he had simply made a triangular stand to provide a launch platform. Amemiya-senpai, what is this? Deidara, standing by, looked curiously at the massive object before Amemiya Kenichi. He reached out and touched it. It was indeed metal, and it looked incredibly heavy. He wondered what Amemiya-senpai had pulled out of it in such a position. Remember, this place was quite a distance from the sand village. Even from their relatively high vantage point, the sand village was only a relatively small dark shadow. The average person's vision could see about 25 kilometers away. This didn't mean they could see anyone wearing anything 25 kilometers away. It only meant they could see massive structures like buildings and mountains. Trying to see trees, or even the word carved into them, was impossible. While ninjas in the ninja world had the added bonus of chakra, their vision was still inherently blurry, and anything obstructing their view made it even more difficult. This is my new research. Amemiya Kenichi licked his lips excitedly, and then loaded the rockets into the rocket launcher one by one. A total of 36 rockets were loaded successfully. However, in order to avoid 36 being insufficient, Amemiya Kenichi took out the second rocket launch matrix. Scorpion and Deidara came over curiously to watch. Uchiha Hikaru on the side blinked. She had seen this thing made by Amemiya brother. When she first made it, she curiously asked what it was. As a result, Amemiya brother told her that it was for hot pot. But why doesn't it look like something for hot pot now? Amemiya brother, is this really for hot pot? Uchiha Hikaru couldn't help but ask. She had eaten hot pot before, and the unique taste and way of eating made by Amemiya Kenichi left a deep impression on Uchiha Hikaru. Furthermore, Amemiya Kenichi had taught her how to use serving chopsticks, and how to simmer beef, mutton, and tripe. Uchiha Hikaru was now master at hot pot. She had seen him eat from a 9-grid hot pot, but could he use one with 36 deep grids? This is a hot pot prop for sending enemies to the Pure Land. Amemiya Kenichi was a bit amused. He shouldn't have fooled Hikaru in the first place. Enemy? Brother, where are the enemies? Uchiha Hikaru's eyes suddenly sharpened. Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head as he looked at him. It seemed he'd been overthinking things. A ninja like Uchiha Hikaru, sealed away since the Warring States period, was probably used to fighting enemies. It's okay. Just watch carefully. Amemiya Kenichi waved. He had already loaded the second column of rockets and now all he had to do was launch the first wave of attacks. Uchiha Hikaru blinked, then silently stood beside Amemiya Kenichi. Deidara and Sasori watched curiously, eager to see how this strange creature would attack. Amemiya Kenichi narrowed his eyes, estimating the exact location and approximate impact point. He then reached out to test the wind speed and direction, then adjusted the firing angles of the two rocket arrays. Now, Amemiya Kenichi took a deep breath. Normally, launching a rocket would simply require pressing a button, but he lacked a control computer, so he had to envelope the rockets with chakra to trigger the fuses himself. The next moment, accompanied by countless sharp whooshes, the sand dunes were filled with dust from the exhaust, fumes of the burning chemical propellant, and the rockets were already airborne, heading towards the sand village. Deidara's eyes widened in shock. He'd always been researching ways to make explosions stronger and more powerful, but he'd never imagined making explosives travel so far on their own. And he knew exactly what Amemiya-senpai was planning. He actually planned to attack the sand village from such a distance. Amemiya Kenichi narrowed his eyes. These rockets were loaded with trinitrobenzene, a fusion of chakra and explosives, representing wind, thunder, and fire. However, the rocket's yield wasn't very high, so he wasn't sure if it would be effective. But this time, he'd come to test it. In the sky, the exhaust from the 72 rockets left a trail of dust in the air. The Grim Reaper scythe was already raised high. So, this time, the barrier team wants to request more funding to strengthen the defensive barrier. Meanwhile, in the sand village building, the Kazakage, Ratsa, frowned over the documents in his hand. He'd only taken over the village a few years earlier, having been elected the new Kazakage after the previous one disappeared. But once he took office, he discovered that being a Kazakage was truly exhausting. Yes, Kazakage-sama, because neighboring Konoha, Kumogakure, and even Iwagakure are all researching ninjutsu to strengthen their defensive barriers, a jonin from Sand Village said respectfully. I know, but it all costs money. Everything in this village costs money these days. Rasa couldn't help but sigh. He knew the other villages were strengthening their defenses, having all been attacked by the Tenma before, and aerial attacks were truly a headache. But Sand Village, as small as it is, simply didn't have much money to squander. It was too impoverished, and even had debts from the war to repay. To this end, he, the Kazakage, had to regularly pan for gold in the desert to pay off the village's debts. With Kazakages like him, Rasa felt there weren't many left. The jonin remained silent. This was something for the Kazakage-sama to consider, or perhaps Granny Chiyo, but Granny Chiyo had been indifferent to matters for a long time. Lord Kazakage, there's an attack. At that moment, a jonin hurriedly pushed open the office door, shouting. Rasa's pupils shrank, and he quickly ran outside. He also saw the attack from the air, the strange creature now so close. Demon. Rasa didn't know what it was, but he knew this attack method, the demon's famous attack. But the next moment, the creatures collided with the Sand Village's urgently activated defensive barrier. Countless explosions roared, the sharp blasts making Rasa cover his ears, almost deafening him. He quickly began to construct defensive jutsu. He didn't know what the demon was up to, but he had to protect his village. That was the duty of a Kazakage. However, the defensive barrier was almost instantly shattered by the powerful explosion. Dozens of those strange weapons crashed into the ground, sending up even more dust and flames, and even unleashing a powerful shockwave. The ninjas constructing defensive jutsu along the way shuddered and collapsed to the ground, twitching in pain. The ensuing fire and shockwave easily ripped them apart, the flames instantly devouring everything, leaving nothing behind. Defend. This explosion is laced with lightning-style ninjutsu. Rasa roared at the top of his lungs. His village had become a living hell. What happened? The terrifying explosion and roar awakened the still dejected Chiyo. She quickly controlled her puppet and ran out, only to see burning houses and collapsed residential buildings. The Sand Village had paid a heavy price for its poverty. Rasa, staring at the burning village before him, clenched his hands, his fingernails digging deep into his palms, blood trickling slowly. Demon. Rasa roared through gritted teeth, but he had more important things to do. You're truly remarkable, Kazakage. Amemiya Kenichi smiled as he watched the massive black wall rising to envelop the Sand Village. Chapter 332. What if the resurrection of the dead also obeys the law of conservation of energy? Kazakage Rasa, a character who doesn't appear very often in the original manga, generally carries out the same duties as the other reanimated Kage, though he also takes on additional responsibilities, such as reconciling with his son, Gaara. However, aside from Gaara's early popularity, Kazakage Rasa comes across as a weakling, a worthless creature easily defeated by Orochimaru's ambush. However, in reality, Kazakage Rasa's strength is quite impressive. After all, he was the formidable figure who personally suppressed Shukaku. Fortunately, there's no need to confront him head-on, said Kenichi Amemiya, who had already left with his team. The Sand Village is now like a wounded beast, raging and furious, ready to recklessly attack its enemies, even if they themselves are injured. Such beasts are at their most dangerous, so experienced hunters often choose to hide and follow the wounded beast, waiting for it to die, before recovering its body. This is the safer approach. Is that your weapon, Amemiya-senpai? It's incredible. Such stunning art. Deidara excitedly inquired, chasing after Amemiya Kenichi. Upon hearing this, Amemiya Kenichi glanced at Uchiha Hikaru. The child's expression was a mixture of surprise and shock, but otherwise unremarkable. This relieved Amemiya Kenichi. He was most worried that Uchiha Hikaru would lose his composure after witnessing this attack. But then again, Uchiha Hikaru would at most be surprised by this long-range attack method, but wouldn't have much of an issue with this kind of warfare. After all, the enemy was also born in the Warring States period. Future wars may be drastically different. For example, I could be in Konoha, but I could directly strike the hidden cloud village. Amemiya Kenichi smiled. His conversation with Deidara was quite interesting. The little guy was incredibly passionate about explosions. And most importantly, Deidara admired him greatly. He was a true follower. Amemiya Kenichi felt that Deidara would gladly fulfill any request he made. If such a war really existed, it would be truly terrifying. Wouldn't those less powerful ninjas become cannon fodder? Scorpion sighed, his emotions visibly mixed. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at Scorpion. Scorpion's expression hadn't been particularly good before. He suspected this was because Scorpion had witnessed the attack on his former village firsthand. Scorpion hadn't yet transformed into a puppet, and he still retained much of his human emotions. This reminded him of his junior apprentice, Ankoma Terushi. Since arriving in the snow country, Amemiya Kenichi hadn't encountered Ankoma Terushi, but the testing base hadn't been attacked either. So, where had that unfortunate child gone? Not necessarily. Whether it's ruling or providing protection, having someone there is beneficial. Therefore, less powerful ninja can still handle their enemies and maintain order. Amemiya Kenichi shrugged. In his previous life, with the continuous introduction and development of high-tech weaponry, some had suggested that the army would eventually be replaced. However, even the Eagle Source, then the strongest military force on Blue Planet, managed to maintain its presence. Controlling and dominating a region doesn't require a single, random strike. It requires prolonged suppression through force. Ultimately, humanity is ruled by its own kind, not by missiles and nuclear bombs. But weapons like that are difficult to create, aren't they? Scorpion glanced at his friend, his uncertainty growing. After all, this friend was a genius who had changed the dynamics of warfare. Who knows? Amemiya Kenichi casually stepped on the sand dune, leaving a footprint, but it was quickly obscured by the wind and sand, disappearing into the sand dunes. While he knew about missiles and nuclear bombs from his previous life, these things couldn't be conjured up by imagination. They required a vast foundation of knowledge and a sufficient industrial system, unless his cheat code could directly reward him with a nuclear bomb. However, after previously rewarding him with a complete set of nuclear physics books, Amemiya Kenichi knew that this cheat code provided knowledge, a method for fishing, rather than simply giving him fish. Perhaps the cheat code also understood the principle that giving a man fish is worse than teaching him how to fish. Something's wrong. Scorpion suddenly stopped and looked behind him. Kenichi Amemiya also looked behind him. Lightning patterns appeared at the corners of his eyes. He looked at that spot thoughtfully, then sighed. Trouble has come, but logically, shouldn't Kazekage Rasa be busy cleaning up the mess now? Or maybe it wasn't the Kazekage who came, but someone else? Who could it be? Although he was thinking, Kenichi Amemiya still put on his mask and asked Uchiha Hikari and Deidara to hide in the back. Their current fighting power would easily become a burden against strong opponents. Although Hikari had the main Juki Sharingan, Kenichi Amemiya didn't want her to participate in the battle. Fortunately, Uchiha Hikari was very smart and didn't make any "I won't leave until you leave" or "I just want to stay to help brother Amemiya" plot. Soon they hid in the back and disappeared. At this time, a team of ninjas appeared in front of Kenichi Amemiya and Sasori. Sasori's eyes became dangerous when he saw the newcomers, and Kenichi Amemiya's mouth twitched. "Chiyo? Why did this old woman come out?" Originally, Kenichi Amemiya had planned to wait for the situation in Sand Village to calm down before trying to trick Chiyo out and then get the powerful forbidden technique of reincarnation from her. But he didn't expect Chiyo to come out so quickly, which really surprised Kenichi Amemiya. However, looking at Sasori beside him, Kenichi Amemiya also had a headache. The relationship between Chiyo and Sasori was complicated, but fortunately, Sasori had put on a mask when he came out to perform the mission this time, otherwise he would have been recognized at the first time. "Demon?" Chiyo asked in a deep voice, her hands behind her back, looking at Kenichi Amemiya. At the same time, Kenichi Amemiya sensed something strange in the air. Scorpion then unleashed a powerful wind release technique, sending a fierce gust of wind carrying dust and sand towards Chiyo, but it was blocked by the earth flow wall ninjutsu. What a trick. Poisoning right off the bat? Chiyo, you're still going strong. Kenichi Amemiya smiled and clapped his hands. He had sensed something was amiss in the air, and considering Chiyo's identity, it was clear what she would do. Chiyo looked at the two men with a gloomy look. They were cautious, and had immediately seen through her poisoning. However, she couldn't help but glance at Scorpion, wearing a black mask, and with nail polish on his hands. But that wasn't the point. The point was that Chiyo, for some reason, felt that the person before her looked familiar. Tenma. You must pay for attacking the Sand village. Nearby, several unnamed Sand village ninjas glared at Kenichi Amemiya with hatred. Kenichi glanced over and saw someone he vaguely remembered. Kenichi remembered the man's name as Maki, a Jonin from the Sand village. He remembered him because he had played a role in the film, and it was he who had led Gaara and the others to Konoha and executed the Konoha collapse plan. But the man stood among the nameless ninjas, looking like a small fry. Kenichi scoffed. Maki had some plans. If his suspicions were correct, he might be planning a surprise attack from the ninja. I'm simply accepting a mission from my employer. Kenichi Amemiya shrugged, pondering his next move. Chiyo's appearance now was somewhat unexpected. After all, in the original story, Chiyo decided to end her secluded life only after learning about Sasori. Furthermore, with Sand village under attack, Kenichi Amemiya assumed Chiyo would stay and help. However, Chiyo's sudden appearance disrupted Kenichi's plans. Furthermore, with so many Sand village ninjas present, attempting to reincarnate as Sasori would be a hassle, and he hadn't yet had time to discuss his plans with Sasori. While technically, Sasori shouldn't mind such a thing, caution is advised in interpersonal interactions. Causing unnecessary disputes over these matters would be unprofitable, especially since Sasori was a close friend to Kenichi Amemiya. Who posted it? Tell me, and I'll make your death easier. Chiyo's brow furrowed, not bothering to dwell on the familiarity of the ninja. Instead, she looked at Kenichi Amemiya. I thought I could get away alive. Amemiya. Kenichi curled his lips. These days, are people being persuaded with such unappealing offers? It's like the boss promising a selfie as a year-end bonus, completely unmotivating. HMPH. Granny Chiyo was furious, launching two puppets at Amemiya Kenichi, along with the Sand village ninjas. Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head. He'd tested the weapon's power, and he'd completed his mission against the Iwagakure village. There was no point in continuing this fight. And most importantly, the Iwagakure village wasn't paying for it. So, let's make a quick decision. Trapping them with the jutsu, and then. At this thought, Amemiya Kenichi's eyes lit up. He grabbed Sasori and ran without looking back, with Granny Chiyo quickly pursuing them. What does Tenma want? Granny Chiyo fretted. Why was this guy running towards the village? But Tenma was incredibly fast, and they wouldn't be able to catch up for a while. But the distance was closing rapidly. After all, Amemiya Kenichi still had to bring Sasori with him, and Sasori occasionally unleashed jutsu to distract his pursuers. Enough, this is it. Amemiya Kenichi had already seen what he wanted to see, the cemetery. I don't really want to use this trick, but there's no other way. It saves time and effort, so why not? Amemiya Kenichi sighed. He felt his reputation wouldn't be very good. After all, what he was doing was somewhat unethical. By the way, do you have any family here? Amemiya Kenichi asked quietly. After all, this was Sasori's hometown, and it was hard to say if Sasori had any relatives or friends buried here. If Amemiya Kenichi could resurrect them, it would be troublesome. No, my parents are buried elsewhere. Sasori understood what Amemiya Kenichi was planning, and he had no objection to it. His parents weren't here. Hearing this, Amemiya Kenichi relaxed a bit. He stopped running and quickly formed hand seals, intending to perform the jutsu of resurrecting the dead once more. But at the moment of performing the technique, a sudden thought struck Amemiya Kenichi. He recalled his earlier conversation with Sanzu Amado. The law of conservation of energy. Assuming the ninja world also adhered to the law of conservation of energy, then those powerful death resurrection jutsu would achieve the desired effect by exchanging the caster's soul and chakra. So, what if he incorporated a similar technique into a jutsu for resurrecting the dead? While he wouldn't need to sacrifice his own soul to exchange for another's, the concept of souls was incredibly broad. What if he captured an ordinary person and used their soul as a sacrifice? Would that have the same effect? But then Amemiya Kenichi shook his head. "No, I can't leave if I keep thinking about it," he said. This was reality, not an anime world, where he could reminisce dozens of minutes of plot while fighting. So, Amemiya Kenichi quickly formed hand seals and slapped his hands down onto the sand. This time, he experimented with something different, using yin attributed chakra to plunder the life of the animals and insects below. Then, the sand dunes began to tremble, and countless hands stretched out from the desert, but these hands had already turned into skeletons. Under the shocked and angry eyes of Chiyo and others, these dead who crawled out of the Pure Land returned to the sand village with their broken bodies. You beast. Chiyo scolded angrily. Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head in embarrassment. Desecrating the dead was indeed a bit unpleasant. Then I'll trouble you. Amemiya Kenichi left with Scorpion. Chiyo wanted to stop them, but she had to deal with the dead who rushed over. Chapter 333 Useful Tactics. Nothing's changed. Amemiya Kenichi glanced behind him, where the Sand Village ninja squad was entangled by the resurrected dead. These previously murderous ninjas showed a strong sense of discomfort when facing their long-buried comrades. This discomfort manifested itself primarily in their hesitation to act decisively, struggling to completely destroy the resurrected dead. Consequently, their speed in clearing the dead slowed significantly, giving Amemiya Kenichi some time to depart. This was perfectly normal, given the relative respect shown by the ninja community for the dead. Furthermore, Amemiya Kenichi had chosen the Sand Village Cemetery, where many of the dead were buried, potentially including those known to the Sand Village ninja. This was a natural outcome, however, and Amemiya Kenichi was not interested in seeing the corpses resurrected. Even if such an operation would strengthen the Sand Village, that was of no concern. After all, if he could master a resurrection technique of this magnitude and without cost, Kenichi Amemiya would instantly become a god in the ninja world, on par with the Six Paths Sage. Even the Six Paths Sage couldn't simply resurrect others without cost. While Yin Yang release is bugged to the point of being a modifier, there's currently no evidence that the Sage could pull it off. Furthermore, such a resurrection technique would give Kenichi Amemiya the most influential voice in the world. After all, even the utterly wicked Black Zetsu had people he cared about. Obito even willingly killed his teacher, and indirectly, his wife, to create a world wherein Nohara existed. So, don't others have regrets? Nagato does have regrets, and his regret is for Yahiko. Although Kenichi Amemiya finds the plot a bit puzzling at times, such as when Nagato, persuaded by Naruto's persuasion, resurrected the entire Konoha village, he failed to resurrect his friend, Yahiko. Of course, these details aren't particularly important. I thought sacrificing the souls of small animals might have some effect on improving this jutsu, but it seems to be completely useless now. Amemiya Kenichi sighed. It seemed that sacrificing other souls to resurrect a person wasn't feasible. So what if he sacrificed a human soul? After all, if he had to be nitpicky, Amemiya Kenichi felt that there was indeed a difference between human and animal souls. At least in the Pure Land, there were human souls, all in their original form, and seemingly with the ability to freely change their appearance and age. Amemiya Kenichi pondered this. He and Sasori had left the Sand Village, and the two were now running towards the location where Chiyo had pursued them. Deidara and Uchiha Hikaru were still there. Earlier, Amemiya Kenichi had wondered if sacrificing another soul would give him the soul he needed in return. That might be possible, to some extent. But then, a question struck Amemiya Kenichi. Hadn't the ninja who invented the resurrection jutsu considered this? Chiyo's jutsu is quite limited, so she probably hadn't considered it. But what about Uchiha Madara? What about the second Hokage, Senjutsu Birama? These two ninjas are incredibly talented, and they should have considered similar operations. No, the Rinnegan may be affected by the Rinnegan itself, making it impossible to sacrifice. And when the impure world reincarnation was developed, the second Hokage seemed to use this jutsu as a humanoid self-propelled explosive machine. Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head. The Rinnegan is powerful, but it's bound to the Rinnegan, and those without it can't use it, so Obito was needed to operate it. And when Obito was operating it, he was also controlled by Black Zetsu, which allowed the Rinnegan jutsu to affect Uchiha Madara, thus resurrecting him. After that, Obito was barely surviving, and even if his life was extended, he would still be dead. The impure world reincarnation system, originally developed by the Nadame, wasn't primarily intended to resurrect humans. It was simply about using the dead as detonators, eliminating the need for manpower. This was impure world reincarnation's original purpose, and it was later developed by the master into its current form. Kabuto Yakushi then furthered its development, laying a solid foundation for cremation in the ninja world. So, even Uchiha Madara and Senjuta Birama, two exceptionally talented ninjas, seemed to have completely overlooked this aspect, much like the ninja world's technological advancements, yet they haven't considered something as simple as a hot air balloon. Then perhaps I could give it a try. And according to Mr. Sanzuamado's research, clones themselves possess souls. If that's the case, Amemiya was taken aback. He imagined a unique image. In the Pure Land, the Six Paths Sage was surrounded by a dense mass of identical faces. Then, all the other souls had left, leaving behind only a few dead bodies that simply couldn't be resurrected. Would the Six Paths Sage be furious? However, he was still unsure whether the old man had the ability to interfere with the present world. Amemiya Kenichi felt that the Six Paths Sage's position was rather peculiar, and his actions were somewhat confusing. Scorpion, Chiyo is your grandmother, right? Amemiya Kenichi glanced at Scorpion beside him. These questions could be considered back in the lab. The key now lay in the jutsu of the self-reincarnation technique. After all, his concept was just a concept, and its success was uncertain. Furthermore, Sanzuamado was indeed a very capable person, so allowing him to devote his full attention to his work was naturally the best option. Yes, Scorpion nodded, removing his mask. His eyes were complex, a sense of vicissitudes of life that left Amemiya Kenichi at a loss for words. After all, the self-reincarnation technique and his personal feelings for Sanzuamado might not be particularly important to Scorpion, but it was hard to say. Scorpion, here's the thing. Amemiya Kenichi briefly explained his thoughts to Scorpion, including a brief summary of his conversation with Sanzuamado. There was no hiding anything like this, and the easiest, most convenient, and most accurate way to obtain the jutsu was through Scorpion. However, upon seeing the pained look in Scorpion's eyes, Amemiya Kenichi stopped talking again. He scratched his head and sighed. Perhaps this was the best approach, but for Scorpion, it might actually be a huge problem. After all, Amemiya Kenichi knew some of Scorpion's past experiences. Just because he knew, didn't mean he could empathize, and, from a perspective of someone who had experienced it, persuade Scorpion to let it go. If that's the case, then I have to find a way. Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head. Just then, Uchiha Hikaru and Deidara emerged from their hiding place, waving happily. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head. Forget it, let's have some hot pot first, and then figure out how to obtain Chiyo's reincarnation. It didn't take long for Kenichi Amemiya to come up with a solution this time. Yeah, I'm so stupid. The hidden Jiki Tensei is a forbidden jutsu in the Sand Village. If it's listed as such, doesn't that mean it's even recorded there? Otherwise, how could it be listed as such? Kenichi Amemiya pounded his palms, realizing something he'd previously overlooked. For a jutsu to be considered a forbidden jutsu in a village, it must be included in that village's forbidden scrolls. Konoha's forbidden scrolls contain numerous powerful ninjutsu, including impure world reincarnation. Wouldn't a dangerous jutsu like the hidden Jiki Tensei also fall into that category? So why bother looking for Chiyo? Couldn't he just infiltrate the Kazakage building in the Sand Village and find the record of the hidden Jiki Tensei? At this thought, Kenichi Amemiya's mood brightened considerably, even his swimming speed in the sand quickened. Why do you think Amemiya senpai is swimming in the sand? Deidara asked curiously as he washed dishes. Beside him, Uchiha Hikaru was fiddling with some strange gadgets. Brother said he was training, apparently trying to learn some kind of taijutsu. Uchiha Hikaru replied casually, then fiddled with the gadget in his hand. Making it was much more complicated than making gloves, but Amemiya senpai would definitely like it. Taijutsu? Amemiya senpai is so strong, yet he's still learning taijutsu. What a remarkable person. Deidara gazed at the man swimming in the desert with admiration. He had thought that reaching Amemiya senpai's artistic level would be enough for him, but he didn't expect Amemiya senpai to be satisfied. Instead, he constantly sought ways to become even stronger. He truly was my idol. On the other side, on a sand dune, Sasori sat on a pile of sand, gazing into the distance. That was the direction of the sand village, a place that, for him, held both pain and joy. A place he now avoided like the very plague. His eyes were vacant, as if he were trying to recall something. Well, it's about time now. I should be able to get out and get ready. Amemiya Kenichi crawled out of the desert. Normally, swimming in the desert would be nearly impossible, but ninja's physical fitness was different from that of ordinary people. So, while this kind of swimming seemed a bit outrageous, it was still manageable for Amemiya Kenichi's current physical condition, though a bit strenuous. Amemiya Kenichi planned to quickly enter the sand village and retrieve what he needed. However, the sand village had just experienced his attack, so they were certainly on high alert, making a direct entry difficult. However, Amemiya Kenichi had already thought of a solution. Deidara, didn't Mr. Sanzuamado research a new bomb for you? Amemiya Kenichi asked, looking at Deidara with a smile. He needed Deidara's help with his plan this time. A feint to the east and attack in the west, a simple but effective tactic. Well, Senior Amemiya, Mr. Sanzu made this for me. It's very useful, but the only problem is that I haven't found the most powerful way to explode it. Deidara, somewhat embarrassed, took out an object. Amemiya Kenichi took it and took a look. He was stunned for a moment. Wow, a four-wheeled car? No, it's more like one of those self-destructing cars in Call of Duty. Mr. Sanzu, you're really creative. Amemiya Kenichi raised an eyebrow. This guy Amemiya's technology tree was quite strange. So, what's the maximum detonation range of this thing you have now? Amemiya Kenichi couldn't help but ask. If the distance was too short, Deidara would be in danger. Well, I've tried, and the best I can do is about 700 meters. Deidara scratched his head sheepishly. Amemiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. 700 meters? It would have been easy near Konoha, given the abundance of cover there. But near the sand village, there's nothing but sand. Even with camouflage, avoiding detection is a bit of a gamble. Kenichi, do you need any help? Sasori approached, his expression now much calmer. If you're willing to help, that would be great, but are you sure you're okay? Amemiya Kenichi looked at Sasori. The future Sasori would be merciless, but the present Sasori wasn't always so. Time can change many things. I also want to settle some past matters. Sasori took a deep breath and spoke seriously. Amemiya Kenichi nodded. With Sasori's help, things would be easier. So the only question now is. Amemiya Kenichi looked at Uchiha Hikaru, who was curiously saying something to Deidara. Then Uchiha Hikaru squatted down and stretched out his hand to poke Deidara's self-destructing truck. Is that Deidara's look? Amemiya Kenichi looked at Deidara's terrified eyes and then instantly realized something. But before Amemiya Kenichi could pounce, the self-destructing truck exploded. With a loud bang, the sand dune was directly blown into a pit, and some glass crystals could be seen. Amemiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. Okay, it seems that Uchiha Hikaru is really not suitable to act with Deidara. Chapter 334. Fear makes people shrink, while trauma makes people furious. Fortunately, while the explosion had been unexpected, Deidara had clearly been prepared for it. His prompt response saved Kenichi Amemiya from the embarrassing situation of being injured before the battle even began. This made Kenichi Amemiya look twice at Deidara. What had the unfortunate little fellow endured while he was away? Fortunately, the explosion wasn't very powerful this time. My test base was already destroyed by Deidara's explosion. After being struck by Deidara's blast, a smile spread across Scorpion's face, a look of deep emotion evident. Kenichi Amemiya couldn't help but glance sideways, genuinely curious about what his friend and Deidara had been through. Why were they so skilled? Kenichi Amemiya couldn't help but pat Scorpion on the shoulder. Scorpion had truly worked hard while he was away. Being with Deidara meant constantly preparing for his lab to explode, which was why Kenichi Amemiya hadn't chosen to keep Deidara in his lab in the first place. It's good to be alive, Amemiya Kenichi sighed. No wonder explosives research labs have such high security levels and are relatively far from populated areas. Otherwise, if they suddenly exploded one day, it would be a devastating disaster. Sasori looked at his friend blankly. He had a feeling his friend had a hidden agenda, but he couldn't tell what it was. However, he could sense a subtle pity. PFFT. Uchiha Hikaru wiped her hair and spat out the sand in her mouth. Only then did she understand why her brother Amemiya had warned her to be careful around Deidara. Of course, she had never expected that a simple touch on that strange little car would cause it to explode so violently right in front of her. This was truly fascinating. Now, let me lay out the mission for this time. Deidara, you and Sasori will harass the Sand village and draw their attention. I'll infiltrate and retrieve the items we need. Then, after I send a signal, you will evacuate immediately. Amemiya Kenichi briefly outlined the mission. It was called a mission, but in essence, it was just a small operation. If he weren't worried about Sasori or Deidara forgetting to evacuate, he wouldn't have bothered to explain it. After all, such an operation didn't require much explanation. If this were a game, then this mission would be a tutorial for beginners, not much to explain. No problem. How far do we need to go? Sasori asked, his hands folded. Behind him, there was nothing. The puppets were still contained in special sealing scrolls, awaiting Sasori's summons. Make it a big show, but don't go all out. Just attract enough attention. Amemiya Kenichi thought for a moment, then said that this battle only needed to distract troublesome guys like Rata. Amemiya Kenichi, the remaining Jounin, would handle the rest of the fight himself. He had studied illusion techniques with his teacher for quite some time, so simply confusing his enemies wasn't a difficult task, not to mention the Sharingan. Amemiya-san, where's me? Uchiha Hikaru stood up. She hadn't heard her name. Kenichi Amemiya glanced at Hikaru Uchiha. This question truly troubled him, given his unique identity and abilities. You will also be responsible for operating with Sasori and Deidara on the periphery. Kenichi Amemiya pondered for a moment, before offering his answer. Great. Hikaru Uchiha had jumped up happily. Sasori gave him a concerned look. Though Sasori didn't say anything, Kenichi Amemiya understood what Sasori meant. He shrugged helplessly, then returned a reassuring look. He had considered whether to have Hikaru Uchiha hide or follow him, but after careful consideration, he realized neither option seemed ideal. Ultimately, Kenichi Amemiya made up his mind. He decided to have Hikaru Uchiha accompany Sasori and Deidara. This would give him more peace of mind. He couldn't possibly let Hikaru Uchiha avoid combat forever, could he? Ninjas, those born in this era, must be prepared for battle. It was unfortunate. Peace had been elusive from this world for far too long. Hikari, while I don't know if you've ever fought before, I still want to remind you to be careful and not get carried away. Remember to stay with Sasori and Deidara, Amemiya Kenichi warned, observing Uchiha Hikaru's joy. This girl held a special purpose. She would be a key, a very important key. Furthermore, Amemiya Kenichi found Hikaru quite adorable and naturally didn't want anything to happen to her. Yes, Amemiya, I'll be careful. Uchiha Hikaru nodded earnestly, though excitement shone in her eyes. After all, after being sealed for so long, this was the first time she could fight. Uchiha Hikaru looked down at the object in her hand. It was still unfinished, a strange object whose structure was indecipherable. In the past, she had fought for her family, for her parents, for the glory of the Uchiha clan, as her parents called it, and yet her family had treated her in return. Now, she wanted to fight for one person. Amemiya Kenichi was unaware of the complex emotions swirling within Uchiha Hikaru. He hurriedly departed, after giving his instructions. The sooner he could obtain the scroll of forbidden techniques from the Sand village, the better, otherwise it would be a real hassle. Amemiya Kenichi hated trouble. Well then, Deidara, Hikaru, let's go. Sasori took the reins of command without hesitation. No one knew the Sand village better than he did, and no one knew better than him which areas would be the most important targets for the village, even necessitating the deployment of the Kazakage. Rata, the Sand village, the village he had once lived in, now stood against him. Do a good job with the relief work, and keep patrolling at night. Be careful of the enemy in the air. In the Sand village, the Kazakage, Rata, was giving instructions to his subordinates with a worried look on his face. Even though it was already dark, the village was still brightly lit. No one felt sleepy. The people of Sand village gathered together, silently helping those who had lost their homes and families in the Tenma attack. Even the ninja, who used to hold themselves in high esteem, wept at the suffering of the civilians. Even the village's highest official, Kazekage Rasa, had to deal with a multitude of matters, most notably the night watch. The villagers were now like frightened birds, the slightest noise causing them to panic and tremble with fear. Okay, Master Kazekage, we've arranged enough patrol ninja to ensure the situation doesn't recur during the day, the Sand Village Jonin whispered. Though the Kazekage building was far from the site of the attack, it was still affected. The Kazekage building was covered in debris. The ninjas wanted to clear it away, but Rasa refused, saying he needed the debris as a reminder of today's shame. Well, it seems the barrier team needs to invest more in this kind of attack. Rasa pinched his brow. He had previously thought that with hot air balloons and airships, there was no need to invest in defensive barrier research, but today's events had slapped him in the face. The barrier team's investment must be increased, and the larger the better. If the defensive barrier had held today's attack, the massive loss of life and property wouldn't have been such a disaster for the already impoverished Sand Village. Furthermore, according to Granny Chihio, Tenma must have been hired by someone to attack the village. Only other villages would hire a notorious mercenary like Tenma and Air to launch a direct attack on their village. It can't be Konoha. If it were Konoha, there would be no need for this. Granny Chihio spoke with such certainty that Rasa was curious about her certainty. Because I've fought all the villages, I know their personalities well. Upon hearing Rasa's question, Chihio offered an answer that left him speechless. Chihio was indeed a veteran who had experienced countless wars, possessing a sufficiently accurate perspective on the state of the ninja world. Even after becoming Kazekage, Rasa still needed to consult Chihio and her brother when making decisions. Even the choice of Shukaku's sealer was suggested by Chihio, and Rasa had no objection. For his village, Rasa would sacrifice everything, even himself, not to mention his son. Iwagakure and Karigakure. Rasa's eyes grew heavy. While the Tenma's attack had undoubtedly caused considerable trouble for Sand Village, he saw the greatest threat as the one who had hired the Tenma. Anoki, that Tsuchikage of Iwagakure was a strong possibility. This old man liked to exploit the opponent's strength and sometimes made gambles, so he was a strong possibility. The other was the Hidden Mist Village. After all, for the isolated Hidden Mist Village, the emergence of hot air balloons and airships allowed them to distance themselves from the ninja world and even significantly weakened their offensive and defensive capabilities. Therefore, the Hidden Mist Village might even provoke a war with the other 4 villages for its own benefit. Boom. A loud noise erupted, and Rasa instinctively looked over. In the distance, he could see a dazzling glow of fire in the darkness. Rasa's pupils shrank. Demon. No, there was only one explosion, and that location. Oh no. Rasa scurried over. That was a secret storage facility in the Hidden Mist Village, housing a vast treasure trove known only to a few high-ranking members of the village. And that was the location of the recent attack. If other parts of the village were attacked, Rasa might not be so furious, but that place couldn't afford to be harmed. If anything happened there, it would be a major disaster. The Hidden Mist Village was already poor enough. If it was bombed or destroyed, it would be completely bankrupt. The higher-ups, realizing this, sprang into action. Without the money, all development in the Sand Village would be stagnant, and even some compensation payments would be impossible. What's that? Before Rasa could even run over, he saw a massive black figure rising from the other side. Its size was enormous, like a 5-story building. The next moment, an even more violent explosion shook the Sand Village's defensive barrier, while a dazzling fire illuminated the other figure. It was a massive. Rasa couldn't put his finger on it, but he swore he'd never seen anything so unique. It looked like a giant Iron Man. Activate war mode. The Iron Man shouted, and before Rasa's horrified eyes, he raised his massive fist and swung it at the defensive barrier. Don't even think about it. Rasa's furious roar was heard by Kenichi Amemiya, who was standing outside. He gazed at the massive puppet in the distance and licked his lips. That's so cool. Sure enough, men should play Gundam. But now's not the time for that. Amemiya Kenichi tugged at the brim of his hat, then jumped down from the building and headed for the Kazekage building ahead. All he needed to do now was enter the building, quickly locate the forbidden scroll, and take what he needed. Amemiya Kenichi moved quickly, needing to allow time for any unexpected changes. For example, the Forbidden Scroll wasn't stored in the Kazakage building in the Sand Village, but was instead located elsewhere. While the information Scorpion had provided suggested the scroll should be in the Kazakage building, that was the work of the previous Kazakage, and whether the current Kazakage would have placed it elsewhere remained uncertain. However, now was the perfect time to act. Damn the demon. Damn the attacker. The explosion ignited fear in the Sand Village, but fear breeds anger, and when coupled with trauma, people often become furious. Amemiya Kenichi continued to walk, concealing his presence, surrounded by the enraged Sand Village ninja and civilians. Even civilians, with little combat ability, grabbed their weapons, their eyes reddened as they rushed to the scene of the attack. This is truly troublesome. We need to make this a quick fight, Amemiya Kenichi sighed. The Iwagakure village truly had perpetrated such wicked deeds. Although he owned the blade, he was merely doing it for a fee. They needed to hurry up, or else Scorpion and the others would be trapped and in trouble. Chapter 335 Unexpected Trouble. At the Kazakage building, Kenichi Amemiya had no desire to see what this absolute seat of power in the Sand Village looked like. He hurriedly infiltrated and quickly headed for the Kazakage's office. I wonder what Scorpion and his men attacked, but it's so weak here that the defenses are so weakened. Kenichi Amemiya surveyed his surroundings. As the administrative center of the Sand Village, the Kazakage building had retained some defenses, even in the face of an attack. However, they were too weak. When Kenichi Amemiya entered, only 2 Sand Village ANBU guarded the entrance. After entering the Kazakage building, he hadn't encountered a single person. As Kenichi Amemiya slowly approached the Kazakage's office, he heard noises from within, which made him frown slightly. Someone else was inside? But that was understandable. If there were no one guarding the place, Kenichi Amemiya would have suspected he was, like Naruto, being set up by the old Sannin to facilitate his acquisition of the Forbidden Scroll. A strange sound echoed through Amemiya Kenichi's face, a strange expression on his face. It didn't sound like a mature ninja's voice, more like a child's. So, what had happened? Now isn't the time to discuss this. He shook his head. He then carefully prepared the items he needed, setting up a simple Nirvana shrine technique. He took a deep breath and quickly opened the door to the Kazakage's office. His Sharingan activated, and upon opening the door, he saw what was inside. 3 Sand Village ninjas were guarding 2 young boys and a little girl. The girl stared out the window with concern, and all 3 ninjas instinctively glanced toward the door. It was human nature, just like when someone calls your name from behind. While walking down the street, most people's reaction is to turn around and look. Similarly, upon hearing a door open, most people would glance towards the door. And it was that glance that caught Amemiya Kenichi's eye, the spinning Megatama. Under the combined effects of the Nirvana Shrine technique and the Sharingan illusion, 2 of the 3 ninjas fainted, while the third was momentarily dazed. Without hesitation, Amemiya Kenichi rushed forward with a flash of his body, silencing them forever with a single strike. Temari, Gaara and Kankuro? Amemiya Kenichi glanced at the 3 unconscious children and instantly recognized them. No. Amemiya Kenichi was stunned. Beside Temari and Kankuro, who had been knocked unconscious by the Nirvana Shrine technique, the red-haired boy opened his eyes and glared at him with a fierce, bloodthirsty gaze. It was Shukaku. Amemiya Kenichi's pupils shrank, and he immediately understood what was happening. The word love carved on the child's forehead, the cold expression, and the dark circles under his eyes all confirmed that the child was Gaara. Since becoming a Jinkriki, Gaara had suffered from insomnia and a short temper due to the constant torture from Shukaku. While technically the characters above Gaara's head are actually Heart and Shao, when combined, they form the word love. So Amemiya Kenichi naturally found the love easier to remember. If Gaara fell into a deep sleep, Shukaku would easily be able to take over his body. As we all know, while some early Naruto settings have been compromised, the tailed beasts are indeed resistant to Jinjutsu. While the Nirvana Shrine Jutsu is effective, it's still somewhat challenging against the tailed beasts. Furthermore, Amemiya Kenichi hadn't recalled the incident, so he didn't immediately cast the Sharingan Jinjutsu on Gaara. Shukaku, if you dare to cause trouble, I don't mind reminding you of the pain you once suffered, Amemiya Kenichi whispered, narrowing his eyes as he watched Gaara, who had already climbed to his feet using the sand as support. He also grasped a test tube and briefly glanced at his research progress. Current research target, would release, research progress. 99.98%, would release is almost complete. With it, beating the tailed beasts would be like beating his own son. But even if Shukaku doesn't give him the time, he has a backup plan, the Manjaki Sharingan, which he had just taken out from the sealing scroll, and was given by a bandaged man who wishes to remain anonymous. The Manjaki Sharingan's power is enough to trap Shukaku in Jinjutsu and control him. Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha had already dealt a heavy blow to the tailed beasts. However, if Shukaku could pretend not to see it, that would be the best option. Amemiya Kenichi came in to retrieve something, not to fight Shukaku. You're looking for death, brat. Shukaku roared furiously. Its temper was already bad, and after the death of old man Bunfuku, it had become even more violent. And then there was the threat from Amemiya Kenichi. The next moment, a massive ball of wind erupted from its mouth, slowly taking shape from sand. Amemiya Kenichi dodged it with a flash of his body, and the ball of wind surged out, piercing the wall of the Kazakage building and causing a powerful vibration outside. HMPH, Amemiya Kenichi cursed inwardly. If it weren't for the fact that this guy was annoying, and he was in a hurry to find something to reunite with Sasori and the others, Amemiya Kenichi would have shown Shukaku, that fool, what it meant to be a man of tact. Forget it. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head, then stamped his foot fiercely. The next second, he launched a powerful kick, catching Shukaku's sand shield. The powerful force instantly sent Shukaku and Gaara flying, smashing through the wall and landing outside. If I hadn't mastered the 8 gates yet, Amemiya Kenichi curled his lips, then quickly searched the Kazakage's office for what he needed. Originally, he wasn't in a hurry, and could have taken his time, but now he couldn't. He'd forgotten Shukaku's existence, and his negligence had allowed him to control Gaara, causing him some minor trouble. Fortunately, with the help of his shadow clone jutsu, Amemiya Kenichi quickly found the scroll of forbidden techniques in a sealed room. He briefly opened it and examined it, then found the jutsu he needed on the back page. But I didn't expect this jutsu was also recorded, the soil of the dead. After obtaining the soil of the dead, Amemiya Kenichi came across another intriguing jutsu. Earth style, creation, soil of the dead, a unique resurrection jutsu, but compared to the impure world reincarnation, it was a complete jump, complicated to prepare and impractical, so Amemiya Kenichi didn't bother to examine it further. The scroll of forbidden techniques also contained some strange ninjutsu, but most required special bloodline limits to use. Kenichi Amemiya glanced at a few and then left. He had no choice but to leave. He could hear a loud noise outside. Roar. A violent roar echoed, and then a hand made of sand blasted through the wall and grabbed at Kenichi Amemiya. It's not over yet. Kenichi Amemiya frowned, but he didn't continue to fight Shukaku. Instead, he quickly dodged and ran towards the outskirts of the sand village. Shukaku. Just after leaving the Kazakage building, Kenichi Amemiya heard Rasa's furious voice. At the same time, Kenichi Amemiya unleashed a simple firework tube. A dazzling firework shot up into the sky, blooming like a flower in the night sky. This was the retreat signal agreed upon by Kenichi Amemiya and Sasori. Tenma? This movement also caught Kenichi Amemiya's attention, and countless sand suddenly rushed towards Kenichi Amemiya. Lord Kazakage, I'm already planning to retreat. Are you planning to chase me? Or are you going to deal with the runaway Ichibi? Amemiya Kenichi easily dodged Rasa's attack, offering a warning. Rasa stared at the now half-formed Shukaku, then at the fleeing Amemiya Kenichi, his teeth gnashing with determination. He desperately wanted to charge and kill him, but as the Kazakage, he knew Shukaku was the greatest threat to the village. Amemiya Kenichi quickly left the sand village, feeling somewhat pleased with himself. There were always ways to restrain those bound by bonds, but of course, if the opponent was purely selfish and had no regard for others' lives, that wouldn't work. However, as soon as he left the sand village, Amemiya Kenichi noticed his attacker. In the moonlight, Chiyo, her eyes narrowed by her age, stood silently watching him. 10 puppets flanked her. Chiyo, aren't you going to help? Amemiya. Kenichi paused. The other party was already prepared. Escape would be difficult unless he possessed a jutsu like Flying Thunder God. That's Rasa's business. I have my own business. Chiyo coughed twice, and then 10 puppets simultaneously attacked Amemiya. Kenichi. A 10-man popular attack right off the bat? Amemiya. Kenichi fretted, dodging these troublesome puppets. Fighting puppeteers wasn't easy. These troublesome creatures always had strange attack methods, and the puppet strings weren't that fragile. Even when you tried to attack the strings, you were vulnerable to attacks from other puppets. This was why the more puppets you had, the harder it was to deal with. However, puppeteers who could control multiple puppets were rare. Chiyo, I have news, Amemiya. Kenichi said as he dodged. At the same time, a thick fog began to spread. Even with a wine-style jutsu, it would quickly fill up, forcing Chiyo to use some puppets for protection. But she ignored Kenichi Amemiya's words. She had seen all manner of fighting and verbal attacks. Red Sand Scorpion, do you know? Kenichi Amemiya's figure loomed in the thick fog, his voice erratic. His words made Chiyo's tranquil heart tremble. Red Sand Scorpion? How could she not know? This was her grandson, her pitiful grandson, the one who had betrayed the Sand village. People's hearts always harbored these and other concerns. Kenichi Amemiya was already standing not far behind Chiyo, thunder quietly pulsing in his hands. With just one strike, Kenichi Amemiya could rip the frail old man's heart apart. But this was the only chance. The other 10 members of Chiyo's group were still engaged in battle with his shadow clones ahead, unaware of his presence. Forget it. Kenichi Amemiya shook his head and quietly departed. Once he was far enough away, the shadow clones quietly exploded, leaving nothing behind. You didn't even make a move. Chiyo clutched a bottle in her hand. She turned and glanced behind her. There was nothing there, only the quiet sand dunes. Then, her aged eyes gazed forward. That was where the strange creature had fought. Chiyo had gone there, discovered something, and left, her heart restless. And here at Tenma, she had a theory. The Red Sand Scorpion. Chiyo sighed. The 10 returned to her side, guarding the elderly woman as they headed towards the Sand village, where another battle would require her assistance. Or perhaps not. Finally, I've got it. Now I can finally give an account to Mr. Sanzuamado. Amemiya. Kenichi copied what he had memorized onto the scroll. His Sharingan was highly discerning and capable of memorizing these things, but to prevent any omissions, he recorded everything immediately. Amemiya and Uchiha Hikaru ran over happily, her face beaming with joy. Thank you for your hard work. Amemiya. Kenichi smiled at the 3 people in front of him, and then looked at Sasori with particular attention. Uchiha Hikaru and Idara were both normal, with no discomfort. Only Sasori had a confused and complicated look on his face. Amemiya. Kenichi scratched his head. Reality was not anim, and he didn't have any bloodline limits. It was never easy to persuade someone. Grandma Chiyo's body is really strong. She just controlled 10 puppets to attack me. Amemiya. Kenichi rubbed Hikaru's head and told her about his experience. Sasori's body stiffened, and then he continued to look into the distance, as if nothing had happened. But she is too old, and I have no interest in bullying the elderly, so I just cast a mist Hikari jutsu and ran away. Amemiya. Kenichi said with a chuckle. Amemiya. Kenichi noticed that Sasori breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 336 Murphy's Law. Kenichi Amemiya was about to say something, but then he felt a strange new memory emerge. These memories were related to wood release. Kenichi Amemiya realized that he had mastered wood release. Wood release. Kenichi Amemiya scratched his head. Wood release was a powerful ninjutsu, and even more powerful when combined with senjutsu. The first Hokage had used it to defeat Uchiha Madara, a skill he never forgot. While Kenichi Amemiya now understood the general principles of wood release and some of its details, he was still some distance away from being able to perform it with the same perfection as the first Hokage. This wasn't Kenichi Amemiya's primary reason for studying wood release. If it were to become stronger, he would have plenty of other things to research. Wood release was for something else. If it's wood release, then it should be able to speed up the cultivation cycle of crops. Kenichi Amemiya took a sip of hot tea from his cup, and a warm current instantly warmed him from the inside out. Kenichi Amemiya had long worried about the food problem. While the ninja world cultivated abundant crops, the people were still very unsophisticated in terms of growing them, barely even knowing how to fertilize them. And what about anything else? Nothing at all. Kenichi Amemiya even witnessed simple villagers planting fruit trees, delighted to see them laden with fruit, only to discover that the fruit tasted rather ordinary. This wasn't surprising, considering the ninja world's standard of living. The people poured all their resources into the war effort, resulting in high salaries for the ninja and a lack of survivability for the common people. Peacetime was the time for rapid advancement in non-military technology. In an effort to cultivate superior crops, Kenichi Amemiya had obtained some agricultural books from his teacher, but he realized that the yields from such crops were entirely dependent on luck. This wasn't going to work. His cheats weren't designed to increase his luck, so Kenichi Amemiya embarked on a research project focused on improving crops. So far, there have been some successes. At least a number of new varieties of crops have been cultivated in the Land of Rain, though the latest ones are still in his possession. He has given them to Fenghua Xiaoxu, asking her to begin cultivating them in suitable areas of the Land of Snow. However, while the Land of Snow is remote and conducive to developing power, its climate is harsh. Kenichi Amemiya believes that, even if he plants his improved crops exclusively in the Land of Snow, yields would be limited. Researching cold-resistant crops is essential. This would significantly increase food reserves. With sufficient food and land, the population could explode, and a large population means a large pool of ninja. It would be even better if some talented ninja, like Sensei or Jiraiya, emerged from this land. Or perhaps once we've almost finished converting ninja, we can start with the Hidden Mist Village. With the Land of Water, we should be able to support even more ninja. Amemiya Kenichi narrowed his eyes, his fingers unconsciously rubbing his teacup. However, there was a small problem with all of this. It required speeding up the cultivation of crops. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to achieve results with the annual cultivation cycle. This was why Amemiya Kenichi was researching would release. Kenichi, do you need to take something back as proof of your mission? Sasori approached, his own cup of hot tea in hand, but he didn't drink it. The desert night had already chilled it, but that didn't calm his restless heart. No need. Besides the people of Sand Village, there are definitely spies from other villages in the Hidden Mist Village. They'll all spread this information. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head. He wasn't really worried about this issue. Besides, the Iwagakure village wouldn't refuse to pay unless they wanted to experience the feeling of revenge. Old Man Noki was quite savvy. Of all the villages, the Iwagakure village was the most forthcoming in paying their bills. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed. Amemiya Kenichi stood up, squinting his eyes as he gazed into the distance. He wondered where the explosion had come from. But he was curious, they had left no trace along the way. How had they been pursued? Pursuers? Scorpion also stood up, his eyes tinged with excitement. If they were indeed pursuers. Not likely. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head. The flashes of explosions occasionally lit up not far away, suggesting a ninja battle. This kind of thing wasn't uncommon in the ninja world. Some towns of some strength would station ninja to guard against potential conflicts. For example, when the teacher and Jiraiya fought, even though Jiraiya was trying to avoid them, half the town was destroyed. Of course, it is also to prevent some poor ninjas from coming to rob. Although the ninja villages in their own country will arrange ninjas to suppress the bandits, when they know about this, the stolen money will definitely not be recovered. So it is better to pay for ninjas than not have ninjas. And those poor villages and towns that have no strength at all can only rely on themselves, or the people can spontaneously organize to fight against them. However, even if the ninjas deal with ordinary people, it can be said to be a dimensionality reduction attack. So all kinds of dirty tricks are played. Kenichi Amemiya was once reminded by his teacher that he should not drink casually when he is outside, and he needs to monitor his own food when he eats. Some ninjas were killed because of carelessness when they ate drugs put in by ordinary people. They became a negative example for a group of new ninjas. Seeing that it was just a fight between ninjas, Kenichi Amemiya lost the motivation to continue watching. Those guys fighting to the death had nothing to do with him. If he had to intervene when he saw such things, then he would not have to do anything else. Looks like they're heading our way. Uchiha Hikaru tiptoed, surveying the distance. Hearing this, Amemiya Kenichi glanced back. Indeed, the flames were getting closer, and a faint silhouette could be seen. Amemiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. He'd deliberately hidden, yet they'd still come looking for him. He was speechless, unsure whether he was lucky or unlucky. Amemiya-senpai, do you want me to prepare my big gun? Deidara excitedly pulled out a sealing scroll. He'd only blasted a few times in the previous battle, then being constantly chased by Rasa and his men. He had absolutely no combat experience. Never mind, as long as they don't find us. Amemiya Kenichi glanced over there. The airship wouldn't be able to take off now. Ninjas can run quite fast, and the airship was parked somewhere else. He'd need a summon to get it there. But there's something cliched, yet sometimes true, called Murphy's Law. However, Kenichi Amemiya felt it was important to correct Murphy's Law. It doesn't mean the least you want to happen is the most likely to happen, but rather anything that could go wrong will eventually go wrong. In other words, if you think something might go wrong, then the probability of it going wrong is very high, but not absolute. While the former interpretation has some issues, they aren't major, and it's a valid and easy to understand explanation. Murphy's Law is often cited by researchers conducting experiments, encouraging them to be more cautious and careful in their research. It's really heading straight for us. Kenichi Amemiya sighed. He hadn't expected to run into someone in such a remote area. If the person running ahead didn't look like a young boy, and if neither Kenichi Amemiya nor Sasori had noticed anything unusual before, Kenichi Amemiya would have suspected the Sand village had somehow located them and was attacking them. Catch that damn spy. The voice grew louder as the figure approached. Kenichi Amemiya stood calmly on the sand dune, staring ahead. A spy? That wasn't surprising. Every country and every ninja village had spies from other villages. The 5 major nations were bound to have spies, and so were the smaller nations. Everyone even knew each other had spies. Those who should be caught were caught, and those who couldn't were caught. After all, spies are known for their ability to disguise themselves. But what intrigued Kenichi Amemiya was that the spy being chased didn't look very old. How did he become a spy? Being a spy isn't something you can just do. Being too old doesn't work. Age implies rich life experience, making it easier to investigate. And it's impossible for someone to be unknown, right? Their social connections are easier to trace. And being too young isn't a problem either. Not only can they not understand the tasks and training required of a spy, but they can also pose problems when questioned by the enemy. Furthermore, each ninja village has its own specialized management methods for young people, making infiltration difficult. Therefore, most spies are young or middle-aged. This makes it easier to deploy, maintain peak strength, and maintain a decent mental state. However, this is all during non-wartime, as wartime brings more darkness. Let's go, Scorpion. Amemiya Kenichi put on his mask and leaped onto a towering stone pillar, standing there quietly. As the group approached, the figures of Amemiya Kenichi and his companions became visible. The pursued man looked up and saw 2 figures of varying heights standing atop the towering stone pillar, looking down at him in the moonlight. They were also wearing strange clothing with what looked like red cloud patterns. What kind of organization was this? Should we take action? Scorpion asked, standing beside Amemiya Kenichi. He was excited, almost eager to go out and spill their blood all over the desert. Let's take a look first. Amemiya Kenichi was not in a hurry. He felt that the boy before him looked familiar, especially the glasses. The look reminded him of someone. But should he be here now? Amemiya Kenichi was unsure. After all, he didn't know much about this man's past, only some of what happened later. Those 2, they looked like Akatsuki uniforms. They're Tenma. The leading Sand village Jonin recognized the 2 men standing atop the stone pillar, his fists clenched. His wife had perished in today's attack by the Tenma. Reason told him to retreat. The enemy was formidable. The Kazakage had just instructed him to proceed with caution when encountering a Tenma. But the thought of his wife's bright eyes, now forever locked in a state of eternal darkness, ignited a raging rage within him. Tenma. The Jonin roared in anger, then launched a swift, wind-style vacuum attack at Kenichi Amemiya. Some of the other ninjas hesitated, but most followed their captain's lead. You go ahead. Kenichi Amemiya glanced at Scorpion beside him. Scorpion nodded, and the massive robot once again loomed above the desert. Looking at the massive puppet, Kenichi Amemiya suddenly felt a surge of curiosity. Why wouldn't something so heavy sink when standing on the sand? Was it because the contact surface was so large, resulting in less pressure? But now wasn't the time to discuss such matters. Kenichi Amemiya ignored Scorpion, who was testing the puppet's strength and venting his emotions, and jumped down directly. Then he looked at the spy standing obediently below. The closer Kenichi Amemiya got, the more he felt that this person should be the one he thought of. Kao Yakushi? Kenichi Amemiya asked with narrowed eyes. The other party raised his head, with a blank look in his eyes under the lenses, as if asking who Kabuto Yakushi was. Is Dean no Yakushi okay? Kenichi Amemiya said with a smile. He was also in the orphanage before, but he followed the teacher early on, so he really had never seen Kabuto Yakushi, but he still knew no Yakushi. Who are you? Kabuto Yakushi could not hold it in any longer. If it was just his own name, he could still play dumb, but the other party even knew the other person's name, so he should not be deliberately deceiving him. Kenichi Amemiya smiled. It turned out to be you, Kabuto Yakushi. When Kenichi Amemiya looked at this Yakushi, Orochimaru's imitator, the master of impure world reincarnation, the unlucky guy who was abused countless times by Itachi, the big black hand of the ninja world, who was magically whitewashed, Kabuto. Although he knew it might be him, but now that it was confirmed, Kenichi Amemiya was still very excited. After all, this is Kabuto Yakushi, a ninja with very good talent, although he was whitewashed. But thinking about the fact that even Doji was whitewashed in the later period, Kenichi Amemiya felt that it was not surprising that Kabuto Yakushi would be whitewashed. Is Nono still alive? Kenichi Amemiya did not answer, but asked a question in return. Chapter 337, Pharmacist Kabuto. It's been a long time since I've seen Nono. Kabuto Yakushi shook his head, curiously eyeing Kenichi Amemiya's attire. He didn't recall ever seeing this man before, but his attire was quite unique. And according to what he'd heard earlier, this man was a demon. He was quite a prominent figure. Dean Nono is a good man, just a bit unlucky. Kenichi Amemiya smiled. He didn't mind revealing his identity to Kabuto Yakushi, knowing that his future didn't lie with Konoha. However, compared to Kabuto Yakushi, the worst fate was Nono, who died at Kabuto's hands, not even recognizing the child he once adopted. While this was Danzo's fault, it was still a dark one. Kenichi Amemiya had a deep impression of Kabuto Yakushi. After all, after his teacher was killed by Sasuke, Kabuto successfully became the main boss of the next phase, responsible for bringing out Obito and Black Zetsu, the two masterminds behind the plot. Furthermore, Kabuto Yakushi was a key figure in promoting cremation in the ninja world. After all, the impure world reincarnation had indeed brought unexpected trouble to the 5 great ninja villages. Even Uchiha Madara was resurrected by Kabuto Yakushi through the impure world reincarnation. Although, to some extent, that was under Black Zetsu's guidance. Kenichi Amemiya believed that Black Zetsu wanted to prevent Obito from having any undesirable thoughts, so he used the impure world reincarnation of Uchiha Madara to contain and monitor him. It was a kind of tight control on Obito. Do you know Dean Nono? Kabuto Yakushi cautiously probed. Although he had been engaged in espionage work, he was not completely isolated from the world. He had heard some intel about the Tenma, including the Tenma attack on Konoha. Although the senior Tenma seemed to know Konoha well, or even Dean Nono, he was not sure about his attitude towards Konoha. It was always better to be cautious. I know him. Amemiya. Kenichi removed his mask, only to see bodies lying in a mess, lifeless, on the ground. Scorpion was using Unit 1 to hold the ninja captain who had just roared, squeezing him down bit by bit. Looks like this could be used as a juicer. Amemiya. Kenichi rubbed his chin. Scorpion looked truly miserable. Fortunately, these unfortunate individuals had taken it upon themselves to vent their anger, otherwise it would have been troublesome. Festering anger wasn't good for the body. As for the unfortunate ninja whose name he hadn't even mentioned, Amemiya. Kenichi had no feelings. Such things were completely common in the ninja world, and Amemiya. Kenichi had no sympathy for his enemies. Yakushi Kabuto's pupils shrank, and he lowered his head, He had seen this face of Amemiya Kenichi before. When he left the village on a mission, the root ninja who had been assigned to contact him had shown him a photo of Amemiya Kenichi and told him to report any sightings of him immediately, as the information was a high priority. There had been no further news of Kenichi Amemiya since then, but what he hadn't expected was that he'd actually removed his mask right in front of him. Kabuto Yakushi broke out in a cold sweat at the thought. He was a brilliant man, and precisely because of that, he understood what Kenichi Amemiya's removal of his mask meant. Will I die? Kabuto pursed his lips, his trembling legs betraying his uneasy state, but he persisted. Why do you think so? Kenichi Amemiya looked at him with amusement. He also wanted to see what kind of character this unfortunate man, exploited by Danzo, now possessed. While he knew the child had a promising future, even genius took time to develop. Before his teacher's death, Kabuto Yakushi was at best a decent medical ninja, but far from the kind of tragedies that would later ignite. It was his teacher's death that spurred Kabuto Yakushi to explore his own path, leading him to perfect Sage Transformation mode. It was merely the Sage mode of Raichido, a rather creepy one. And to Kenichi Amemiya, that meant some failed Sage mode. After all, he felt he had some understanding of Sage mode, considering the myths of his past life were the true Sage modes. The Sage modes cultivated by the three Holy Lands in Naruto all displayed certain characteristics, such as Jiraiya's toad pupils and Kabuto Yakushi's monstrous body, which could be considered a form of demonization. This intrigued Kenichi Amemiya. What exactly were these natural energies and Sage modes? What was Sage mode like before the emergence of chakra? How did the three Holy Lands master Sage mode? These were all questions that deeply intrigued him. Tenma and you, Senior Amemiya, are the same person. You're definitely not going to let me spread this news, are you? Kabuto Yakushi gave a wry smile. The moment he saw Kenichi Amemiya's face, he knew he was stuck. Information about the demon had always been a secret. Yakushi Kabuto had once been tasked with investigating the demon's true identity, but it was more of a reminder than a mission. If they could discover it by accident, that would be the best, but if they didn't, that wouldn't matter. They still had to carry out their original mission. It was like finding information about the demon's true identity was like buying a lottery ticket. If an informant stumbled upon it, they could report it and receive a generous reward. Failure to discover it was also fine. Even so, the demon's true identity remained a mystery, and no one knew it to this day. At least, the mission to investigate the demon's true identity had never been cancelled. But now that the demon had revealed its true identity right in front of him, Yakushi Kabuto understood what this meant. It meant the demon wasn't going to let him go. Otherwise, if he'd spread the news, it would have caused a huge uproar. Very clever, Amemiya Kenichi shrugged. He certainly wouldn't let Yakushi Kabuto pass on the information, but that wasn't the real reason. The main reason was that Amemiya Kenichi intended to recruit Yakushi Kabuto and make him his servant. Moreover, Kenichi Amemiya has arranged the future path. He will first learn medical ninjutsu, and then switch to Raichi Cave to learn Sage mode. By then, Kabuto Yakushi will be able to grow into a good combat force. What's more, Kabuto Yakushi has rich experience in spy work, which is very suitable for gathering some intelligence, such as the intelligence of Konoha. Kenichi Amemiya thought of a way to use it, that is, to let Kabuto Yakushi return to Konoha to continue to lurk as a spy. This is also the best way to use Kabuto Yakushi. However, considering the character of the old guy Danzo, Kenichi Amemiya feels that he still needs to be cautious. After all, Danzo is indeed the darkest existence in Konoha. Basically, he did all the bad things and took the blame. He can be called the pot shadow of Konoha, but the existence of this old guy is also very necessary. The development of a village is inseparable from the open Hokage like the Sannin, and the behind the scenes pot shadow like Danzo. But don't worry, I have no intention of killing you just yet. Amemiya Kenichi waved his hand with a chuckle. He truly had no particular murderous intentions towards Kabuto Yakushi. Before his dark transformation, the character had been quite interesting. Then what do I need to give? Kabuto Yakushi asked again. If Amemiya Kenichi didn't intend to kill him, then it proved he had other plans for him. But Kabuto Yakushi didn't know what he had to offer that was worth his attention. He was a man, not a woman, so naturally he couldn't provide that kind of service. And while he had some strength, he had nothing to show off in front of Tenma, right? Just look at the companion beside Tenma. The Sand Village ninjas who could chase him like dogs were now all undead in this desert, their bodies buried forever. So, did he need to be a spy? Go to Konoha as a spy? That was the only possibility Kabuto Yakushi could think of. Work for me, and as payment, I'll bring Yakushi Nono to you, so you can reunite with her. A faint smile crossed Amemiya Kenichi's face, a soft spot well known to Kabuto Yakushi. Sure enough, upon hearing Nono's name, Kabuto nodded in agreement. For Kabuto Yakushi, working for Konoha was indistinguishable from working for Kenichi Amemiya. Furthermore, while Danzo had previously promised him a meeting with Nono, that promise never materialized. How did the people of the Sand Village discover you? Kenichi Amemiya looked at Kabuto Yakushi, a touch curious. Kabuto Yakushi possessed considerable espionage skills, otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent out on missions so often. I've gathered intelligence that the Sand Village was attacked by the Tenma, resulting in heavy casualties. It seems you're using a new method of attack. This is high priority information and needs to be relayed as soon as possible. Then I'll. Kabuto Yakushi spoke honestly, leaving Kenichi Amemiya lost in thought. It seems that gathering intelligence on oneself has become a common practice in every ninja village. It's likely not just Konoha, but other villages are certainly doing it as well. Furthermore, with this information, which can be corroborated by other villages, Kenichi Amemiya believes that Kabuto Yakushi's return won't arouse Danzo's suspicion, and perhaps even earn him a chance to stay in Konoha with this accomplishment. Although Danzo possesses the root of tongue, this restriction can be removed. Sensei once researched it, but due to his busy schedule, he never completed it. Then you should convey this information back, and find a way to stay in Konoha and gather intelligence on the route. Kenichi Amemiya stroked his chin. Kabuto Yakushi figured there wasn't much point in following him now, and it would be better to return to Konoha and gather intelligence there. Furthermore, since Nono Yakushi is still alive, she'll be fine for a while. Kenichi Amemiya plans to visit Konoha soon, so he can gather information on Nono Yakushi and bring her back. After all, the man was a kindred person devoted to the orphanage. Amemiya Kenichi felt that letting her die at Kabuto Yakushi's hands was too tragic. There were orphans in the snow country too, and perhaps Nono would enjoy that place. Okay, Kabuto Yakushi didn't refuse, though he was also a little curious. If Amemiya Kenichi said that and let him go, wasn't he worried that he'd betray his information? Hold out your hand. Amemiya Kenichi pulled a syringe from the ceiling scroll. Kabuto Yakushi obediently held out his hand, and then he watched as Amemiya Kenichi injected a strange liquid into a vein in his arm. Kabuto Yakushi looked at his hand, feeling nothing unusual or uncomfortable. Alright, go ahead. I'll come find you when the time comes. Amemiya Kenichi waved. While Kabuto Yakushi might be powerful in the future, he wasn't worthy of much attention right now. It would be better to let him utilize his current strengths. Okay. Kabuto left, bewildered. He suspected Amemiya Kenichi had injected him with something, but he had no idea. He didn't feel any discomfort at all. If anything, it was probably just a slight pain at the needle point. But he was still Amemiya Kenichi, a demon himself, and Kabuto didn't think he'd let him go without injecting anything. Amemiya Kenichi stood back, watching Kabuto leave, before heading off to find Sasori. Kabuto had nothing to worry about. He'd originally planned to inject a parasite, but thinking of Konoha's Byakugan, he abandoned the idea. So, Kabuto only had some glucose solution in his hand. Nothing strange. Aren't you afraid he'll leak your information? Sasori, who had witnessed everything, asked his friend with a touch of curiosity. Of course I am. Besides, identities are like hard to find keys. If you're willing to look for them, you can always find them. Amemiya Kenichi shrugged. He didn't expect to keep his identity secret forever. Obito's true identity was revealed in the end. After all, Obito's identity had been speculated before, but no one believed it because it was so outrageous. Even Kakashi had suspected it at first, but because Obito had died in front of him, he had never been able to truly believe it. Let's go. It's time to return to the leader to hand in the mission. Amemiya Kenichi stretched lazily. This mission was completed, and it was time to go to the Rain Village to talk to the leader. Obito's recent actions had left Amemiya Kenichi a little confused. Amemiya Kenichi felt that he needed to quickly convince Nagato to make up his mind, then deal with Obito, the bastard, and send him to the Pure Land to meet Nohiro. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338 Tsunade, it's just an operation, you won't die. In Kenichi Amemiya's opinion, many people in the world of Naruto could be whitewashed, but Obito's whitewashing left him feeling somewhat bewildered. After all, Obito was the culprit behind a series of disastrous consequences, although this was also due to the fact that he was schemed against by Uchiha Madara. However, Obito had definitely done a lot of bad things, and the deaths of countless people were related to him. It was difficult for Obito to be whitewashed, and it could even be said that it was impossible to whitewash him, but in the end, he was still whitewashed. I hope everything goes well. The main Jiki Sharingan needs to be completed as soon as possible. Kenichi Amemiya rubbed his hands, then called Uchiha Hikaru and Sasori to board the airship together. Now it was time to find Nagato. Hokage-sama. In the Konoha Hokage building, Kakashi stood respectfully before Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kakashi, sorry to have kept you waiting. Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking a cigarette, coughing as he did so, while sorting through a pile of documents. It was incredibly complicated and messy, but Kakashi didn't look at them. Some things were forbidden. As a ninja from the ANBU, Kakashi knew this well. Kakashi, what do you think of Kenichi Amemiya? Sarutobi Hiruzen put down a document and tapped his pipe. The ash fell into the ashtray, emitting the strange smell of tobacco. Kakashi was stunned by the question. He hadn't expected the Hokage to call him here just to ask about this. Kenichi Amemiya. Thinking of his friend, Kakashi felt a complex feeling. He didn't know how to express his feelings. Kenichi Amemiya was a good friend to him, but he didn't know what the Hokage had called him here for. In my opinion, Kenichi Amemiya is a very easygoing person, cheerful, and not arrogant. He's also quite considerate of old friendships. Although Kakashi didn't know why Sarutobi Hiruzen had called him over to ask this question, he thought for a moment and then answered honestly. It was thanks to this good friend of his that Kakashi had avoided an embarrassing defeat in the Land of Snow. Easygoing, not arrogant, and still considerate of old friendships? Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered, wanting to sneer. Tenma is an easygoing person? No kidding. There were countless people in Konoha who wanted to tear him apart right now. However, this information was still under verification and couldn't be officially considered useful. Furthermore, the fact that Tenma was Kenichi Amemiya also gave Sarutobi Hiruzen some hesitation. After all, if this news were made public, he could imagine the huge public backlash that would hit Konoha. Even the villages attacked by Tenma might rise up and demand compensation from Konoha. Such a possibility wasn't impossible. There's no such thing as face in the ninja world. Any Kage would do anything for the good of the village. Kakashi looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in bewilderment. The elderly Hokage, after hearing what he had said, fell into deep thought, remaining silent. This made Kakashi uneasy. Could this be related to Kenichi Amemiya? However, he hadn't heard of Kenichi Amemiya being captured or his head brought back in a while. And frankly, Kakashi didn't think anyone could bring his friend back, as his strength surpassed that of an average jonin. Unless someone like Jiraiya-sama intervened. Kenichi Amemiya was Orochimaru's disciple, so whether Jiraiya would be able to capture him was still a question. Kakashi was well aware of the close relationship between the Sannin. When Orochimaru defected, Jiraiya had clearly let him go. Old man, Ian. At that moment, the office door opened, and a woman hurried in. It was Tsunade. Tsunade was still clutching some paperwork. Kakashi glanced over and saw the words hospital and diagnosis. He averted his gaze the next second, standing there with his eyes fixed on the inside, his mind focused. Some things were forbidden to be looked at. Kakashi, please leave first. Tsunade noticed Kakashi standing in the office and spoke bluntly. Kakashi glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who nodded before leaving. Although rumors circulated in the village that Tsunade-sama would become the next Hokage, the old man still held the position. Tsunade, take a look at this. Sarutobi Hiruzen tossed the document to Tsunade. If Kakashi were there, he would have recognized it as the same document he had been reading. Tsunade looked at the old man with a complicated expression, then sighed and took a look at the document. According to reliable intelligence from root spies, the Sand village was attacked by a demon called the Tenma 3 days ago. This attack was different from previous ones, suspected to be an aerial attack. The village's protective barrier was breached in a second, resulting in heavy casualties. Tsunade's pupils shrank. What on earth was that little bastard doing? This information is essentially true. The same information has come from the Kumogakure village, Sarutobi Hiruzen added, pinching his brow wearily. Although it was only a guess, the thought that Kenichi Amemiya might be the Tenma gave Sarutobi Hiruzen a headache. The release of this information would be a shock to many in the village. After all, Kenichi Amemiya was once a member of Konoha. HMPH. They're pretty quick to share information about the Tenma, Tsunade sarcastically remarked. While other information was kept secret or simply shared as insignificant, the Tenma was shared quickly. That's part of the contract we signed with them. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't seem to care. If it weren't for the Tenma attack on Kumogakure, AI probably wouldn't have come to cooperate with Konoha. Furthermore, the Eight Tails Killer Bee's rampage gave Konoha a significant advantage in the negotiations, though this advantage came at a significant cost. Old man, let's not talk about that little bastard for now. Asuma's physical is out, and he's just like you. Tsunade put down her things and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. His cigarette paused. He was silent for a moment before lifting the pipe and taking a drag. The nicotine and tar washed over him, relaxing his tense nerves slightly. Can it be treated? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a mix of emotions. Since Biwako's death, he'd only had this one son, and he didn't expect Asuma to be in the same boat. This made him instinctively touch his chest. He felt nothing there, but he knew something strange had quietly grown there. I haven't come across such a case, but since it's a growth, erasing or removing it should be possible. Tsunade pondered for a moment, then offered a rough guideline for treatment. In the ninja world, people are physically strong, but that doesn't mean they won't get sick. Colds and fevers are common. Tsunade has come into contact with many patients, some of whom even she couldn't treat, leaving them to wait for death. These illnesses are known as terminal illnesses, and some even accomplished ninjas have died from them. Physical strength doesn't guarantee immunity from illness. But every new case piqued Tsunade's curiosity, and this one was no exception. She was curious about the condition affecting the old man and Asuma. Excision. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand trembled as he held his pipe. He didn't particularly enjoy surgery, especially one requiring general anesthesia. Every time he went under it, he felt like he was dying, but death was nothing like this. After death, he could go to the Pure Land, where he could meet his teacher, and apologize to Lake Biwa for keeping her waiting for so long. Yes, that's the best way. As for medication, I haven't found one yet. Besides, this thing is in your system, so many drugs have little effect on it. Tsunade nodded. Surgical removal is nothing new in the ninja world. Appendicitis is often removed this way. Tsunade herself can even perform an appendectomy at speed so fast that the patient can't react. And thanks to the presence of chakra, it can also stop bleeding and reduce inflammation, making it incredibly powerful. However, Tsunade had never performed such surgery before, so she could only perform a thoracotomy and conduct a thorough examination. Is this a family hereditary disease? Or is it truly related to this? Sarutobi Hiruzen temporarily put aside the matter of Amemiya Kenichi, as his own and his son's health was at stake. I'm not sure. I've tested other members of the Sarutobi clan, but haven't found anything. And I haven't found any similar cases among smokers. Tsunade shook her head. Her statement wasn't definitive, as not all members of the Sarutobi clan had been tested, nor had the smokers' bodies. Then I'll trouble you. Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated, but finally agreed. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. His body was apparently the same, but ever since Tsunade told him he had a tumor, He'd been coughing more frequently, coughing up phlegm, and breathing had become more difficult. He didn't have any other options, so he had to ask Tsunade to perform the surgery. She was undoubtedly the most skilled medical ninjutsu expert in Konoha, and if she couldn't handle it, then no one else would be able to. Okay, then, let me tell you about the procedures before the surgery. Tsunade nodded. She also wanted to get some of that strange tissue to study its properties. It would be best if the old man was willing to perform the surgery, though she had guessed he wouldn't let Asuma go first. Tsunade, if I die, you will be the fifth Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen said earnestly, looking at Tsunade with a strange look in his eyes, a mixture of anticipation, pain, and reluctance. Tsunade froze for a moment, then clenched her fists. She desperately wanted to punch the old man before her, to teach him the lesson of not speaking without reason. And wasn't that questioning her professional integrity? Don't worry, it's just a lung surgery. Tsunade rolled her eyes. I actually hope you can keep me from getting off the operating table, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought, looking at Tsunade. Tsunade was good in every way, and had even overcome her hemophobia, but Sarutobi Hiruzen thought she still had a soft spot. He wasn't sure if she could become a good Hokage. If he could kill her to ascend to the throne, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt he would die with a smile on his face. Though it would inevitably be a pity that he wouldn't be able to shine for Konoha on the battlefield one last time. Age, after all, was useless. I heard that two powerful ninjas broke into the Rain Village a while ago, one being Jiraiya and the other Orochimaru, Deidara said excitedly, gazing down at the Rain Village below. Then, as he spoke, he remembered that Orochimaru was the teacher of his idol, Amemiya-senpai. His voice then gradually trailed off. Yes, Sensei and Jiraiya are good friends. Amemiya Kenichi didn't care. He knew why Sensei was chasing Jiraiya. After all, he also had those unique books, though he hadn't often looked at them. Why are you here to turn in your quest this time? Scorpion was curious. In the past, he'd come back after completing quests, but since then, he hadn't been to Omega Cure for a long time, and even the leader had almost forgotten him. Because I have something to ask the leader. Amemiya Kenichi piloted the airship and began to slowly descend. Immediately, he spotted two familiar figures in Omega Cure, Obito, wearing a swirling mask, and a strange-looking creature with a strange expression. Although they were hairless and wearing Akatsuki uniforms, Amemiya Kenichi recognized them. Wasn't this the Uchiha Shin who had so irritated Sensei before? A precious, unique individual who wouldn't experience any immune reactions. How interesting. Is Obito still playing role-playing games? Amemiya Kenichi sneered. He wanted to go down and see how Obito would feel when he saw him. Unfortunately, before Amemiya Kenichi thought of something. He glanced at Sasori beside him, thoughtfully. Sasori was a master puppeteer. If Sasori took action, could he customize a silicone doll specifically for Nohara and sell it to the entire ninja world? Chapter 339 Black Zetsu is like a big cockroach. Amemiya Kenichi rubbed his chin. He thought this idea was quite good. After all, it would completely devastate Obito, perhaps even drive him completely insane. A rational opponent would be difficult to deal with, but if he lost his mind, the problem wouldn't be so great. Just need to remove my suspicion. Okay, I guess that's not necessary. Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head. Obito had clearly already suspected him. In this case, Amemiya Kenichi felt that, even if he devised a perfect alibi, Obito would still doubt him. Moreover, based on Obito's previous probing, Amemiya Kenichi felt that he was probably on Obito's must-kill list. If it weren't for his considerable strength, Obito would have already come to kill him by now. So, disguise or not seemed pointless. Tama-senpai. At this moment, Amemiya Kenichi's airship had already landed not far from the Rain Village. Obito, wearing a swirl mask, spoke with excitement, which made Amemiya Kenichi cite Obito's acting and scheming skills. He could hold his head back even in front of him. He truly was the most affectionate man in the ninja world. Well, there might be some competitors, but Obito was undoubtedly one of those who valued relationships the most. In Amemiya Ken's opinion, he was the most affectionate. After all, after Nohara-rin's death, Obito's strength allowed him to easily change women every day, but he simply wanted Nohara-rin. Is that Obito, a fairy? Is the person next to you the new member of the organization? Amemiya Kenichi sized up Uchiha with a cautious look. The man's eyes now held a pair of Sharingan, but that wasn't surprising, considering he was known for his ability to resist any transplant. But Amemiya Kenichi was even more curious about the power of the Manger Key in his eyes. Did the old man Uchiha Madara still have some in stock? Or did Black Zetsu get them for him? HMPH, hello. Uchiha looked at Amemiya Kenichi with a haughty look and snorted. His attitude and expression were full of contempt, which amused Amemiya Kenichi. Previously, he was a worthless person who willingly became a test subject, just to learn from his teacher, but now he was so arrogant. Although Uchiha looked disdainful, he still extended his hand, as if to say, I don't want to shake hands, but I have to do it out of politeness. Who are you to shake my hand? Amemiya Kenichi glared at Uchiha sarcastically. Although he didn't know how the other party escaped from the teacher's laboratory, Amemiya Kenichi didn't have a good impression of Uchiha. Amemiya Kenichi couldn't do such a thing. You. Uchiha looked at Amemiya Kenichi angrily, his eyes turning into a kaleidoscope, looking like he was ready to devour anyone. What do you mean by you? You are uneducated. Don't you know how to respect your elders? Learn to be a bit of a scoundrel, you little brat. Amemiya Kenichi curled his lips and patted Obito on the shoulder. Obito could only chuckle to hide his inner anger. If he didn't want to reveal his true identity, Obito swore that he really wanted to kill Amemiya Kenichi. You bastard. Uchiha raged, his chakra rapidly gathering. Amemiya Kenichi's pupils shrank, and he pulled Uchiha back a few steps. He knew exactly what this move was, Susanoo. Meanwhile, a few words clung to his lips. Wasn't Susanoo supposed to require a highly developed jutsu to be used? How could this idiot Uchiha know it? Enough. Just as Uchiha Susanoo was about to appear, an incredibly powerful shockwave suddenly erupted, sending Uchiha flying sideways, breaking 4 or 5 trees, before coming to a stop. Even more hilarious was Obito, who was so exaggeratedly sent flying, that Amemiya Kenichi wondered if he was deliberately avoiding him. It was quite possible. Amemiya Kenichi felt bad too, but he wasn't sent flying. He looked up and saw 2 people floating down from the sky, Konan and Pain, Tendo Pain. Shinra Tensei? What a powerful ability. Amemiya Kenichi licked his lips. Uchiha Hikaru had nearly been sent flying, but luckily, he caught himself. Sasori crashed into a tree, and Idara was pulled by Sasori. Hey, isn't that the leader? Amemiya Kenichi said with a playful smile. He had to admit that the Rinnegan was truly powerful. This Shinra Tensei was truly formidable. No wonder the Super Shinra Tensei was able to flatten Konoha, leaving countless casualties. Nagato glanced at Amemiya Kenichi. Although his Shinra Tensei had been primarily aimed at Uchiha, the recent member, Amemiya Kenichi was also within range, yet the guy had somehow managed to hold his own. Avoid any conflict within the Omegakure village. For now, the organization intends to remain hidden, and has not directly alerted the 5 great villages to our intentions. Nagato added a rare extra word, fearing that if he didn't say more, Amemiya Kenichi would say something bizarre. After all, this guy had a criminal record. Konan felt like laughing. She and Nagato had been discussing Akatsuka's next move, but unexpectedly, the puppets monitoring the ninja village noticed the conflict and arrived. Nagato had been furious when he first arrived, but upon seeing Kenichi Amemiya, his anger turned to disgust. It was truly rare for such a close friend to express such emotions. I see. Uchiha looked at Nagato with a hint of greed. Kenichi Amemiya noticed this, and he was sure Nagato had seen it too, but Nagato didn't care. He was absolutely confident in his own strength. Kenichi Amemiya stroked his chin. The Rinnegan was indeed nearly invincible in its early days. When Nagato invaded Konoha, if it weren't for his weakened body and the prolonged draining of energy by the Outer Path Demon statue, Naruto might not have been able to defeat him. It's fair to say that Nagato had been considerably weakened by then, his strength significantly reduced, and the intelligence Jiraiya had gathered also played a role. Ninja warfare is all about intelligence, and Kenichi Amemiya quite agrees with this. After all, he's enjoyed the benefits of intelligence warfare before, having once dealt with a ninja whose brain was still in the lab, leaving him completely helpless. Captain, I've completed my mission this time, and I have some details to share with you, Kenichi Amemiya said with a chuckle. There was no need for disguise when speaking to Nagato. The main point was that Obito was here, which meant Black Zetsu must be here too. Black Zetsu's surveillance abilities were excellent, and he was extremely stealthy. Kenichi Amemiya had just activated Sage Mode to sense the surroundings, but didn't detect anything unusual. While the phantom body technique was powerful, it didn't involve dragging people to a specific location for a meeting. Instead, it caused the thought forms of the people to appear in a single location, so Black Zetsu would be able to monitor them. Therefore, he had to find a way to at least get Black Zetsu and Obito out of the way. Otherwise, the so-called secrecy was nonsense. But this raised a question. How could he be sure Black Zetsu was gone? After all, Black Zetsu was incredibly stealthy, making it difficult to detect whether he was moving or not. Pulling him aboard an airship was a good option, but without a legitimate reason, Black Zetsu would undoubtedly become suspicious. This momentarily left Kenichi Amemiya feeling torn. How to resolve this issue was truly a difficult problem. Okay, Nagato glanced at Kenichi Amemiya. He didn't particularly want to talk to him. Even the sight of him made him feel incredibly irritated, a feeling he couldn't quite articulate. But since this was a mission, Nagato nodded in agreement. He was also prepared to dismiss him if Kenichi couldn't explain himself. Scorpion, take Hikari for a walk first, Amemiya Kenichi said to Scorpion, who nodded. Konan, standing beside him, looked curiously at Uchiha Hikari. There was something so delicate about the girl that made him want to protect her. But Konan averted her gaze. Her friend was the most important thing right now. Under Nagato's guidance, Amemiya Kenichi followed him into a cave, which made him want to grumble. Did Nagato have some kind of cave syndrome? Why did he love being in caves so much? Previous Akatsuki gatherings had been similar, always held in pitch black caves. Although Amemiya Kenichi knew it was an Akatsuki base, it still felt strange. Speaking of which, doesn't the organization have the money to rent a venue? Why do we always have to go to a cave for a gathering or something? Amemiya Kenichi couldn't help but grumble. Nagato, standing in front of him, paused. Amemiya Kenichi keenly noticed Nagato clenching and unclenching his fists, as if he was about to strike. That's such a waste. Konan stepped in to save her friend. Honestly, she hadn't expected anyone to care about such things. After all, what was there to worry about? Since Akatsuki's founding, Kenichi Amemiya was the only one to raise such a question. The other members thought the caves were perfectly fine, offering both seclusion and safety. Oh, I thought our organization had become an environmentally friendly organization focused on saving electricity. Amemiya Kenichi shrugged. He figured the Akatsuki gatherings highlighted energy conservation, perhaps in response to the call for it. After all, the ninja world had electric lights. Enough. What do you want to report on this mission? Nagato couldn't hold it in any longer. He really wanted to hit someone, so he interrupted Amemiya Kenichi and demanded, fearing he'd lose control if he didn't. Does this guy always talk so much nonsense? Downstairs, Black Zetsu watched Amemiya Kenichi and Nagato with boredom. He hadn't wanted to come, but Obito had asked to see what Amemiya Kenichi had to say, so he came. Now, he regretted coming. He thought this guy might have thought he was just putting on a show. Then I'll just briefly explain it. Then, Amemiya Kenichi began his lengthy mission explanation, interspersed with bits of his own journey, even some speculation, and his dissatisfaction with the Iwagakure village's rewards and the Akatsuki's way of assigning missions. The foot wrappings of an old woman were long and smelly. Nagato was furious, Konan dozed off, and Black Zetsu rolled his eyes below. He felt his mind was tainted with the nonsense of Kenichi Amemiya. Also, Chief, I don't think the organization's assignments are suitable for someone like me, Kenichi Amemiya continued. He knew how to keep people from interrupting him. Simply put, keep talking, don't give them a chance to interrupt. Kenichi Amemiya's sudden tirade of there are 2 trees in front of my house, one is a jujube tree, the other is also a jujube tree was primarily to see if he could drive Black Zetsu away, but he wasn't sure if it would work. He could only try. This rambling went on for over 20 minutes until Kenichi Amemiya finally realized something. However, His test wasn't whether Black Zetsu had left, but rather the limit of Nagato's patience. Enough. A voice uttered, suppressed with rage, followed by a powerful shockwave. Amemiya Kenichi was instantly repelled by the Shinra Tenso's repulsion. Had he not noticed Nagato, he would have been stuck to the wall. Nagato's upbringing had enabled him to endure his nonsense for a full 23 minutes. Amemiya Kenichi silently memorized this meaningless value. Beside him, Konan was already dozing off, her eyes half closed, a sight that made one almost laugh. Sorry. Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head, glancing obscurely at the ground. He wasn't sure if Black Zetsu was still there, and this irritated him. Black Zetsu was like a cockroach, not threatening at the moment, but disgusting. It made it difficult for Amemiya Kenichi to even try to say anything to Nagato. The organization will consider your idea, but only if you can prove that you can create something more valuable by not carrying out the mission, Nagato said, taking a deep breath and glancing at Amemiya Kenichi. Then he directly left with a dark face, dragging Zayanin away. If they didn't leave, he really couldn't help but beat up Amemiya Kenichi. Amemiya Kenichi shrugged, but then he thought of a way. Maybe he could communicate with Nagato in this way. Chapter 340, Trouble Caused by Too Much Information. The simplest solution was naturally to have Nagato accompany him on the airship. This was convenient, and airships weren't easy to hide. Unless Black Zetsu could perfectly blend in, Amemiya Kenichi wouldn't have to worry about it. However, this required a suitable opportunity. One that would justify having Nagato accompany him, but wouldn't arouse Black Zetsu's suspicion. The second option was to have Nagato accompany him on the airship to the snow country, but that would also require an airship, so Amemiya Kenichi abandoned this method, feeling somewhat redundant. Chief, regarding the method you mentioned of demonstrating your contribution without completing a mission, I have a good suggestion. Amemiya Kenichi's eyes flashed, and he came up with a more suitable method. Furthermore, this was something Nagato had just mentioned, which would give Amemiya Kenichi a more appropriate excuse and prevent his topic from being exposed. Tell me what you want, but if you're still the same as before. Nagato's eyes were dangerous. He swore he'd never considered expelling a member from Akatsuki. Although Amemiya Kenichi's scientific prowess was impressive, Nagato felt he preferred a quiet organization, not one filled with chatter that would make the Ztid think Akatsuki had switched to skits. My weapon, my special weapon, will only take place once the organization masters the method of deploying it. Then, when the time comes, we can carry out missions using my method. I'll be responsible for providing that weapon to the organization. Amemiya Kenichi cast his bait. Yes, he had just come up with this idea. Since Nagato had said he didn't want to accept the mission, he had to demonstrate his value even without it. The solution Amemiya Kenichi came up with was to provide weapons, thermobaric bombs. However, providing weapons was just a pretext. What Amemiya Kenichi needed was to get Nagato aboard an airship, soar high into the sky, and then discuss the real issue he wanted to discuss. Such a task was tedious and troublesome, and Amemiya Kenichi hated trouble. However, due to the existence of Black Zetsu, Amemiya Kenichi had no choice but to make this choice. Oh, you mean your weapon? Nagato's interest piqued. He certainly knew some information about his subordinate, you. That unique weapon was no secret. After all, Amemiya Kenichi had used it many times, and not every attack was without surviving witnesses. Through the recounting of these witnesses, Amemiya Kenichi's thermobaric bomb had been mapped. People called the Fat Cylinder the Fat Demon, a name that resonated throughout the ninja world. Countless people were investigating what this Fat Demon was, and why it could cause such devastation. However, no one had yet developed a similar weapon. Even so, some, either idiots or those with flaws, had created replicas, which they used as pendants and keychains, and sold surprisingly well. After all, the ninja world still admired the strong. Yes, with that, even if I don't go on the mission, it won't matter, right? Amemiya Kenichi said with a smile. He now had his senses open, closely observing his surroundings, but there was still no movement. Black Zetsu was as if he didn't exist. Amemiya Kenichi couldn't be sure if he was there, or if he had gotten fed up with his nonsense and run away. But he couldn't gamble. Recruiting Nagato was crucial and dangerous. Currently, Black Zetsu and Obito believed they were still the hidden masters, so they wouldn't act rashly. But if Amemiya Kenichi managed to recruit Nagato, it would be extremely troublesome for Obito and Black Zetsu. So, they definitely wouldn't sit idly by. Nagato didn't answer immediately. He was pondering the destructive power of the weapon known as the Fat Demon, which had even caused the 5 major ninja villages to update their protective barriers. Shinobi skilled in barrier techniques, once considered less valued within the hidden cloud village, have now become highly sought after. It's undeniable that Kenichi Amemiya is truly capable, single-handedly driving the development of protective barriers throughout the ninja world. However, this has also created some minor complications for his future plans. Okay, Nagato nodded. The Fat Demon was worth the investment. Kenichi Amemiya didn't have to make a move, but simply providing this weapon would grant the Akatsuki members immense destructive power. But I need to demonstrate this to you first. Leader, are you willing to come aboard the airship with me? Kenichi Amemiya stated his ultimate goal with a chuckle. If he could get Nagato aboard, Black Zetsu would be unable to oversee them. This was their only chance. Furthermore, the timing, location, and people were alright. After all, it was Nagato who had proposed this idea. Kenichi Amemiya had come up with a solution on his own, and attempted to prevent himself from completing the mission. This was perfectly reasonable, and a demonstration was definitely necessary. Black Zetsu wouldn't overthink it. Okay, Nagato hesitated, then nodded. Konan glanced at her friend with concern. Nagato's true form couldn't stray too far from the puppet he was controlling. If he flew too high. But Nagato gave him a reassuring look. He wasn't worried about these attempts. He truly wanted to see how the weapon Amemiya Kenichi had mentioned worked. This would be extremely helpful for accelerating Akatsuki's strength. Konan then stayed where she was, saying she had something else to do. Amemiya Kenichi knew she only needed to keep an eye on Nagato's true form. Nagato controlled pain, and followed Amemiya Kenichi onto the airship. As the airship took off, Amemiya Kenichi checked it once more. Everything was normal, nothing out of the ordinary. Not to mention Black Zetsu, even a small insect would have been captured and dropped by the massive chakra released by Amemiya Kenichi. But there was no Black Zetsu. Amemiya Kenichi frowned slightly. Either Black Zetsu hadn't caught up, or he had truly merged with the airship. Both were possible, making this a bit of a hassle. Looks like we need something else. A dark look crossed Amemiya's face. Black Zetsu, that damn cockroach. Sooner or later, he'd have to capture that bastard and imprison him in a special container for daily experiments. It was so annoying. He wanted a little privacy, but he couldn't even confirm Black Zetsu's existence. He'd be happier if he didn't know. But knowing Black Zetsu, Amemiya Kenichi felt constantly under the spotlight. Almost done, Nagato said. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at him. Their current altitude wasn't quite up to his usual height, but he stopped anyway. It was more than enough. He'd also figured out the approximate range of Nagato's puppet control. While that wasn't the limit, and Nagato must be hiding something, it didn't matter. Captain, let me demonstrate. Amemiya Kenichi took out his sealing scroll. Pain walked over to him, observing curiously. Nagato was genuinely curious about these things. But then, Amemiya Kenichi shook his hand, and something fell. His pupils shrank, and he instantly pulled out a backpack, shouting be careful. Then the entire airship erupted in flames. There was an explosion, not too big, but just enough to destroy the entire airship. Amemiya Kenichi withstood the blast, and deployed his parachute. He also noticed something dark falling down at the moment of the explosion. This made Amemiya Kenichi's eyes turn cold. Could Black Zetsu really have perfectly integrated into his airship? How had he done that? Fortunately, he had made this preparation. Otherwise, what the hell are you doing? Nagato, controlling Yahiko, looked grim. He had used Shinra Tensei to deflect the flames the moment the explosion occurred, thus avoiding injury. Now, floating in the air, Nagato glared at Amemiya Kenichi with cold eyes. Had Amemiya Kenichi not warned him, and had he not been in the blast radius, Nagato would have suspected Amemiya Kenichi of doing this on purpose, intending to attack him. Captain, what do you think of my last proposal? Amemiya Kenichi pulled out his parachute and slowly descended from the sky, speaking to Nagato as he descended naturally. Nagato's pupils shrank. I had to do this, Captain. Don't you think some of our organization have strong concealment capabilities? Amemiya Kenichi smiled. Whether it was about testing weapons or pretending to accidentally drop a bomb, it was essentially all leading up to this moment. Even with a parachute, staying in the air for long wouldn't work, so they needed to act quickly. To cut to the chase, Chief, your peace plan won't work. That approach won't bring true peace. A world where people understand each other is simply impossible. Everyone has their own selfish desires. So, I want to create a unified world, a unified nation. There won't be the 5 great powers or rather smaller nations. The entire ninja world will be one nation. There won't be Konoha ninjas. All ninjas will belong to this nation. That's the only way to create a peaceful world. There may be some conflict and hidden dangers at first, but people ultimately yearn for peace. We just need to keep a close eye on those ambitious individuals and ensure this peace lasts for 100 years. Then, once people recognize the importance of a unified nation and the differences between nations disappear, peace will naturally follow. Amemiya Kenichi spoke rapidly. Nagato was a little overwhelmed. There was so much to say, it left him speechless. The organization is not peaceful, Chief. Opportunities for communication like this are rare. Unless we can find a completely safe place next time, I won't say anything. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at Nagato. He knew Nagato wouldn't likely express his opinion on what he'd said anytime soon. After all, making a decision, especially one like this, wasn't an easy task. Wait, that's a bit confusing. Nagato pinched his brow. He'd noticed something was amiss. After all, everything that had just happened seemed like a coincidence, but now it seemed it wasn't. It was something that Amemiya Kenichi had orchestrated. This, however, left Nagato perplexed. Was the trouble even worth it? He'd been on the airship just now, but he hadn't sensed any signs of other people or ninjutsu. Amemiya Kenichi rolled his eyes. If it weren't for his pity and insightful nature, he wouldn't have bothered to engage in a conversation. However, considering Nagato was his future head of the judicial branch, he remained patient. There are some very special individuals in the ninja world. They may not be very powerful, but they have a natural ability to conceal themselves. They can hide in the ground, in trees, or even in my airship, to eavesdrop on our conversation, Amemiya Kenichi patiently explained. He glanced down. A lot of debris had already fallen, so continuing like this wouldn't do. It was time for Kenichi Amemiya to produce the sealing scroll again, half pulling out the thermobaric bomb and pretending to explain. Next time, find a safe place and release the thought wave. I'll use the phantom body technique to communicate with you. That should be safer. Nagato was silent for a moment before finally speaking. Frankly, he didn't quite believe Kenichi Amemiya's words. After all, he had the sage's eyes, and even with his sage's eyes, he hadn't noticed anything amiss. But what Kenichi Amemiya said seemed to make sense, so he ultimately decided to proceed with caution. Kenichi Amemiya's eyes lit up. If that was the case, that would be even better. Communication would be much easier. He only needed to find a way to escape to the snow country and avoid the Black Zetsu problem. Captain, remember this, don't tell anyone about our conversation. No one, Kenichi Amemiya said seriously. Nagato nodded silently. If what Amemiya Kenichi said was true, then even the organization would not be safe. But is this really true? Nagato was a little bit unbelievable, which is normal. After all, this kind of thing is really incomprehensible. Nagato has never seen it himself, so naturally he can't be sure. But it's always better to be careful. So how to use this weapon is? Amemiya Kenichi still briefly explained how to use the thermobaric bomb, but he took out the ordinary thermobaric bomb, not the improved version. After all, the most advanced things can only be used by oneself, and the thermobaric bomb, which is a bit backward, is used for foreign trade. Chapter 341 Obito, how can I use my thinking to measure a psychopath? Why are you back? Obito asked Black Zetsu in surprise, looking at him. He had specifically assigned Black Zetsu to follow Amemiya Kenichi to see what he was up to, but he hadn't expected him to return so soon. He had just sent that idiot Uchiha on a mission, and had been expecting to wait for Black Zetsu, but he hadn't expected him to return so soon. Black Zetsu, however, looked a little unhappy, his face sullen and displeased. HMPH, there's absolutely no point in following that idiot. Black Zetsu couldn't help but curse. He truly thought Amemiya Kenichi was an idiot. Not only did he talk a lot of nonsense, but he could even blow up an airship with that weapon. He had no idea how that idiot had earned the title of Demon of the Heavenly Demon. Oh, what happened? Obito's interest grew. While the previous incident had already put Amemiya Kenichi on his must-kill list, Obito was also curious about what he had done to irritate Black Zetsu so much. After all, Black Zetsu had always acted remarkably calm and composed, appearing confident, something that had irritated Obito several times. Now, seeing him suffer a rare setback was a welcome relief. However, regarding Kenichi Amemiya, Obito took him more seriously. Kenichi Amemiya gave him a strange feeling, a sense of targeting him. If Obito hadn't been certain his identity hadn't been exposed, he'd have suspected Kenichi Amemiya knew he wasn't dead. What else could it be? That idiot spent over 20 minutes reporting to Nagato on the mission, spouting nonsense like, I bombed the sand village with my new weapon, then the sand village was bombed once, then the sand village's shield was bombed once with my new weapon. Black Zetsu rubbed his head in agony. Kenichi Amemiya's nonsense felt like a poison, swelling around in his head, so much so that even the words he spoke now seemed to flow with involuntary nonsense. Obito's mouth twitched. Even though Black Zetsu had only given a general outline, he was already on the verge of a fight, not to mention Black Zetsu had endured more than 20 minutes of such nonsense. But then, Obito sensed something was amiss. He had some understanding of Amemiya Kenichi. He didn't seem like the type to talk too much. Could it be intentional? Obito asked, narrowing his eyes. Possibly, but even if it was intentional, it was to annoy Nagato. Black Zetsu nodded. He too felt something was amiss, but he didn't think it was about himself. Only a handful of people in the ninja world knew of his existence. Even fewer knew of his concealment abilities. Only Obito knew. And Obito only knew that he was skilled at concealing intelligence, but his true abilities were unknown. Black Zetsu had been deliberately concealing these abilities, even to the idiot Uchiha Madara. Black Zetsu had never revealed his exceptional concealment skills to these two men, instead concealing himself to a degree that they could detect if they were paying close attention, thus minimizing the Uchiha's wariness. Even Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito hadn't suspected him, so it was even more impossible for Kenichi Amemiya to know about him. So Black Zetsu never suspected Kenichi Amemiya was testing him. Besides Kenichi Amemiya, Konan was the only one near the cave at the time. He couldn't possibly be on guard against Konan, could he? After eliminating all the impossibilities, the only remaining possibility, however outrageous, was the only truth. Kenichi Amemiya, this idle bastard, was just playing a trick on Nagato. This was consistent with Kenichi Amemiya's character. Obito rubbed his chin. He didn't know why, but it felt strange. After all, Kenichi Amemiya's actions were rather peculiar and didn't fit in with his personality. But then Obito calmed down. Kenichi Amemiya was a psychopath. After all, it wouldn't make sense to judge a psychopath with his normal logic. With this thought, Obito calmed down. Black Zetsu's intelligence gathering skills were exceptional, and they had never made a mistake before. This time, there would be no problem either. Forget about that psychopath. Let's go. Our plan might need it. Obito and Black Zetsu left. They had no intention of staying here any longer. The current situation in the ninja world was somewhat chaotic, and they needed to make some careful plans. Chief, see you next time. Amemiya Kenichi, unaware of his own psychopathic nature, cheerfully left. He gave away the sealing scroll containing the thermobaric bomb, and exchanged it for another one containing money, also given to him by Konan. This deal was a good one, and most importantly, he had successfully established contact with Nagato. All he had to do now was return to the snow country and blow up the airship, to ensure Black Zetsu was gone. Then he could have a good chat with Nagato about the problems of the ninja world and Black Zetsu. Of course, this involved another issue. He needed concrete evidence to prove Black Zetsu's existence and the reason for his discovery. Otherwise, if someone like Nagato became suspicious, it would affect their future cooperation. Yeah. Nagato nodded calmly, though his slightly trembling fingers betrayed a less than serene state of mind. He'd taken in so much information during his recent fall from the sky that even now, he was still mulling over it. Nagato, are you alright? Konan looked at her friend, clearly aware that she seemed troubled. Nagato's eyes faltered, his gaze tilted upwards towards the cave in trance. He felt that his own thoughts, Yahiko's legacy, were the correct ones, and he'd been striving towards that end. But now, what Amemiya Kenichi was saying, did seem to make more sense. If this were the first time Amemiya Kenichi had spoken to him about this, Nagato would have undoubtedly declared a Shinra Tensei, and sent him packing. But Amemiya Kenichi had mentioned this before, and Nagato had pondered it for a while, his heart wavering. So, Amemiya Kenichi's words only served to shake Nagato's finally calmed heart once again. But then Nagato took a deep breath, his heart calming down a bit. They'd had too little time to talk, and if what Amemiya Kenichi said was true, there was someone even the sage couldn't detect, eavesdropping on the ninja world and gathering intelligence. Thinking of this, Nagato's eyes narrowed, and he looked forward to meeting Amemiya Kenichi even more. Amemiya-san. At that moment, Amemiya Kenichi had already found Uchiha Hikaru, Sasori, and Deidara. The three of them were sitting in a barbecue restaurant. Uchiha Hikaru was the first to spot him, and he waved excitedly. Amemiya Kenichi walked over cheerfully, his mask off, revealing a different face, one transformed by the magic technique. This was his usual tactic, as there were always those with less than sane minds trying to claim his bounty. Although it wasn't a bounty on a demon, Amemiya Kenichi was still a high-ranking figure in Konoha, and killing him would bring him a fortune, making Amemiya Kenichi want to collect it himself. How's the barbecue here? When Kenichi Amemiya approached, the meat was already sizzling on the iron plate, emitting a unique aroma that made him salivate. It's very good. I heard the owner of this barbecue restaurant is a barbecue master from Konoha. Scorpion picked up a piece of barbecue with his chopsticks and ate it contentedly, talking to Kenichi Amemiya as he ate. Kenichi Amemiya thought of the name of the shop he had just seen, Ichiraku BBQ, and a strange expression crossed his face. Could Ichiraku be a family? Konoha had Ichiraku Ramen, and here was Ichiraku BBQ? Of course, the owner of Ichiraku Ramen wasn't named Ichiraku, but handmade. Kenichi Amemiya was curious about the owner's name. Give me a few more barbecues. We did a big business today. Kenichi Amemiya sat down happily, sitting next to Uchiha Hikaru. As he sat down, Kenichi noticed that Deidara seemed to be secretly glancing at Uchiha Hikaru, which made Kenichi look a little strange. Could it be that the little brat Deidara has fallen in love with Uchiha Hikaru? However, it must be said that Hikaru is actually a very charming person. He is cute and quiet, with a very unique charm, like a feminine version of Sasuke. If it is true, it would be quite troublesome. After eating a barbecue, Kenichi Amemiya also met the owner of the place when he was paying the bill. The owner's name was really hand-typed, which made Kenichi Amemiya couldn't help but ask the owner if he knew a hand-typed uncle who runs a ramen shop. As a result, he unexpectedly learned that the two people were actually relatives. This made Kenichi Amemiya a little amused and embarrassed. He really didn't expect that the hand-typed ones were actually a family. However, after eating barbecue, Kenichi Amemiya left with Sasori and the others. Kenichi Amemiya first sent Sasori and Deidara back to the land of rice, and then took Uchiha Hikaru to find Sanzu Amado. During the way, Deidara kept secretly looking at Uchiha Hikaru, which made Kenichi Amemiya more certain of his inner thoughts. Hidara, have you talked to that explosion playing Deidara? Amemiya Ken asked as they walked. He wasn't good at handling such emotional matters, but he was more concerned with Uchiha Hikaru's personal thoughts. Deidara Nidai? He's a nice guy, just a little strange. He always talks about explosions and stuff like that. Hikaru smiled shyly, and Amemiya Ken nodded. It was clear that Hikaru didn't have any special feelings for Deidara. That was fine. Once the matter in the land of rice was settled, he would take Uchiha Hikaru away, and Deidara's inner turmoil would probably subside. Deidara really likes explosions, Amemiya Kenichi commented briefly, then arrived outside Sanzu Amado's laboratory. As usual, Sanzu Akabane took Uchiha Hikaru out for some fun, while Amemiya Kenichi sat across from Sanzu Amado to discuss business. Mr. Amado, this is the forbidden jutsu I brought back from the Send village, the Kisei Tensei. Amemiya Kenichi handed the scroll to Sanzu Amado, who excitedly took it and carefully flipped through it. Amemiya Kenichi wasn't in a hurry, but instead took a sip from his teacup, slowly waiting for Sanzu Amado to finish reading the forbidden scroll. He also wanted to see what Sanzu Amado thought of it. Amemiya Kenichi had examined the Kisei Tensei jutsu, and it was a unique jutsu. While it did have the power to resurrect the dead, it wasn't unlimited, and it could even be said that the jutsu wasn't very practical. The Kisei Tensei jutsu involved a crucial point. It required the user to possess considerable strength and a sufficient reserve of chakra. For example, if an ordinary genin learned this jutsu and wanted to use it to revive a village leader, it wouldn't be possible. The difference in strength between the genin and the opponent was too great, and even if their chakra ran out, they wouldn't be able to revive the opponent. Having a strong person resurrect another strong person is possible, though somewhat difficult. Having a strong person resurrect a weaker person is even easier, but the problem is that it's rarely necessary. Amemiya Kenichi couldn't imagine Hashirama Senju using this jutsu to revive an ordinary genin from Konoha village. There was absolutely no need for it. So, in this sense, reincarnation is inferior to reincarnation. It's a life-for-life exchange. This jutsu is interesting, but it's also very restrictive. It requires a ninja of equal or greater strength to exchange for the target's soul. Sanzu Amado finished reading it and offered a summary. Amemiya Kenichi nodded, confirming it was true. Amemiya-kun, what do you think of my strength? Sanzu Amado suddenly asked. Amemiya Kenichi was stunned for a moment, then glanced at Sanzu Amado, who looked serious. If you don't use those scientific gadgets, your strength should be at the level of a jonin, right? Amemiya Kenichi hesitated, but he added a special thought in his heart. Sanzu Amado's strength was actually quite good, but it was only with the addition of his scientific ninja tools that he reached that level of power. Otherwise, he was just a special jonin. Then can you find someone who can revive me? Sanzu Amado asked. Upon hearing this, Amemiya Kenichi paused for a second, even holding his teacup. He then looked at Sanzu Amado. Could this person be planning something? Chapter 342. There is only one step between madness and genius. Mr. Sanzu, what are you planning? Amemiya Kenichi was a little unsure. After all, the idea was so crazy that even Amemiya Kenichi wasn't sure he dared to do it. So, Amemiya Kenichi couldn't be sure whether Sanzu Amado had the same idea. You know, Amemiya-kun, in our line of work, there are some things that can only be accurately concluded if you experience them firsthand. Sanzu Amado spoke calmly, but his eyes shone with a strange glint. Amemiya Kenichi fell silent. He now understood what Sanzu Amado meant, and he looked at him with a certain admiration. After all, anyone who could make such a decision was either a genius or a madman. And the difference between genius and madness is often only a step. Many geniuses are even considered madmen because they can't succeed. Only those who succeed are geniuses, and those who fail are madmen. Amemiya Kenichi didn't know whether Sanzu Amado before him was a genius or a madman, but he personally felt that he was a genius and a madman. Mr. Sanzu, are you planning to go to the Pure Land on your own? Amemiya Kenichi looked at Sanzu Amado thoughtfully. Although he had already confirmed what Sanzu Amado intended, he still wanted to confirm it. After all, the idea was a bit puzzling. Going to the Pure Land. This wasn't like traveling to a foreign country or to outer space. Traveling abroad meant getting a visa and taking some money, and you could go. Going to outer space meant taking a little more money, and you could go. But going to the Pure Land, it had to be said that going to the Pure Land was a very economical tourism project, but the problem was that it was usually a one-way ticket. Well, I plan to resurrect my daughter Sanzu Akebe myself. Once the resurrection is successful, I can go to the Pure Land. Then, I'll need you, Amemiya-kun, to reincarnate me. I intend to research why it failed. Sanzu Amado was serious, and it was clear that he had thought it through. Amemiya Kenichi licked his lips. He had always thought that Sanzu Amado was similar to him and his teacher, the kind of person who would dedicate themselves greatly to science. But he hadn't expected Sanzu Amado to be even more insane. He actually planned to learn the self-reincarnation technique directly, resurrect his daughter, and then visit the Pure Land to learn about its special properties. He even asked him to help him with the impure world reincarnation. It was insane, to be honest, but also very brave. Amemiya Kenichi wouldn't have dared. After all, even with impure world reincarnation and reincarnation, he wouldn't put himself in such a dangerous situation unless he was certain of resurrection. And what if the person he'd asked for something changed their mind? Or was killed? That was a problem. Okay, but when do you plan to let me reincarnate you? Amemiya Kenichi addressed Sanzu Amado with a respectful title. The old man truly deserved his respect. Those who dared to challenge death were warriors. After all, death was always the greatest fear. Well, we can initiate it right then and there, then cancel it later. I'll be reincarnated again after 7 days. I want to study it. Sanzu Amado hesitated, but then proposed what he thought was a more feasible method. Seeing this, Amemiya Kenichi didn't object. The immediate aftermath of death could allow one to feel the soul returning to the Pure Land, and the 7-day lapse would also allow Sanzu Amado to gain a deeper understanding of the Pure Land. I will definitely help you complete this research, Mr. Sanzu. Amemiya Kenichi licked his lips. The Pure Land is a relatively rare subject in the ninja world, with the impure world reincarnation technique being the most widely studied. Both Amemiya Kenichi and his teacher, Orochimaru, were the type who constantly teetered on the brink of life and death. Yet despite these repeated attempts, they had never truly entered it. Now, however, Sanzu Amado was determined to fully explore the secrets of the Pure Land. Perhaps the Pure Land has some other effect on the soul? After his death, his teacher was resurrected, and he was a completely different person. But that's not certain. After all, Uchiha Madara remained the same after his resurrection. Amemiya Kenichi stroked his chin. That's alright. I have a few living sacrifices here. Sanzu Amado was quick to act. Almost as soon as Amemiya Kenichi confirmed his intention, he returned the scroll of the self-reincarnation technique to him. Amemiya Kenichi was stunned by Sanzu Amado's excitement. He finally realized that he was planning to use the self-reincarnation technique right now. Wasn't he planning to experiment? Okay, bring one of the sacrifices here first. I need to make some preparations. Amemiya Kenichi didn't hesitate. Sanzu Amado was ready, so all he had to do was cooperate. Soon, a living sacrifice was brought over. Its eyes were dull, and it drooled as it followed Sanzu Amado, which drew Amemiya Kenichi's attention. This is an anesthetic I've been researching. It can incapacitate the recipient, leaving only basic mobility. Sanzu Amado, noticing Amemiya Kenichi's curiosity, explained. He was currently contemplating the self-reincarnation technique, preparing for its later execution. Excellent research, Amemiya Kenichi exclaimed in amazement. Sanzu Amado was like a treasure trove. He wondered how many treasures he possessed. Originally, Amemiya Kenichi had planned to return to the Land of Snow as soon as possible to begin experimenting with wood release and then studying the rapid growth of crops. If he could achieve this, it would be a truly astounding scientific achievement. However, since Sanzu Amado was so eager to begin the experiment on reincarnation, Amemiya Kenichi naturally wouldn't refuse. He also planned to collect data on the experiment and information about the Pure Land. Meanwhile, Sanzu Akabe had been summoned back by Sanzu Amado. He walked quietly, while Uchiha Hikaru, standing nearby, waved happily to Amemiya Kenichi. Amemiya Kenichi took a look, and saw Hikaru's hairstyle had been changed to twin tails, which was quite adorable. Her clothes were also new to Amemiya Kenichi, presumably made by Sanzu Akabe. Hidori, can you wait for me in Sister Akabe's room? Amemiya Kenichi rubbed Hikaru's head with a chuckle. Next up was the reincarnation experiment, and he had no intention of letting Hikari watch. Yes, Hikari agreed without hesitation. She didn't know what he was planning, but since it was his brother's word, she simply had to do it. Watching Hikari leave obediently, Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head. The little girl's personality was quite endearing, far better than those who would just say, I don't want to hear it, I don't want to hear it. "Thank you for your help," Sanzu Amado said. He had Sanzuake be lying on the sofa. She lay down naturally, accustomed to the way her father had experimented on her countless times. So, she had no idea what was going to happen next. Amemiya Kenichi replied, then picked up a nearby glass dish containing a small piece of flesh and blood. It was a piece of skin that Sanzu Amado had recently cut from his finger, to be used as material for the impure world reincarnation. Amemiya Kenichi also began making preparations. Only when the impure world reincarnation sacrifice was almost ready, with only the finishing touches needed, did he pause and look at Sanzu Amado. Sanzu Amado took a deep breath, looking at Amemiya Kenichi with some excitement, then glancing at his daughter. Pure Land. I will personally decipher this secret. Sanzu Amado began to form hand seals. Amemiya Kenichi prepared himself, creating a shadow clone to record the experiment. This was a very valuable experiment, and it had to be recorded completely, otherwise it would be irresponsible to Sanzu Amado. This was a special day. Humanity, living humanity, had finally begun research into the Pure Land. Regardless of the results, it was destined to be a groundbreaking event. Sanzu Amado clasped his hands together, and a ball of light, so warm it felt just by looking at it, appeared. Sweat suddenly began to form on Sanzu Amado's face. The use of Kisui Tensui consumes a significant amount of the target's vitality and chakra. Mr. Sanzu Amado doesn't even have the strength to speak now. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at Sanzu Amado. He was so focused he barely noticed him. To Kenichi's eyes, his aura suddenly weakened considerably. The light began to merge with the impure world reincarnation of Sanzu Akabane. Sanzu Akabane's eyes had been open, but after the light merged, they closed, a look of comfort taking on a whole new meaning. Kisui Tensui has no effect on the target, and may even bring a certain sense of comfort. Amemiya Kenichi also recorded this information. Kisui Tensui was a forbidden jutsu, so even in the Sand Village, Kenichi believed few people could master it, probably only Chihio. These were precious experimental records. I'm so tired. It feels like I've been doing an experiment for 2 weeks without sleep, Sanzu Amado began, his tone thick with exhaustion. Amemiya Kenichi understood what he meant, and quickly wrote down the information. My body feels heavy, and my heart is beating fast. I can barely hear anything outside now, just the thumping of my heartbeat. Sanzu Amado continued, but his pauses grew longer and longer, his tone increasingly tired. He felt like he was about to fall asleep. Amemiya Kenichi quickly went over to take a quick health check, and the data showed that Sanzu Amado's heart rate had reached 501 beats per minute. This was a terrifying number, one that would make a doctor gasp. Sanzu Amado's temperature was also low. The light in Sanzu Amado's hands vanished, and he fell to the ground, his heartbeat dropping to 0, his breath gone. 23 seconds after the start of the Kisui Tensui, Sanzu Amado was pronounced dead. His heart stopped, biologically dead. Amemiya Kenichi recorded this information. Almost at the moment Sanzu collapsed, Amemiya Kenichi completed the final stage of the impure world reincarnation. Instantly, the sacrifice's face transformed into Sanzu Amado's, albeit with a few more cracks. However, the victim did not immediately open his eyes. Amemiya Kenichi ignored Sanzu Amado and instead approached Sanzu Akabane, applying a body monitor. At this moment, the victim's body underwent remarkable changes. His breathing and heartbeat began to return to normal. Even when Amemiya Kenichi placed his hand on the victim's forehead, he could sense a rise in temperature, no longer icy cold. The Kisui Tensui experiment was a success. Sanzu Akabane seemed to be alive now. Furthermore, the impure world reincarnation began to fall away, revealing more realistic skin. Amemiya Kenichi excitedly recorded this. This was the first time Kisui Tensui had been used in the impure world reincarnation. This has profound scientific significance. Just as he imagined, the Jisui reincarnation could have a similar effect to the Samsara rebirth, allowing the impure world reincarnation recipient to be freed from the impure world reincarnation and instantly resurrected. However, this raises another question, the question of Sanzu Akabane's previous sacrifice. Does the recipient's current body contain any part of the sacrifice? Will the recipient's genetic information be affected? Or was the recipient's body directly reassembled after Jisei reincarnation? Does this mean that the sacrifice's body has now been reassembled to incorporate Sanzu Akabane's genetic information? Can the soul have such a profound influence on the body? In an instant, 1,000 questions surged through Amemiya Kenichi's mind. At this moment, Sanzu Amado also opened his eyes. He had returned to the real world once again, and was greeted by Amemiya Kenichi's shadow clone standing beside him. Your impure world reincarnation was delayed by about a minute. What happened, Mr. Sanzu? Amemiya Kenichi's shadow clone asked politely. He checked his watch, and saw that the recipient's time was slightly delayed. This was not normal. While impure world reincarnation has a delay before it can be successfully performed, much like the brief delay when the teacher let the Shodame and Nidame crawl out during Konoha's collapse plan, it's still not even a minute. I don't know how to put it. Sanzu Amado's brow furrowed deeply, feeling a deep sense of discomfort. It's like I've been suddenly thrown into an extremely hostile environment. The air here is suffocating. Sanzu Amado's expression was not good. Chapter 343 The Mystery of Soul and Body. Suffocating? Amemiya Kenichi looked at Sanzu Amado in surprise. This was a rather unique feeling, but according to his previous research, breathing didn't exist in the impure world reincarnation. Those reborn didn't need to breathe at all, though some retained the habit. But that was simply because they'd already breathed while alive, so it became a habit. Just like if someone told you you control your breathing, you'd realize it wasn't completely automatic. But humans are still humans. It's impossible not to breathe. Only after becoming a spirit do they free themselves from the urge to breathe. But now Sanzu Amado actually said he was suffocating. This was quite intriguing. It's not suffocating, it's just a very uncomfortable feeling. I haven't been breathing at all. I'm just not used to it. I'm not used to not breathing. Sanzu Amado felt his body, then glanced anxiously at his daughter. Sanzu Agbe lay quietly on the sofa, covered in a blanket that Amemiya Kenichi had placed on her. While Amemiya Kenichi was delighted by the thought, he still had to do what he had to do. My daughter is now. Sanzu Amado's voice trembled. He had sacrificed his life to revive his daughter, essentially pursuing this moment. If he failed, she's revived. Her heartbeat, brain waves, and everything else have returned to normal. She might not have woken up yet because her soul hasn't adjusted yet. Amemiya Kenichi knew what Sanzu Amado was about to ask, so he explained. In an instant, Sanzu Amado collapsed to the ground. Tears streamed down his face. He clutched his daughter's hand, feeling her warmth, laughing and crying, a bit mad. Amemiya Kenichi said nothing, simply watching silently. Sanzu Amado, after all he had sacrificed, had finally succeeded. He had brought his daughter back to life, but the price was his own life. Frankly, it was a bit of a loss. After all, Sanzu Amado's strength is close to that of a special Jonin. With some effort, he might even be able to revive a Jonin. This is a significant bargaining chip, enough to acquire a powerful and elite general. Sanzu Akabane, while also a ninja, was previously, according to Amado, a mere genin. He wasn't particularly exceptional. All Amemiya Kenichi needed to do was use a parasite to command a genin to learn self-reincarnation to revive Sanzu Akabane. However, she was Sanzu Amado's daughter, and Amemiya Kenichi couldn't possibly stop an elderly father from caring for his daughter. So, he did nothing. While he was someone who valued value and efficiency, not everything in this world can be simply measured by cost effectiveness or efficiency. Some things, even if seemingly time-consuming and laborious, are worthwhile. Furthermore, Sanzu Amado's death could also allow for a search into the nature of the pure land, a truly worthwhile endeavor. It's good that she's alive. It's good that she's alive. Sanzu Amado wiped the tears from his face and climbed to his feet. He glanced at Amemiya Kenichi, feeling a little embarrassed. After all, he was already quite old, and yet he was crying like this. Mr. Sanzu, although your daughter is alive, she's not yet conscious. I monitored her brain waves, and they are still active. She might still be adjusting. Amemiya Kenichi poured Sanzu Amado a cup of hot tea, and he took a sip. He didn't mention Sanzu Amado's recent gaffe. He would have lost his composure too if he were in her shoes. People are always like that, unless they are completely emotionless. So Amemiya Kenichi changed the subject and talked about something scientific, perhaps to make Sanzuamado feel better. The soul does exist. When I died, I felt a sense of peace, Sanzuamado said, after taking a sip of tea. Amemiya Kenichi quickly took his experimental log and recorded it. This was valuable data. It was a strange feeling. Although my body was in discomfort, I felt a strange sense of peace within. At the moment of death, I suddenly felt a sense of spiritual freedom, as if I had finally shed a heavy water-soaked coat. Sanzuamado touched his face. He had felt strange at the time. He had suffered immensely before his death, yet he felt a powerful desire to live. In that moment, he regretted saving his daughter. He deserved to live. It was an overwhelming desire to live, as if every cell in his body was constantly clamoring for survival, to the point where he developed a profound fear of death. But at the moment of death, his soul suddenly floated up and emerged from his body. In that instant, he felt the world was more beautiful than ever before, as if his soul had returned to the womb, filled with a sense of security and comfort. It's hard to describe the feeling. Sanzuamado felt that all the pleasures of this world were nothing compared to this, and his heart was filled with peace. It was a feeling of unprecedented relaxation, a blissful sensation simply from lying there. Then, he realized his surroundings had turned completely white. Nothing could be seen, except his own body. His body was dead, he knew it, yet he felt incredibly happy, incredibly blissful. It was strange. Even looking at his body, he felt like it was discarded, as if even being near it was a profound torture. Come to think of it, when I left my body, I saw my daughter, weeping as she was dragged into a dark place, Sanzuamado added, but then a thought struck him. Amemiya Kenichi naturally understood what he meant. Your daughter must have been resurrected, and because she was resurrected, her soul returned to her body, which is why you can't see her. Amemiya Kenichi pinched his brow. It was truly bizarre. There seemed to be a profound difference in perception between the soul and the living. And if his guess was correct, the souls of the dead couldn't see the souls of the living. It seems the Pure Land exists in another dimension. If the living exist in 3 dimensions, then souls might exist in 2 or even 4 dimensions, and they are invisible to each other, requiring only special means to see them. And when you reincarnated me, I felt a strong pull to put on those tattered clothes again. That's why I felt so uncomfortable, and I'm still feeling so bad. Sanzuamado took another sip of tea. He couldn't taste anything, but he just wanted to, as if it would soothe his ailing body. That must be the key reason the Pure Land holds such a special attraction for souls. Amemiya Ken nodded. People generally prefer comfortable environments. It's like, on a scorching summer day, a large air-conditioned flat with a game console, the aircon, and all sorts of food. You can just lie on the sofa and play games while sipping iced Sprite. The other option is like, on a scorching summer day, trekking through the desert, where you have to be frugal with your drinks. In this situation, most people would choose the first option, lying on the comfortable sofa and playing games, rather than going out into the desert and suffering. The same thing happens to the soul. Compared to that eerie feeling of comfort, being resurrected by the impure world reincarnation feels like donning a thick, water-soaked down jacket, all uncomfortable, the urge to take it off immediately. This also explains a problem with previous impure world reincarnations. Most would want to return to the Pure Land, unless there was a stronger motivation to stay, to remain in the real world. For example, during the Fourth Shinobi World War, the resurrected Cage stayed behind to fight Uchiha Madara and Obito, but their time didn't last long. After all, the final battle of the Ninja World War didn't take too long. While in reality, it took Kishimoto to draw. In Naruto, it only took 4 days. Yes, the Fourth Shinobi World War, which stretched for 3 or 4 years, actually lasted only a few days, not even a week. This is truly bizarre. No wonder Akibi was so gloomy when I asked her about it. I wouldn't want to wear clothes like this all the time either, Sanzuamado said, looking at his body with disdain. Indeed, Amemiya Kenichi replied simply, then fell into deep thought. He pondered the question of what the soul truly meant. In the ninja world, souls existed, even possessing their own abode, the Pure Land. However, Amemiya Kenichi's previous research on the soul was minimal, almost non-existent, as the subject was incredibly difficult to study. The only real example was his teacher, Orochimaru. Orochimaru had used the technique of reincarnation, and his teacher's soul had now been transferred to the body of a woman. The woman's soul then seemed to have vanished, but Amemiya Kenichi noticed a slight aberration. After reincarnating into another body, his teacher's soul seemed to have undergone some minor changes. For example, his teacher's body had become strange, resembling more and more like a woman. Jiraiya even claimed in his latest work that Orochimaru was once a woman, disguised as a man. His claim was so convincing and well-founded that Amemiya Kenichi almost believed it, even asking if his teacher had once been a woman. Had he asked, the relationship between them would likely have fallen out by now. By then, a plot like Amemiya Kenichi vs. Orochimaru, a master-disciple feud, would likely unfold, and Kishimoto would likely be left with a month to draw. However, this also proves that the body seems to influence the soul, and vice versa. "What's wrong with me?" a soft voice rang out. Amemiya Kenichi and Sanzu Amado turned to look. Sanzu Agbe had already climbed off the sofa, the blanket falling off as she sat up. Sanzu Amado quickly pulled her daughter up. Amemiya Kenichi curled his lips. He'd seen this before. He could even say that, if he'd been a little more vulgar and resurrected Amado later, Amado would be ready to become a grandfather by now. Akebe's physique was indeed stunning. Akebe, Amado, unaware that he'd almost become a grandfather thanks to someone's erratic moral standards, gazed worriedly at his daughter. Dad, what happened to you?" Sanzu Akebe, regaining consciousness, asked with some surprise, recognizing the person before her. Amemiya Kenichi quietly kept a journal nearby. This experiment was crucial. The most important point was to determine if Akebe's resurrection was indeed a resurrection. After all, Sanzu Amado had previously attempted to create clones, but those clones weren't his daughters, and their extremely violent and frightening personalities were terrifying. I'm fine. Do you remember the one your father gave you when you were little?" Amado began to ask questions. Distinguishing a clone from the original lies in these small details. Amemiya Kenichi sat quietly. He had asked Amado before, and he had said it was actually very simple. For some reason, all the clones gave essentially the same answer. "Damn old man, how would I remember what you gave me? It's so annoying. Ask me again, and I'll have you, old dang, blasted out of gold." While not the exact words, the general meaning was there. "Well, Dad gave me a stuffed bear. I loved it, but I accidentally lost it later." Sanzu Akebe looked a little distressed. Amemiya Kenichi raised an eyebrow. "Okay, this must be his real daughter. Finally, we don't have to deal with the issue of human cloning, which carries a host of ethical and moral issues that are truly difficult to assess." Akebe, Dad finally. Amado bit his lip, his eyes red and his hands trembling. This was his daughter, the daughter trapped in the body of the impure world reincarnation, the one he cared about most. "Dad, what's wrong with you?" Akebe noticed something was wrong with her father. His hands were so cold, devoid of any warmth. Amemiya Kenichi touched his nose. The older he got, the more he couldn't stand this. Important notice, these studies are completely fabricated by the author. Please do not try them in real life. Please do not imitate. While I personally doubt anyone would even consider imitating this, it's always a good idea to be safe. A disclaimer is always a good precaution. Chapter 344 Reunion with the teacher. Don't worry, Sanzu Amado is fine. Amemiya Kenichi looked at Sanzu Akebe who was sitting in front of him, then scratched his head. However, he still said something to comfort the girl in front of him, and at the same time couldn't help but complain about Sanzu Amado in his heart. This guy's really bold, actually handing Sanzu Akebe to himself. Isn't he afraid that the next time he is reborn, he will become a grandfather? But to be honest, although Sanzu Akebe is cute and has a good figure, Amemiya Kenichi really has no interest in him. He is most concerned about the experiment in the snow country. Dad sacrificed himself to resurrect me, right? Sanzu Akebe looked at Amemiya Kenichi, her eyes reddened. The sight gave Amemiya Kenichi a headache. But what had just happened? Thinking of Sanzu Amado slowly crumbling before Sanzu Akebe's eyes, his soul ascending to heaven, and smiling goodbye to Sanzu Akebe, the scene reminded Amemiya Kenichi of Naruto's farewell to Minato Namikaze at the end of the 4th Ninja War. Naturally, Sanzu Akabane had managed a forced smile as she said goodbye to her father, but after he disappeared, she broke down in tears. She cried silently, covering her face with her hands, her body twitching. The deep sorrow was palpable even to Amemiya Kenichi, a spectator. Yes, Amemiya Kenichi nodded. Sanzu Akabane was not young anymore. There was no point in hiding things at this point. It was better to speak directly. After hearing what Amemiya Kenichi said, Sanzu Akabe fell into a daze again. Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head. This little girl was indeed troublesome, but fortunately, he didn't need to take care of her too much. He just needed to ensure she had a good life. However, there were few normal people in the land of rice right now. Sasori was still tinkering with his Unit 1 robot, and Deidara was even less suitable. Moreover, Amemiya Kenichi had a feeling that Deidara seemed to have some feelings for Uchiha Hikaru. This feeling was very subtle. Amemiya Kenichi was unsure. What if Deidara just wanted to see Uchiha Hikaru? But wasn't it normal for young men to admire young women? Besides, children in the ninja world matured early. Therefore, neither Sasori nor Deidara were suitable to live with Akabe. These two unlucky people would definitely lead Sanzu Akabe astray, and when Sanzu Amado returned from the Pure Land Research Institute, Amemiya Kenichi would have a hard time explaining himself. It seems we can only take her to the snow country, and then have Fuuka Koyuki. No, Uchiha Shiri has to go. No one else is going to be able to do that. Amemiya Kenichi looked at the dazed Sanzu Akabane and made his decision. Since Sanzu Amado had gone to the Pure Land to conduct research in a mortal body, Amemiya Kenichi couldn't let him down. He had to at least take good care of Sanzu Akabane, so he would have something to answer to when Sanzu Amado returned. Otherwise, if Sanzu Amado discovered his daughter had become an explosive maniac, he would probably turn against him. Akabe, do you want to go to the snow country with me? Your father has a laboratory there, Amemiya Kenichi asked. Sanzu Akabane looked up blankly, her lifeless eyes fixed on Amemiya Kenichi. And we can prepare your father's resurrection ceremony, Amemiya Kenichi added. With his words, Sanzu Akabane's eyes brightened. She pursed her lips and nodded seriously. Can I help? Sanzu Akabane looked at Amemiya Kenichi firmly. She didn't want to do nothing. She had done everything to revive her father, and now it was her turn to bring him back from the Pure Land. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at her but nodded, silently pondering. It seems that after a soul is resurrected, its attachment to the Pure Land is lost. So, Amemiya Kenichi, Sanzu Akabane, and Uchiha Hikaru returned to the land of snow by airship. An interesting incident occurred along the way. As they passed the border, Amemiya Kenichi spotted some small black spots in the distance. They were likely hot air balloons or other devices used by the 5 major ninja villages for border patrols. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at them and ignored them. If these people continued to research hot air balloons and airships, then the future would be like that. Why had Zeppelins become obsolete in their previous lives? People have discovered that airplanes are the future of aircraft. Airships are no longer sufficient. Unless they can develop devices that allow them to maneuver flexibly and travel at high speeds, and also possess things like energy shields, airships will simply become large targets. Kenichi Amemiya had observed this during the previous attack on the Hidden Cloud Village. Hot air balloons and airships are easily targeted by ninjutsu, while fighter jets are much safer. Now that we have a ninja army, it's time to begin researching improved crops. But even that's not enough. Each ninja village is already well prepared for my thermobaric bombs and rockets. Kenichi Amemiya ignored the patrolling ninja teams. He was contemplating his future. Unifying the ninja world is no simple task. After all, it has never been unified. The people here, regardless of village or country, lack a unified sense of purpose. People often introduce themselves by referring to their country or village, and the 5 ninja villages are deeply enmitied. If the plan is well planned, Nagato alone should be able to overwhelm them. No, Nagato's health is too poor. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head. Is Nagato powerful? Very strong. With his famous scene of holding several buildings with a bag of rice, he reduced all of Konoha to wasteland. Against Naruto, he demonstrated what it meant to my pain and style are above yours. But what if he faced 2 or more Kage at once? Furthermore, Nagato's health was a problem. Due to the outer path demon statue, Nagato was extremely weak and could only fight with pain. While his main form was capable, he would be troubled if a cage level warrior got close. Therefore, it would be difficult for Nagato alone to overthrow the ninja world. Amemiya Kenichi pulled out a blueprint from his sealed scroll, a blueprint for a uranium extraction and purification device. Nuclear weapons? Amemiya Kenichi pondered. Nuclear weapons are powerful, but the consequences are also complex. Radiation can render an area uninhabitable for extended periods, and the intense heat and shock waves of a detonation are extremely deadly. While thermobaric bombs are equally powerful, they're still far inferior to nuclear weapons. Combined with the nuclear physics set he received as a reward for completing a previous mission, Kenichi Amemiya now has some confidence in his ability to manufacture nuclear weapons. Thermobaric bombs can be used as a reserve to solve less challenging problems. My most important need now is a weapon that can deliver the final blow. Kenichi Amemiya narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint in their eyes. In his previous life, nuclear weapons were considered the most potent deterrent. Possessing them was different from using them. Only the ability to manufacture and launch nuclear weapons qualified one to become one of the 5 rogues. Furthermore, missile theory. Kenichi Amemiya raised his eyebrows as he thought of the reward he received during a previous mission in the Sand Village. Upon completing his previous mission, he had also completed his side quest and received a complete set of missile theory. There were so many books, his scalp tingling with anxiety, similar to nuclear physics. But this time, he had no objections. Missiles were incredibly powerful. With them, he could experiment with launching nuclear warheads from them in the future. He even thought his system was a gift. From thermobaric bombs to nuclear weapons, what would be next? Antimatter? Quantum? Dark matter? The thought of all this excited him. Those were all theoretical concepts in his past life, though quantum computers already had a prototype. Brother Amemiya, what's that? Just as Amemiya was thinking, Uchiha Hikaru came over and pointed downwards, prompting him to look. He was already on an airship out to sea. This was the way to the remote snow country. A large portion of the journey was over sea, and that was because of the airship. A boat would take much longer. It must be a ship. At this moment, Amemiya Kenichi had also seen what Uchiha Hikaru was talking about. Looking down from above, he could see a dark shadow on the blue sea. It must be a ship. Nothing unusual. The snow country might be isolated, but it was still a country, so there were still some caravans that came to do business. No, Amemiya-san, I just saw something flying up there. Uchiha Hikaru shook his head. Upon hearing this, Amemiya Kenichi looked carefully, but couldn't see anything. After all, airships fly at a high altitude. If they wanted to see anything below, the best way was to lower their altitude. Just as Amemiya Kenichi was pondering what to do, he heard a loud noise, like the sound of a TV screen turning snowy when there was no signal. It was too loud to make out, but Amemiya Kenichi knew what it was. He turned his head and saw that it was indeed the cell phone that had been placed on the table. There were only 2 of these things in the ninja world right now, one each for him and his teacher. If that was the case. Teacher? Amemiya Kenichi picked up the phone, a little surprised. Could it be that his teacher had finally given up on hunting Jiraiya? Or had Jiraiya already been killed? But considering Jiraiya's strength, Amemiya Kenichi felt it was unlikely. Despite the fighting and killing between the 3 ninjas, killing was rare. Their friendship had always been there. When Naruto's memories were broadcast, lived to the rest of the ninja coalition, Orochimaru fell silent as he gazed at Jiraiya's grave. It was clear the bond between the 3 ninjas was quite deep. But if Jiraiya was fine, how had he convinced his teacher not to hunt him? The voice was still too noisy to be heard. There was nothing he could do. This phone was made by his teacher, and the core technology lay with him. While Amemiya Kenichi did some scientific research, it didn't involve phones, so he didn't know how to repair them. The CHMM. Could it be? A possibility occurred to Amemiya Kenichi. The phone hadn't rang earlier or later, but at this very moment, could it be? So Amemiya Kenichi lowered the airship, and as it descended, he gradually saw the ship. There were 3 heads hanging from the ship, and a person was towing at the stern. A black-haired girl was standing at the bow, waving. Although the other person's hair was black, Amemiya Kenichi still recognized the face. It was the teacher, but for some reason, the teacher had black hair. The sea breeze blew the teacher's long hair. I've never seen this kind of disease in my life. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Tsunade was holding a petri dish, saying with some surprise. Inside her dish, a strange mass of something was soaking. It looked like meat, but the shape was even stranger. Although it wasn't very big, it looked a bit creepy. You only cut this much? Sarutobi Hiruzen, now sitting in the Hokage's position, looked at his student with a hint of frustration. He had initially assumed this was a serious illness requiring days of hospitalization, but he'd recovered in a matter of moments. Well, we need to study it first to determine its nature, and then decide on a treatment. Tsunade nodded. She was deeply interested in all ailments of the ninja world. If it weren't for the fact that Konoha currently lacked a more suitable candidate for Hokage, she wouldn't have considered taking on the position of Godame. Being Hokage was too much of a hassle. She preferred being a doctor. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up his pipe, tempted to take a drag, but seeing his student's deathly glare, he silently put it down, waiting for Tsunade to leave before smoking again. Old man, that Uzumaki brat from the village, is this generation's Jinchuriki, right? Tsunade asked, narrowing her eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little confused, but nodded. Tsunade was definitely aware of this kind of thing. Tsunade nodded and left, which made Sarutobi Hiruzen frown. Tsunade was not a person who would do anything unnecessary, so what happened to Naruto? Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer sit still. He stood up and hurried out. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345, The Teacher Who Suddenly Turned into a Black and Straight. Teacher, what's wrong with you? Amemiya Kenichi looked at Orochimaru. His hair was straight, black, a typical color. It suited him well, but the problem was that it was only used when he was in his old avatar. Most of the time, when he was in a female role, he would keep his natural blonde hair, but this time, he had dyed it black. I met some idiots who were too bold. The teacher jumped into the airship. The moment she jumped, the ship below burst into flames. The teacher, wearing a long black dress, looked unique in the light. Amemiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. This was clearly not the question he was asking, but seeing that the teacher didn't want to talk about it, Amemiya Kenichi didn't press the issue further, and honestly chose to pass on the topic. As for the ship below, Amemiya Kenichi had a hypothesis. These idiots, perhaps inspired by the teacher's appearance, had dared to do something outrageous. Who knew that, when they squeezed a persimmon, they would squeeze a durian, and it would flip over? It's no surprise that they ended up like this. The teacher wasn't a bloodthirsty person, and was quite friendly towards ordinary people. While those who became experimental subjects didn't see it that way, even the ordinary villagers in Konoha had a good first impression of the teacher, before his experiments were exposed. Even after he defected from Konoha, he never displayed a bloodthirsty or cruel side towards ordinary people. Sanzu Akabane? Is this a brat from the Uchiha clan? Orochimaru, having just boarded the airship, immediately recognized the two girls. However, Amemiya Kenichi was somewhat surprised that the teacher recognized Uchiha Hikaru. Uchiha Hikaru looked at Orochimaru curiously. She had never seen this person before, but she had heard Amemiya Kenichi call her master, which made her curious about how old this beautiful woman was. Mr. Sanzu Amado, Amemiya Kenichi said, handing the teacher a lab log. The teacher took it and glanced at it, instantly captivated. She watched silently, while Sanzu Akabane's eyes remained somewhat vacant. The other party had been like this from the beginning, and Amemiya Kenichi didn't interrupt him. It was obvious that Sanzu Akabane needed some time to think, although Amemiya Kenichi wanted to pull him aside to discuss the Pure Land and Resurrection. But now was not the time. In other words, now Sanzu Amado. The teacher glanced at Sanzu Akabane, who sat blankly beside him, then took back what he wanted to say. It was obviously not the time for such talk. So the teacher pulled Amemiya Kenichi into a nearby room and set up a simple soundproof barrier. Before entering, Amemiya Kenichi left a shadow clone. The airship required human control and could not yet be automated. Amemiya's master is so young. Uchiha Hikaru watched curiously, but then she pulled her things from her pocket and began to work diligently on the item at hand. This was a gift for Amemiya, and he would definitely like it. Kisui Tensei? This is truly a remarkable jutsu. I never thought old lady Chiyo from the Sand village could possess such a skill. Orochimaru, having now finished listening to his student's narration, returned the scroll of Kisui Tensei to her. While this jutsu was intriguing, Orochimaru immediately saw its fatal flaw. The human heart was unpredictable. Even the same person could undergo drastic changes in just a week, or even a few days. It was incredibly difficult to convince someone to willingly sacrifice their life to save a stranger. Mr. Sanzuamado is very creative. He wants to study the Pure Land. It's a very innovative scientific approach. Amemiya Kenichi wasn't particularly concerned with Kisui Tensei. He believed there were still some areas where the jutsu could be improved, and he planned to experiment. Furthermore, Amemiya Kenichi's trip to the snow country was also intended to test whether, under the control of the parasite, the ninja could use Kisui Tensei and revive Sanzuamado. If successful, it would give Amemiya Kenichi some leverage. Although some might say this was playing with the spirits of the dead or disrespecting the living, Amemiya Kenichi didn't care. He knew countless people in this world would risk anything to bring their loved ones back to the living. People only learn to cherish things after they've lost them. The Pure Land, that's not a good place. Orochimaru licked his lips. Her tongue was very long, the result of her ninjutsu training, and now it could do many things. A certain white-haired Sannin, who wished to remain anonymous, had once hinted in his work that Princess Orochi's tongue could bring true bliss. Amemiya Kenichi suspected Jiraiya had written this with the intention of disgusting his teacher, but it was clear that he must have been hunted down by his teacher for some time. However, Amemiya Kenichi was even more curious about his teacher's words. Could it be that he knew something about the Pure Land? Teacher, do you have any research on the Pure Land? Amemiya Kenichi looked at his teacher curiously. The teacher calmly took a sip of tea and nodded. There's been some research that suggests that place has a corrosive effect on the soul, allowing it to rest in peace. But I've always felt there's something fishy about it, Orochimaru said calmly. She'd experienced the threat of the Pure Land when she'd performed the Undying Corpse reincarnation technique. It could even be said that the Pure Land itself was the greatest threat during the Undying Corpse reincarnation technique. If the soul lacked sufficient willpower, it would be captured by the Pure Land and instantly die. Even with sufficient willpower, the soul would still experience some minor wear and tear from the Pure Land as it moved from one body to another. If the body wasn't compatible, the wear and tear would be even greater. At that point, the soul would need time to recuperate and rest. But what's with that Uchiha brat? The teacher put down her teacup and surveyed her student. Could it be that this student had finally grown up and was looking to reproduce? Orochimaru remained non-committal. She wasn't particularly interested in reproduction. She believed it was simply the result of hormones and biological instinct. A true seeker of truth should dedicate their lives to that pursuit. Uchiha Hikaru, she's a little girl I met. We struck a chord, so she followed me. Amemiya Kenichi wasn't sure how to explain this to his teacher. After all, Hikaru himself had survived the Warring States period. This would undoubtedly be a very tempting research subject for the teacher, but the problem was that Hikaru's experience wasn't well suited for a lab. Looking at his teacher, Amemiya Kenichi knew that simply hiding the truth was pointless. Furthermore, with his help, the development of the internet and other things could enter a new phase. Oh. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow slightly, feeling that her student was hiding something. But Hikaru is a very special person, teacher. Amemiya Kenichi retrieved the stones from Hikaru's previous seal, preserving them and even drawing diagrams. This should be of great interest to the teacher. As expected, upon seeing these things, the teacher's interest peaked. After hearing Amemiya Kenichi explain that Uchiha Hikaru had been sealed since the Warring States period, his interest intensified. This must involve a sealing technique involving space and time, the teacher immediately concluded. Amemiya Kenichi shared his opinion. Ordinary sealing techniques couldn't allow someone to survive until now, otherwise, many would be willing to seal themselves away and travel to the future. Furthermore, Hikaru had no nourishment equipment outside at the time, so Amemiya Kenichi suspected it might be a sealing technique similar to a time-stopping technique. Seeing the teacher absorbed in his research, Amemiya Kenichi felt a sense of relief. Every time he faced the teacher, he felt a reminiscence of his school days, like facing his home or room teacher and preparing for final exams. I wonder if Uncle Jiraiya is still alive, but judging by the teacher's personality, I'm sure he got a beating too, Amemiya Kenichi said, rubbing his chin. When the airship arrived over the snow country, the teacher was still studying the strange stones. Seeing this, Amemiya Kenichi didn't disturb the teacher. Instead, he landed the airship and then led the teacher, Uchiha Hikaru, and the others down. Master Amemiya. Outside the airship was Uchiha Shiri, who had been waiting. Hikaru had a good relationship with her and was delighted to see her. Uchiha Shiri was taken aback when she saw Orochimaru, but she quickly recognized who he was and greeted him respectfully. The teacher waved and left. Amemiya Kenichi shrugged and told Uchiha Shiri to lead the teacher to the laboratory. He knew the teacher's character well, and at this moment, a laboratory was more important than any other room. Master Fenghua Zaiatsu also came over. She looked at Amemiya Kenichi happily, then glanced warily at Sanzua Kibi, who was standing next to her. The woman had a nice figure. Well, how's it going? Amemiya Kenichi asked Fenghua Zaiatsu. He had originally intended to ask Uchiha Shiri, but since she had gone with her teacher, he could only ask Fenghua Zaiatsu. It's going very well, Master. So far, progress is very good. There haven't been any failures. Fenghua Zaiatsu glanced at Uchiha Hikaru and swallowed the word experiment. That's fine. Amemiya Kenichi wasn't surprised by this answer. After all, his shadow clones hadn't disbanded yet. If they hadn't disbanded, it meant there hadn't been any failures so far. It seemed the mother insect's secretions could indeed increase the stability of genetic programming. Amemiya Kenichi didn't waste any time. He asked Uchiha Hikaru and Sanzua Kibi to go with Fenghua Zaiatsu to find a place to stay. Then he hurried to his laboratory and was immediately struck by a strange odor. While the parasites were helping, the problem was that opening the eyes required emotional stimulation, which stimulated the amygdala. Even with a dedicated cleaning staff, some subjects still occasionally suffered from incontinence. You're finally here. A shadow clone approached, dark circles under his eyes, and he glared at the original before him with resentment. Kenichi Amemiya touched his nose awkwardly. Thank you for your hard work. How's the experiment going? How many have activated the 3 Megatama? Kenichi Amemiya abruptly changed the subject. The shadow clone beside him rolled his eyes. How could he not know what the original was thinking? Most of the subjects who received Obito's and Shisu's genes have activated the 3 Megatama, but some new problems have arisen. The shadow clone handed the experimental log to Kenichi Amemiya. Kenichi Amemiya took it and glanced at it. The information was very detailed, including the specific issues that had arisen this time. You mean, some test subjects experienced unstable vital signs after activating the 3 Megatama? Kenichi Amemiya glanced at the log. According to the description, some test subjects experienced unstable vital signs, increased heart rate, and increased metabolism after activating the Sharingan. Some test subjects even aged at a much faster rate. Some showed noticeable signs of aging, but they didn't age continuously. The shadow clone also noted that this might be due to insufficient observation time. Amemiya Kenichi pondered this question. This question was interesting. He wasn't sure if it was a problem with the transplanted genes or the Sharingan's activation. The time was too short to observe them in a short period of time, unless he developed a space-time ninjutsu and used it to accelerate observation. Let's record it first. Are these the last batch? Amemiya Kenichi asked, looking at the test subjects below. He didn't sense any other young test subjects queuing outside, so these seemed to be the last ones near the laboratory. Yes, the others have successfully opened their Sharingan. This batch is the last, but the main Gekyo opening will take some time. The shadow clone nodded, and Amemiya Kenichi wasn't surprised. Opening the main Gekyo was a tedious task. These test subjects needed to rest and adjust before opening it. Furthermore, opening the main Gekio was crucial, so Amemiya Kenichi needed to monitor them closely. It's about activating the Kaleidoscope Legion, cultivating high-yield crops, and making nuclear weapons. It's really Kenichi Amemiya aside. Why does it suddenly feel like all the things are piling up? Chapter 346 Naruto's body is probably made of iron, and his spirit is also made of iron. Oh no, there's also the meeting with Nagato, and the impure world reincarnation of Sanzu Amado in a few days. Amemiya Kenichi sighed. It was truly difficult, with so many things piling up. This was all assuming he had shadow clones. Without them, he felt he couldn't believe how long it would take him to handle all these matters. By the way, we also need to test whether the ninja under parasite control can perform the jutsu of self-reincarnation. Amemiya Kenichi pinched his brow. Fortunately, the experiments were almost over, and he could use more clones to help. However, Amemiya Kenichi had some concerns about the jutsu of self-reincarnation. After all, frankly, the jutsu of self-reincarnation was truly powerful, yet it was practically unlearned in the Sand village. And Amemiya Kenichi knew that in the anime, it hadn't appeared, since Uchiha used it to resurrect Gaara. But was it realistic? Absolutely unrealistic. Well, it was even a bit dreamy, a dreamlike, almost utopian. While the jutsu requires a life for a life, Kenichi Amemiya honestly doesn't think it's a problem for those desperate to revive their loved ones. There are countless methods available. For example, manipulation through illusions, or even simpler coercion using a loved one's family to threaten the jutsu, or even having older ninjas rescue exceptionally gifted individuals. There are countless ways to force someone to perform this jutsu, and the jutsu doesn't require the ninja's willingness. There are so many uses, yet it's only been shown once in the anime. Either the ninja world is full of good people, their moral standards are breathtaking, or they just didn't intend to depict it that way. Kenichi Amemiya watched the test subjects struggle in pain, then slowly calmed down, and scoffed inwardly. Expecting everyone to be a paragon of morality? How could that be possible? Even a small company can be rife with strife, with all sorts of open and covered in fighting. How could we expect the ninja world, as vast as it is, to be all good? If they were, there wouldn't have been the previous ninja world wars. Therefore, Kenichi Amemiya felt that the most likely reason for the jutsu of Kisui Tensei was that the author didn't want to go into too much detail. Furthermore, later versions of Rinnegan Tensei were even more powerful, capable of resurrecting multiple people at once. Kisui Tensei, which could only revive one, was naturally eliminated. Though Rinnegan Tensei requires the Rinnegan, strength, and sacrifice, Kisui Tensei is a bit more cheap. It's probably a youthful version of Rinnegan Tensei, right? Kenichi Amemiya stroked his chin. Meanwhile, the experiments were all over, and all the shadow clones breathed a sigh of relief. After the cleaning staff finished cleaning, Kenichi Amemiya found a bed and lay down, then deactivated his shadow clones. Even before deactivating his shadow clones, he activated Sage Mode, but even then, the sudden onset of exhaustion left him feeling like he was dying. It felt like he'd been practicing for 5 or 6 days without sleep, then ran a 10,000 meter run, and then immediately ate, until he felt like vomiting. Hiss. Kenichi Amemiya lost the strength to even speak. The shadow clone skill was indeed a very useful one, but it also came with significant side effects. The sheer exhaustion of so many days of experimentation washed over him, nearly making Kenichi Amemiya want to end his life immediately, even with Sage Mode activated. No wonder his teacher had previously said it was best not to use shadow clones for too long or too often, or else it could lead to death. At this moment, Kenichi Amemiya felt like he was about to die, and even death would be much easier than it was now. After a long pause, Kenichi Amemiya finally breathed a sigh of relief, a hint of wonder in his mind. How had Naruto managed to endure the beatings and attacks of so many shadow clones and still remain so calm after dispelling them? It was truly miraculous. If I could find a way to prevent the exhaustion of my shadow clones from returning, I'd truly become a god. Kenichi Amemiya chuckled dryly, but he still managed to get out of bed, feeling somewhat better. Now, it was time to get down to business. However, after this incident, Kenichi Amemiya decided that in future experiments, when using shadow clones, it would be best to dispel them every 1 or 2 days. to prevent the accumulated fatigue from becoming too severe. If it weren't for the desire to complete both the genetic programming and the development of the Sharingan all at once, Kenichi Amemiya would never have gone this far. As he left, he encountered Uchiha Shirei, who was hurriedly walking through the Imperial Palace in the Snow Country's capital. "Shirei, how is the teacher?" Kenichi Amemiya called out, then saw that she was clutching several file bags, their contents unknown. "Amemiya-sama." Uchiha Shirei stopped immediately, and Kenichi Amemiya nodded. He loved Uchiha Shirei's thoughtful behavior. "Amemiya-sama, Orochimaru-sama is currently conducting experiments. She told me not to approach her for the time being if you ask. And this is something Orochimaru-sama has repaired and asked me to give it to you," Uchiha Shirei said respectfully, handing her something over. Kenichi Amemiya knew what it was, a cell phone, repaired by the teacher. "Okay, I see." Amemiya Kenichi put away his phone. It was only 4 calls, more like a radio, though it was pretty good for the current state of the art in the ninja world. Originally, Amemiya Kenichi had planned to ask Uchiha Shirei to help him collect some supplies, but seeing she was busy, he didn't say anything, and went to find Fuuka Koyuki. Fuuka Koyuki's communication issues need to be resolved. She can control her offspring remotely, but I can't, Amemiya Kenichi sighed. After finding Fuuka Koyuki and assigning her the task of collecting materials, Amemiya Kenichi left. He would use these materials to build a uranium extraction and detection device, which would then allow him to search the ninja world for uranium ore. "No, where's my junior sister?" Amemiya Kenichi suddenly thought. No one knew where Ankoma Terashi was, and the teacher hadn't said anything, but he hadn't seen her in the lab in Shion no Kuni. So where was his junior sister? Could the teacher have killed her? Chapter 347. The Mangekyou Sharingan belongs to Kenichi Amemiya. Kenichi Amemiya hesitated as he glanced at his phone. He longed to ask his teacher about his junior sister's whereabouts, but considering he was currently researching the seal surrounding Uchiha Hikaru, he decided against it. Opening the Mangekyou shouldn't be a problem. The 6 Path Sage's genes haven't been found, and there's no clue. Perhaps I could try opening the Mangekyou directly? Kenichi Amemiya glanced at his experimental log. With the showdown approaching, Kenichi Amemiya urgently needed to improve his skills. For now, opening the Mangekyou was the best option, simple and effective. Kenichi had previously considered searching for elixir blood of the 6 Path Sage, potentially programming his genetic information, and then opening the Mangekyou. This approach might have yielded better results, but the 6 Path Sage's relics were nowhere to be found, let alone his blood. Therefore, Kenichi Amemiya's best option now was the genes of Indra and Ashura. However, their blood couldn't be found either, but he didn't need to search for it right now. My guess should be correct. Amemiya Kenichi drew some of his own blood and took it for genetic testing. He had some thoughts about his own body. He had previously considered using Naruto and Sasuke's blood. After all, they were the reincarnations of the 6 Path Sage's sons. But then another question struck him. His physique was now that of the Shodaime Sage, so in a sense, he no longer needed Naruto's blood, since the Shodaime himself was the reincarnation of the 6 Path Sage's son. The only problem was Indra's. But whether my genetic information has been modified remains a question. After all, I never thought of testing myself before. Amemiya Kenichi, watching the machine in motion, fell into deep thought. Now that the Mangekyou was activated, it was no longer a problem for him. He had even glimpsed the secrets of the Rinnegan. Soon, the genetic test results came back, and after comparing them, Amemiya Kenichi found that his genes were indeed somewhat similar to Naruto's, but there were also 1 or 2 discrepancies, and Sasuke's extra Indra genes were not found. Just as I thought, but is this difference intended to circumvent Ashura's influence? Amemiya Kenichi pondered, but he couldn't be certain. After all, genetics are so mysterious, and deciphering all this mountain of code would take an incredibly long time. If that's the case, then all I need to do now is program Indra's genes into my body. But will this affect me? Amemiya Kenichi frowned slightly. Sasuke and Uchiha Madara had both been affected by Indra. No, it shouldn't be. No matter how powerful a soul is, it can only affect one person at most. It's impossible for him to reincarnate directly into me. Amemiya Kenichi dismissed this idea. Indra's reincarnation didn't come first because of the genes, as evidenced by the fact that Naruto's genes didn't have the extra Hashira component. It must have been the reincarnation that caused the change in genetic information. Let's begin then. Once we activate the manger key, we should be able to verify my idea. Amemiya Kenichi licked his lips, a hint of excitement rising in his voice. Kenichi Amemiya entered the laboratory and summoned Shiri Uchiha. He then had her use her powers to retrieve a test tube labeled Indra, which still emanated a chill. We have Sasuke's blood, so now we need to extract Indra's genetic information. Kenichi Amemiya dismissed Shiri and began preparing for his own experiment. While he had Obito's genetic information, the problem was that Obito wasn't Indra's reincarnation. To upgrade his manger key to the high levels of the eternal manger key in the Rinnegan, Indra's genes were essential. Therefore, Kenichi Amemiya chose not to use Obito's. After skillfully extracting Sasuke's extra Indra genes, Kenichi Amemiya created a shadow clone and began genetic programming himself. The safety of genetic programming had been proven, but if anything went wrong, Kenichi Amemiya felt he could travel back in time and buy lottery tickets. Original, I wish you good luck. The shadow clone looked at Kenichi Amemiya seriously. If the original died, they would all disappear as well. Let's begin. Kenichi Amemiya didn't have many thoughts. The experiment had to begin. As the experiment began, Kenichi Amemiya began to describe his feelings about being experimented on. He had previously been experimenting on others, but now he was on the operating table himself. Needless to say, this feeling was quite strange. I'm feeling some pain now, pain at the needle point, followed by a feeling of heat. Kenichi Amemiya frowned slightly. He knew where the experiment was at. Indra's genes were integrating into his body. The genes began to recombine with the mother insect's secretions. Even Kenichi Amemiya felt a little pain during this process, but he had expected this. It went smoothly. The shadow clone removed his gloves. The programming went smoothly, just like every time before. The next step is crucial. Amemiya Kenichi climbed to his feet. The genetic programming wasn't a problem. The challenge was whether the genes would stabilize afterward. Before the mother insect's secretions appeared, this process was accompanied by a high mortality rate. It was the mother insect's secretions that stabilized the genes, preventing them from collapsing. Amemiya Kenichi waited patiently for an hour, recording his current sensations and monitoring data. An hour later, Amemiya Kenichi felt no discomfort at all, which made him smile. Just as he'd imagined, the genetic programming had succeeded. Test my current genome. Amemiya Kenichi squeezed a drop of blood from his fingertip and handed it to his shadow clone. He needed to confirm once again that his genome had been successfully reprogrammed with the genetic information of Indra and Hashira. The shadow clone hurried away, while Amemiya Kenichi twisted his neck, then pulled out the experimental log from his previous manger key Sharingan experiment and slowly flipped through it. Next up was activating his manger key. He needed to think about what ability he intended to awaken. The activation of the manger key is inherently uncontrollable, requiring intense stimulation. Upon receiving this stimulation, abilities will be awakened, based on the strongest desire within the individual at the time. Manger key abilities are incredibly diverse. For example, Uchiha Shiri's abilities are quite unique, some resembling Kamu, yet not quite. Uchiha Hikaru even awakened the bizarre ability of 8,000 spears. This demonstrates the manger key's potential, both its upper and lower limits, and the currently awakened manger key abilities are practically useless. Success. You now have Indra's genome. A shadow clone trotted in, and upon hearing this, Kenichi Amemiya breathed a sigh of relief. Now that the genome programming had been confirmed, the next step was to begin the manger key activation experiment. Let's begin. Kenichi Amemiya took a deep breath and created another shadow clone. With two clones conducting experiments simultaneously, the experiment should be straightforward. However, Kenichi Amemiya's only remaining concern was what his wish should be. If he wanted to become the strongest being in the world, what would he be rewarded with? Amaterasu? There were so many variables, so Kenichi Amemiya thought he should think about it. Just as he was thinking this, he heard a buzzing sound. He licked his lips nervously. He knew what was going on. His skull was being opened, but thankfully, he had a special anesthetic, so he felt no pain. The kaleidoscope experiment required this kind of treatment. What should happen next? Kenichi Amemiya pondered this, and as he pondered, he heard the shadow clone's warning that the experiment was about to begin. Then came intense pain, followed by a heart-wrenching sadness and despair. Kenichi Amemiya gripped the handrails tightly. This feeling was truly awful. Even with the anesthetic, it only made the opening of the skull painless. But now, it was a torture from the inside out. Intense emotions can cause bodily reactions, just like when someone says they are heartbroken or furious. These aren't necessarily exaggerations, they're real. Intense grief can cause a rapid heartbeat and cause pain. Excessive grief can even lead to coma or even heart muscle damage, which can be fatal. Extreme anger can also cause problems like pneumothorax. This is why doctors, when speaking to patients and their families, encourage them to relax and accept reality calmly, as doing so can be detrimental to their condition. Some even keep cancer patients in the dark, hoping for a miracle brought on by joy. The human body is truly remarkable, holding countless secrets. It's even fair to say that humans explore the world more than their own bodies. What do I desire? Amemiya Kenichi gritted his teeth, struggling to control himself as he pondered this question. Upon arriving in the ninja world, his greatest desire was to survive. That was his initial wish. Later, he yearned to survive under Orochimaru's control and avoid becoming a test subject. What did he desire now? Freed from the pressures of survival, what did he desire most? Amemiya Kenichi's emotions were complex, his thoughts running wild. He was even unsure of his deepest desire. After all, people always want too much, but if it's possible, I want it. Amemiya Kenichi thought of his most cherished wish. Intense sorrow and despair, accompanied by convulsions and a hazy mind. Amemiya Kenichi's body jerked, then relaxed. The feeling faded. While still somewhat uncomfortable, it was no longer as painful as before. Amemiya Kenichi felt a surge of heat in his eyes, followed by a growing dizziness, making him feel like he was about to pass out, but he forced himself to hold on. The experiment was successful. The shadow clone joyfully replaced Amemiya Kenichi's skull, then used the palm magic to accelerate the healing of the wound. Yes, I know. Amemiya Kenichi opened his eyes. His eyes were no longer filled with the three Megatama, but rather, umbrella? Amemiya Kenichi stared at himself in the mirror, lost in thought. He truly hadn't understood why his eyes had transformed into a pattern resembling that of the Umbrella Corporation. But the pattern wasn't the point. The key was his main Gekyo ability. Straight Sharingan. But what is my ability? Amemiya Kenichi touched his eyes. The main Gekyo. This is a very special ability. After mastering it, Amemiya Kenichi had a general understanding of its capabilities, but he still wanted to experiment. Perhaps this would be even better. Amemiya Kenichi immediately dismissed his shadow clones. He didn't want to experience the same feeling of exhaustion he'd had before. My main Gekyo. Amemiya Kenichi glanced around. The three-tomage Sharingan was a significant improvement to his vision, but the main Gekyo's vision was even brighter and clearer. To put it simply, it was like the three-tomage Sharingan's 1080p resolution, while the main Gekyo's was 4K. The difference was stark. However, what Amemiya Kenichi was most excited about was awakening his main Gekyo's abilities. As Amemiya Kenichi's thoughts deepened, he seemed to understand his main Gekyo's capabilities. Amemiya Kenichi casually picked up a glass test tube from the laboratory and looked at the one in front of him. Silicon dioxide, sodium oxide, and boron trioxide, and a certain amount. Amemiya Kenichi looked at the test tube, or rather, he was not looking at the test tube, but at the element that made up the test tube. I understand. Amemiya Kenichi put the test tube down, and as his mind thought, the test tube on the table that he had not touched suddenly disappeared, and then some powder and other things appeared on the table. Amemiya Kenichi closed his eyes. He now understood his abilities. He finally understood what abilities he had awakened, but could he do all this? Amemiya Kenichi licked his lips. He looked at the things in front of him excitedly, and as he exerted his pupil power, the powders and impurities in front of him combined again, and became a short and thick glass test tube. Analysis, deconstruction, reorganization. How wonderful. Chapter 348 Analysis of Splitting, Recombination and Fusion. My left eye has the ability to analyze the element that make up things, or rather, the ability to dissect them. Once I understand the composition of a target, I can disassemble it. Amemiya Kenichi licked his lips. He'd originally dreamed of being able to peer into the mysteries of all things, but he'd never imagined awakening such a unique ability. This Mangeki Sharingan technique was truly unique. Is it powerful? The upper limit seems quite high, but the lower limit is hard to say. After all, Amemiya Kenichi has only just acquired this ability, and he has no other reference cases to look at, so he'll have to slowly explore everything on his own. If I could use this ability on the planet beneath my feet, then that would be. Amemiya Kenichi said excitedly. This ability was truly useful. If he could analyze the element that made up the planet beneath his feet, perhaps he could dismantle it directly. By then, there would be no survivors in the entire world. Unless someone could master the ability to survive in a vacuum, everyone would perish. This wasn't even the upper limit Amemiya had imagined. What if I could directly analyze a black hole or the sun, and then use the power of my right eye to reconstruct a sun or a black hole right in front of me? Amemiya Kenichi shuddered. The idea was intriguing, but also incredibly dangerous. Both black holes and the sun were beyond the reach of current human technology. While the ninja world possessed ninjutsu, even the ability to create stars and moons, Amemiya Kenichi felt that even Kaguya Satsuki wouldn't be able to disassemble and reconstruct the sun. And would black holes and stars be enough? If he had enough power, could he analyze the universe? Analyze the entire three-dimensional space? Then break it apart and reconstruct it? But Amemiya Kenichi knew that, if he could achieve this, he would truly have reached the level of a god. And not just any god, but at the very least, a creator god. There's still a crucial question. Amemiya Kenichi pinched his brow. The Mangeki is powerful, but it's not without its drawbacks. Each use of its eye technique intensifies its power, eventually leading to blindness. This is why Mangeki blindness can occur. The more it's used, the more likely it is to go blind. Kenichi Amemiya believes there are two solutions. The first, which he believes he's already achieved, is to transplant the cells of the Shogun, Hashirama Senju. While Hashirama, the ninja god, possesses immense power, his cells are even more versatile and vibrant. To some extent, they resemble cancer cells, becoming highly invasive when injected into a body. They can even kill the recipient's cells and take over. However, these cells lack the ability to develop into organs, becoming nothing more than a mass of flesh that plunders nutrients. Therefore, the mortality rate of Hashirama cells is very high. It's unknown how Uchiha Madara studied Hashirama cells. These characteristics make Hashirama cells very similar to cancer cells, but the difference is that cancer cells are self-limiting, flourishing within the body. Once outside the host cell, even a small bacterium can defeat them. Even in the face of the external environment, Hashirama cells displayed immense vitality, even capable of developing into flesh with sufficient nutrition. However, the abundant vitality of Hashirama cells could also alleviate the blindness caused by the enhanced power of his Mangeki Sharingan to a certain extent. However, to fully resolve this issue, the Mangeki would need to be upgraded to the Eternal Mangeki, a feat only achieved by Uchiha Madara and the future Uchiha Satsuki. I do have some ideas for upgrading to the Eternal Mangeki, but could it be that my right eye only has the ability to reconstruct? Amemiya Kenichi touched his eye. He had already considered the Mangeki before, so he wasn't in a rush. These things could be dealt with gradually, not a major issue. His current concern was his right eye. His left eye could analyze and separate essences, while his right eye could reconstruct them, allowing these elements to be reassembled according to his wishes. However, the amount of material that was originally present would be reconstructed back to the original, so there was no way to reduce it, but that wasn't a big deal. He had just transformed a long thin test tube into a short, thick one. But he couldn't help but feel that his right eye had more than just this one ability. It seemed like there was another one. An idea struck Kenichi Amemiya. This time, he took a test tube and a rubber extractor. As he focused his left eye, the two objects simultaneously separated. Then, under his watchful eye, they reassembled into a new form. The slender test tube had a soft glass tip that could be pressed to draw in a little liquid. It felt like rubber, but looked like glass. Because it was small, it was practically useless. However, Kenichi Amemiya's eyes were filled with surprise. He discovered he could combine two originally disparate objects to create something entirely new. In his previous life, this would have earned him the rank of Material Science Academician. For example, giving wood the strength of rubber while still looking like wood was a complete glitch. Imagine a figurine that you'd have to be wary of, fearing it might be damaged by your child. But after Kenichi Amemiya used this ability, it instantly became as strong as steel. Then, he'd no longer have to worry about the inconvenience of his relatives' children. But further experiments are needed to further develop these abilities. I'm curious if they can be used on humans. Amemiya Kenichi stood up. Now possessing the main Gekio, his strength had reached a new level, but he still needed to test it. He had to see if his main Gekio abilities could work on creatures like humans. If they did, it would be a truly powerful weapon. With this thought in mind, Amemiya Kenichi walked out of the laboratory and grabbed a passing palace servant, making her stand still while he stared at her silently. Humans are made up of many elements, but he knew the general idea. He knew this because of a classic childhood anime about an older brother, or theme that had become a nightmare for Amemiya, so much so that as a child, he often wondered if the neighbor's dog had also been created from human body alchemy. As he grew older, however, he realized that the human body's composition was often much more complex. 11 essential element, and more than a dozen essential trace element. But did that make up a human being? He was overthinking it. From birth, no matter how meticulously clean or meticulous a person is, their bodies harbor countless bacteria. Bacteria also exist on the skin, along with tiny creatures invisible to the naked eye, such as mites. So when Kenichi Amemiya saw some foreign proteins on the person before him, he wasn't surprised. Hygiene in the ninja world wasn't very good, though ninjas were relatively well prepared. Ordinary people were likely to suffer from parasitic infections. Water consumption here was relatively primitive. Some simply drank raw water from the wild, saving them the trouble. While this immediately quenched their thirst, it also carried worm eggs. If one were to observe carefully, one could probably see the wriggling roundworms. Soon, however, Kenichi Amemiya felt a slight discomfort in his eyes. He paused his analysis and pondered the foreign proteins, wondering if he could break them down into their individual components. Nothing happened. No, I'm still a bit perplexed. He scratched his head. The foreign proteins hadn't changed at all, proving his idea wouldn't work. So, Kenichi Amemiya asked the person to extend his hand. She was a maid, a ninja maid after all. She washed and handled things every day, so her hands weren't exactly fair and tender, and rather rough. But Amemiya Kenichi didn't mind. He stared intently at her index finger, analyzing its composition. This noble lady is quite peculiar. The maid's heart fluttered. She knew the person before her was of noble status. The queen had said that their requests must be met, even if they conflicted with hers. And yet, the person had been staring at her, and now at her hands. This made her feel both uneasy and excited. If she could take this opportunity to meet the noble lady, wouldn't that directly change the fate of her family? Amemiya Kenichi had no idea what the person before him was thinking, but he could sense her pulse speeding up, even when she was standing. Either she was ill, or she was possessed by some agitated thought. He understood immediately, but he didn't care. If he truly wanted to hold a gin party, he could do it in the snow country, but he had no such ambitions. He would rather conduct more experiments than hold a gin party. That should be enough. Amemiya Kenichi had already analyzed the elemental composition of the index finger. As he thought about it, the maid's index finger suddenly exploded, dissipating into thin air. Blood spurted out wildly, and the maid let out a sharp scream. But just as she screamed, the index finger reappeared on her hand, and the bleeding stopped. If it weren't for the blood dripping onto the ground, the maid might have thought it was an illusion. It's indeed possible, but analyzing a single person is very draining of your eye power, but analyzing an entire area is quite easy. Amemiya Kenichi rubbed his eyes. After using the Sharingan 3 times in one day, even he found it a bit overwhelming. What happened? Master, what happened? Fenghua Zayaksu rushed over, and Amemiya Kenichi noticed the strange limb that had just retracted at her feet. It's okay, I'm doing an experiment. Give this little girl a reward. She contributed to my experiment. Amemiya Kenichi waved his hand. He knew the other person's ulterior motives, but he wasn't a pervert who'd kill an entire family for no reason. He'd toyed with the other person's hand, and while he'd reshaped it immediately, it had also been slightly longer. Compensation was only natural. Okay, I understand. Feng Huizayaksu glanced at the trembling maid and smiled. Amemiya Kenichi didn't bother to intervene and simply left. He had some new ideas he wanted to try. Feng Huizayaksu waited patiently until Amemiya Kenichi left, before smiling and approaching the maid. A tiny insect egg lay on her fingertip. The maid, having heard him address her as her master, knew she couldn't stay. But since her master had said so, she wouldn't disobey her orders. So Feng Huizayaksu chose to let her live, but at the cost of becoming her subordinate. This was a gift, after all, not something ordinary people could interact with. Her master's orders required that the maid control all the ninjas in the snow country, with a few remaining in reserve. You will be my attendant lady in waiting from now on. Feng Huizayaksu smiled as she injected the insect egg into the maid's vein. Naruto has actually managed to extract chakra. In the Konoha Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned at the ball before him. He had been curious about what Tsunade meant by that and had investigated. He soon discovered that Uzumaki Naruto, the Jinchuriki currently ostracized by the entire village, had unknowingly extracted chakra. Although the ANBU's tests showed that he hadn't learned any ninjutsu, the existence of chakra was real. Even children in Konoha, unless from a prominent family, typically only learned the basics of chakra extraction after attending Ninja Academy. But what about Naruto? A parentless man, ostracized by the village, had actually mastered chakra extraction. If this had happened to a clan like the Hyuga in Oshikocho, he wouldn't have been surprised. But Naruto, Hokage-sama, this is what we found on the target. An ANBU respectfully handed a notebook to Sarutobi Hiruzen. This thing is really not easy to find. When Naruto left, the ANBU went to search Naruto's house, but they didn't find anything. They only found some expired milk, bread, and cup ramen. Yeah, it's expired too. The ANBU found this book on Naruto after he came back at night and fell asleep. They kept it close to him. The ANBU brought it over overnight and left a fake one there. This book is. Sarutobi Hiruzen flipped through it and instantly recognized who wrote this book on chakra extraction. Sarutobi Hiruzen flipped through it and then asked the ANBU to take it back. Then he picked up the pipe next to him and smoked it silently. He already knew who the book belonged to, Orochimaru. He knew it was Orochimaru's handwriting at first sight. Only Orochimaru could have such a beautiful handwriting. New Year's Eve is coming soon. I wish all readers a happy new year in advance and all the best. Chapter 349. Kenichi Amemiya. Suddenly I became an agronomist. Orochimaru, what are you trying to do? Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his cigarette, his emotions tangled. He might even be considering a replacement Jinchuriki. After all, while Orochimaru had betrayed the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen was well aware of his abilities. If it were Orochimaru, he would undoubtedly have discovered Naruto's true identity and the nine-tailed demon fox sealed within him. The question then arose, if Orochimaru had sensed something strange within Naruto, why was he teaching him how to refine chakra? What was his plan? What was he trying to do? Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up. He couldn't just sit back and watch. He immediately left and arrived at Naruto's house, where the ANBU guarding the door bowed their heads respectfully. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and hurried inside. He looked at the sleeping Naruto, then used ninjutsu to turn his body over, carefully examining it, but he found nothing. It seemed as if Naruto had merely refined his chakra, and then nothing more. The seal on his abdomen was also intact, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen somewhat bewildered. Could it be that his disciple had decided to be a good person? Orochimaru, what exactly do you want? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked for the second time. He truly couldn't comprehend Orochimaru's intentions, but Naruto was clearly not in any trouble at the moment. It seemed that, if he wanted to know, he would have to wait for Naruto to wake up and ask him indirectly. Sarutobi Hiruzen was uncertain about this. He wasn't sure if Naruto would listen to him and tell him what had happened. After all, From Naruto's current behavior, it seemed he wanted to keep it a secret. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Naruto in the darkness. Naruto slept soundly, his stomach rumbling occasionally. Moonlight filtered through the glass onto Sarutobi Hiruzen, blocking the light from reaching Naruto. Sarutobi's expression shifted. The Ninetales was undoubtedly Konoha's top secret, known only to a select few high-ranking officials. The rest of the group remained unaware. The Yondaime Sarutobi Hiruzen placed a hand on Naruto's stomach, wondering if a replacement Jinchuriki would be feasible. However, if a replacement were to happen, there was no way a young Naruto would survive. Silence filled the room. After a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen emerged, sighing thoughtfully. He then returned to the Hokage building. Naruto's security was heightened again. This time, the guards were all Konoha's ANBU Jonin, some even leading elite Jonin. People still have some sense of the outside world when they're asleep, especially ninjas. However, this sense is sometimes ineffective, so when on missions, ninjas tend to sleep very lightly. When Amemiya Kenichi found Uchiha Hikaru, he was in the middle of a class. The lecturer was an ANBU ninja from the land of snow. While they were called ANBU, the name wasn't the same, but their duties were similar. Konoha was undoubtedly at the forefront of the world in this regard. The entire ninja world emulated Konoha, and few surpassed it. The other party immediately noticed Kenichi Amemiya and immediately looked at him with fervor. If Uchiha Hikaru hadn't been there, Kenichi would have felt he'd have fallen to his knees and kowtowed to him. Well, this ninja had been infested by the parasite, and Kenichi Amemiya could sense the joy and admiration emanating from him. Although Kenichi Amemiya's body was free of the parasite, he could still sense the emotions of his offspring, likely an ability he acquired while analyzing the parasite. Brother Amemiya. Uchiha Hikaru jumped up happily, then handed Kenichi Amemiya a notebook filled with notes. He took a look, revealing a collection of information from the class. Hikaru, you're amazing. Kenichi Amemiya chuckled, rubbing Uchiha Hikaru's head. The information he'd recorded was comprehensive, though mostly oriented towards practical combat, which was quite useful. For a ninja, the lessons learned in ninja school are ultimately insufficient. After all, opponents in real combat won't know how to hold back like their classmates. While Hikaru is a relic from the Warring States period who has survived to the present day, it's still questionable whether his combat experience would be relevant today. While chatting with Hikaru, Kenichi Amemiya glanced toward the laboratory. He had originally planned to discuss developing Hikaru's 8,000 spear abilities with his teacher, but since he hadn't left the lab yet, he had to abandon the idea for now. In that case, Kenichi Amemiya figured he could bring Nagato along for a chat. He was probably getting impatient. But I haven't noticed anything unusual lately. I guess Black Zetsu isn't here with us. Kenichi Amemiya walked over to where his airship was parked. It was quietly hovering in a valley. However, surrounding the airship were Kenichi Amemiya's shadow clones, lurking in the shadows. This was Kenichi Amemiya's own doing. After receiving his teacher's call, Kenichi Amemiya had a sudden idea. He didn't blow up his airship, but stayed behind, leaving several shadow clones to monitor him around the clock. However, for a day or two, he didn't see Black Zetsu emerge. Originally, Kenichi Amemiya was hoping to see if Black Zetsu would follow him. Capturing him would test his abilities, and even if he couldn't, it wouldn't matter. It would be a good thing to get a feel for his current strength. However, the enemy didn't emerge, perhaps sensing something unusual and hiding. So Kenichi Amemiya blew up his airship. The flames dispersed, and the sky was empty, not even the shadow he'd seen before. Kenichi frowned slightly, realizing Black Zetsu hadn't followed him this time. This was understandable, considering Black Zetsu was busy, so it was understandable that he didn't have time to follow him. If Black Zetsu could master a jutsu like shadow clones and have the entire ninja world under surveillance, that would be outrageous. Oh, what a waste. It seems I still have to find a way to make an instrument that can find Black Zetsu. Amemiya Kenichi sighed, but now is not the time to do experiments. Since it is confirmed that Black Zetsu is not there, it is time to contact Nagato. Amemiya Kenichi rubbed his hands and then dismissed the shadow clones around him. After enduring a period of dizziness, he rubbed the ring on his hand, transmitted his thought waves, and waited for Nagato's contact. Then he waited for a full hour. but there was no response. This made Amemiya Kenichi, who closed his eyes and prepared to show off in front of Nagato, a little confused. He rubbed the ring again, but there was still no response. What's going on? Amemiya Kenichi opened his eyes blankly. He had already contacted Nagato, but Nagato did not respond, as if he did not receive it. But he had also received Nagato's thought waves in the snow country before, so what was going on? Kenichi Amemiya was somewhat bewildered, and at this moment, he once again realized the inconvenience of not having a phone in the ninja world. Before, he could simply call to inquire about the situation. But now, he was left groping in the dark. Either something went wrong, or my thought waves couldn't reach Nagato across the sea. Kenichi Amemiya considered two possibilities. The first was that something had gone wrong with Nagato, but he felt it was unlikely, considering Nagato's strength was still quite strong. Even if Obito and Black Zetsu faced Nagato, they would probably struggle without a surprise attack. There's no reason for those two to attack Nagato. Kenichi Amemiya scratched his head. Obito and Black Zetsu probably hadn't noticed what he and Nagato had said, but it was hard to say. After all, he didn't know what they were thinking. As for the second possibility, it was simply that he was too weak, making Nagato unable to sense it. Since Nagato had initiated the contact, that could also be a factor. But now that Nagato couldn't be contacted, Amemiya Kenichi didn't intend to wait here. He had a lot on his plate, and didn't have the time to waste. If the first option was possible, Nagato would contact him later. If the second option was, Nagato would definitely contact him again, after noticing he hadn't contacted him for a long time, so there was no need to rush. Having figured this out, Amemiya Kenichi returned to the laboratory. He took some seeds from Fenghua Zyaksu, all native to the snow country, as well as other seeds he had collected in the ninja realm. Wheat is still primarily grown in the snow country, but there seem to be some differences between the wheat here and the wheat in the ninja realm, Amemiya Kenichi said, examining the two seeds in his hand. Both were wheat seeds, but the difference was significant, visible to the naked eye. The wheat from the snow country had a thicker outer covering, and the inner covering revealed a smaller portion. The wheat from the ninja realm, on the other hand, had a more flaky outer covering, revealing a larger portion. This is probably due to the weather in the snow country. After all, this damn place is too cold. If you don't have resistance to the cold, it's hard to survive. Amemiya Kenichi placed two seeds into a genetic testing machine. He needed to see the genetic differences between the two seeds. One of them must be a cold-resistant gene. If he could find and extract it, and then insert this gene into the high-yield wheat he'd been researching, perhaps he could produce high-yield, cold-resistant wheat. As for the fact that he now had to switch careers to become an agricultural scientist, Amemiya Kenichi had no objections. After all, in this hellish ninja world, you have to do everything yourself. If it were other areas, like the 8,000 spears and the internet, he could still rely on his teacher, but forget about agronomy. His teacher had no research in it at all. Agriculture, this crucial subject, seemed completely unimportant in this world. Perhaps the universal value of this world was, if my neighbor stocks up food, I stock up on ninjas. My neighbor is my granary. And yet, these people actually did just that. Some small countries specialized in growing food and selling it to larger countries, which then sent ninjas to protect them for a fee, of course. This raises the question, what did the big powers pay for this? They paid some ninjas, but the small powers paid for them with the proceeds from selling their own grain. So, the big powers got the grain for free. The small powers only received a paltry reward, which they then accumulated to continue the process of growing, selling, and hiring ninjas. If a bad year brought no harvest, all their previous savings would be lost, and they might even have to borrow money from the big powers. Given these universal values, who would bother researching ways to increase grain yields? Even if the small powers wanted to, they didn't have the resources. And even if they succeeded, the big powers could easily send a few ninjas to take the seeds, turning the advanced seeds into common ones. So, Amemiya Kenichi knew that researching grain was something he alone could do, no one else could. Before the troops move, the food must go first. How can you fight without enough food? Even ninjas need to eat, Amemiya Kenichi said, pinching his brow and encouraging himself. By then, the genetic analysis had come back. Kenichi Amemiya took it out and compared it one by one, identifying some different genomes. But even the sheer size of the genome before him still made him shudder. Even wheat from the snow country was still wheat. Essentially, it shared many genes, but the problem was that the number was simply too high, a terrifying amount. Humans have a lot of genes, but wheat has 5 times as many. Yes, 5 times. This meant that, even if Kenichi Amemiya could quickly identify similar genes and leave behind the discrepancies, it would still be an incredibly arduous task. I should bring that instrument from the lab. I wonder if Uchiha can bring it. Kenichi Amemiya hurried out. There were so many genomes. Comparing them one by one would be like comparing 2 encyclopedias for typos. It was excruciating. Although this place was quite far from the land of rice, Uchiha's awakened ability allowed her to retrieve objects remotely. If that worked, she could simply fetch the computer, making her analysis much easier. Mr. Amemiya, is this the genetically programmed analysis of Unit 03? Uchiha calmly inquired after hearing what Amemiya Kenichi had said. He nodded. Immediately, she reached inside, and the next moment, she pulled out a large object. Tomorrow is New Year's Day. Happy Year of the Dragon. Chapter 350, Genetic Programming and the Impure World Reincarnation. Kenichi Amemiya was very pleased. Uchiha's eye power was even more useful than he had imagined. He also felt that this ability could be used in other ways and, if developed, could become a valuable combat tactic. For example, in combat, simply ripping out the opponent's heart or something like that would be fatal for a normal ninja. Even for a cage level ninja, unless they possessed a unique physique or had mastered some unique ninjutsu, this was also a sure death. However, for Kenichi Amemiya, the task at hand was more important. As for Uchiha, she would have to study it herself. He then placed 2 different wheat genetic samples into the machine and waited patiently. However, this machine can only help me eliminate those genes that are similar, but it can't distinguish the other genomes. I have to do that myself, Kenichi Amemiya thought, feeling a pang of anxiety. He had previously been reluctant to study agriculture because it was so difficult. Not to mention the lengthy time required for each agricultural experiment. Amemiya Kenichi simply didn't understand the specialized knowledge, or even completely lacked it. For example, plant physiology and biochemistry were completely unknown to him. Although he'd previously worked in scientific research, he hadn't majored in agronomy in college. Agronomy was a completely interdisciplinary subject for him. The books he'd gotten didn't cover hybrid rice. All he knew about hybrid rice was that it involved crossing different rice varieties to increase yield, but how it was done was completely unknown. Knowing the facts, but not the reasons, was how Amemiya felt right now. I really wonder how those who traveled back to ancient times managed to memorize so much knowledge. They are truly well-informed time travelers. I've embarrassed the organization. Amemiya Kenichi pinched his brow. While finding a cold-resistant gene was a daunting task, it was necessary. After all, if they wanted to grow crops in the snow country, they needed the cold-resistant gene. Otherwise, it was practically impossible. Kenichi Amemiya had considered taking his ninja team to the Land of Water, destroying the Hidden Mist village first, and then, after occupying the Land of Water, embarking on large-scale food production. However, there were too many variables involved. With the snow country as a backup, he could still salvage the situation, even if something went wrong. He never considered defeat before victory. That way, even if something went wrong, he could still salvage it. This was one of Kenichi Amemiya's principles. With a beep, Kenichi Amemiya hurried to the machine and retrieved the 2 wheat genomes for comparison. A large number of duplicate genes had been eliminated, leaving completely different genetic information. The good news is that it's not too many. The vast majority have been eliminated. But the bad news is that a significant amount of the genome remains. Kenichi Amemiya licked his lips as he looked at the genomes before him. The number of different genes wasn't too large, but finding the cold resistance gene was a challenge. This was where a unique experimental method could be used. Imagine there were 10,000 cups of water, all colorless and odorless. One of them was poisonous, while the others were non-toxic. How could one quickly identify the poisonous water? The simplest approach is to give 10,000 glasses of water to 10,000 people. The only person who dies is the one who drank the poisoned water. But what if the amount of poisoned water increases? What if fewer people or animals can drink the water? These questions might seem unrelated to genetics, but Kenichi Amemiya is developing a method to quickly identify these genomes, while minimizing the experimental process and time. The extra genomes from the cold-resistant wheat can be roughly divided into 10 groups. Then, plant all 10 groups, to see which ones grow normally. This group will contain the cold-resistant gene, and then we can continue to refine it, Kenichi Amemiya said, slowly working through the wheat at hand. The process may seem simple, but it's actually quite challenging. After all, genes are fascinating, and cold-resistant properties may be the result of the combined effects of several or even multiple genes. However, Kenichi Amemiya himself doesn't know which groups the cold-resistant genes belong to. If none of the 10 groups show up, when he splits them, he'll have to keep trying again and again. This is why he didn't program each gene one by one, as it would require even more work. This would be extremely tedious. Furthermore, it's important to note that wheat's cold tolerance isn't a single indicator. It likely manifests in many different ways, such as cold resistance proteins and endogenous hormones. Therefore, this is bound to be a daunting task. Can the golden finger work? Amemiya Kenichi tried to include wheat in his research objectives, but ultimately gave up. After all, he didn't know what he would gain from studying wheat. If he ended up with a wheat that had regressed to its original state, it would be troublesome. I still can't take shortcuts. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head and returned to his dedicated research. To prevent himself from forgetting anything, he created several shadow clones to assist. Genetic programming was somewhat easier with the help of the shadow clones, but the question of how to successfully program the wheat without causing genetic chain collapse was a daunting one. Is the queen insect's secretion useless? Amemiya Kenichi pinched his brow as he looked at the wheat seeds that were beginning to collapse. No, the queen's secretions can only be used on living things. They are completely useless on plants. The shadow clone shook his head, and Amemiya Kenichi sighed. This crop improvement experiment hadn't even been going on for a day, and already various problems had arisen, a truly inauspicious start. But I think, if the genetic programming is successful, then the wheat seeds planted subsequently should also have similar genes. That's good news, Amemiya Kenichi consoled himself. Besides, there was plenty of wheat, so even if one seed was lost in this experiment, it wouldn't be a big deal. All he needed now was to find a method for programming plant genes. Amemiya Kenichi sat down in a chair, rubbing his temple in deep thought, while the shadow clones continued to experiment, hoping to see if they could finally find a successful result. In my previous life, we could usually use a specific method like Cas9 to attempt genetic programming, but that thing. Amemiya Kenichi stroked his chin. There are many methods for genetic programming. Cas9 was often used in experiments on mice in my previous life, but that wasn't available in this world. The genetic programming that teacher is researching works on humans, but it seems to lack versatility for plants. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at the scroll in his hand. This was the one his teacher had given him. It was now his most important ninjutsu for genetic programming. When combined with the secretions of the queen insect, it had an extremely high success rate, with no fatalities reported so far. However, when applied to wheat, problems seemed to arise. In his previous attempts, Amemiya Kenichi had used chakra to directly induce mutations in the genes, which wasn't genetic programming, but rather genetic mutation. Genetic mutation wouldn't work. He couldn't possibly expect to induce a cold resistance gene in the wheat genome, could he? That was too difficult. If he could achieve that, he'd be practically godlike. So, we need to improve it. So, according to teacher's technique, Amemiya Kenichi took out a pen and paper and began to record his thoughts. This went on for 5 full days, until a shadow clone came to remind him, and Amemiya Kenichi finally regained consciousness. Has time flown so quickly? But this technique. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at the scroll in his hand. It contained a technique, a ninjutsu he had developed himself, a technique specifically for genetic programming. Creating ninjutsu was a complex undertaking, but to Amemiya Kenichi, the essence of ninjutsu resembled the use of chakra. Furthermore, his teacher's previous research on genetic programming had given him some inspiration. He had already figured out a general idea, but now was not the time to dwell on it. He had to get things done. 7 days have already passed without him noticing. I wonder how Mr. Sanzuamado's research is progressing. Amemiya Kenichi hurried out of the laboratory, but before leaving, he remembered to dispel the shadow clones he had previously reminded him of. As for his other shadow clones, Amemiya Kenichi maintained the habit of dispelling them once a day. After all, if he didn't dispel them more frequently, the exhaustion would be truly unbearable. Kenichi Amemiya produced Sanzuamado's tissue and gazed at the test tube in his hand with a complex expression. Sanzuamado was now considered dead, and there was no telling if he'd even considered resurrecting this time. "Teacher, I think you'd be interested too," Kenichi said, glancing at the test tube and thinking of his teacher, still in the lab. After a moment's hesitation, he pulled out his phone and dialed a button. The call was quickly connected. "Kenichi, what's wrong?" The teacher's voice sounded tired, suggesting he'd been cultivating immortality again. This didn't suit the teacher's personality. He was the type to become instantly excited and delve into research for extended periods when faced with a topic of interest. "Teacher, today is the day of Sanzuamado's impure world reincarnation. Are you coming?" Kenichi Amemiya asked with a smile as he went to find Fuuka Koyuki. Kenichi Amemiya needed Fuuka Koyuki to arrange a test subject for him. He needed a genin. If it were an ordinary person, he could just grab a servant and bring them over, but Sanzuamado was a ninja after all, so using a ninja would be more effective. Today. Okay, The sound of packing up could be heard from the other end of the line. Then the teacher asked Amemiya Kenichi about the specific location, and then the teacher hung up. Amemiya Kenichi was not in a hurry. He had already told the teacher the location of his laboratory, and the teacher would come to find him when the time came. All he had to do now was to get the test subject. Soon, Amemiya Kenichi received the genin test supplies he needed from Fuuka Koyuki. The other party was a fellow who had not been inoculated with offspring. In Fuuka Koyuki's words, he was a fool who refused to accept the gift. Amemiya Kenichi didn't care. He glanced at the other party. He was just an ordinary ninja, his eyes filled with unyielding will, and his face was unyielding. He looked like a tough character. But the impure world reincarnation never cared about the toughness of the sacrifice. So, Amemiya Kenichi used the victim as a sacrifice for the impure world reincarnation, hoping that this word would be the last he left in this world. What does he want to say? The teacher sat on the sofa, now transformed back to her previous form. For some reason, the sight of her in this state reminded Amemiya Kenichi of the man dressed Orochi from Jiraiya's manga. It's bound to be some nonsense. Amemiya Kenichi coughed and averted his gaze. The teacher had been in a bad mood lately. While he didn't know how Jiraiya escaped, it was best not to provoke her now. Orochimaru remained non-committal. As the impure world reincarnation progressed, the victim's body trembled briefly, then fell silent. Amemiya Kenichi was stunned. This wasn't right. In previous impure world reincarnation experiments, after a brief tremor, the victim's appearance would almost begin to transform, and at that point, they could be placed in the coffin. Interesting, Orochimaru said with a hint of interest. She had originally wanted to observe the Pure Land research, but she hadn't expected to encounter something so interesting. The next moment, before Amemiya Kenichi could study whether there was something wrong, Amemiya Kenichi found that the face of the sacrifice in front of him began to change and slowly turned into the appearance of Sanzuamado. Amemiya Kenichi sealed the other party into the coffin. "Teacher, there have been some changes. Should we still carry out this experiment?" Amemiya Kenichi was a little hesitant. The Pure Land is not a good place. This time, something went wrong in the impure world reincarnation experiment, and it was difficult for him not to think about the Six Paths Sage. It's not a big problem. If you have read Immortal Reincarnation 29 experiment log, you will know that sometimes such a situation will occur. Orochimaru shook his head. Although the time interval this time was more than 10 seconds, it did not exceed 1 minute. Her previous experiment had waited for more than 1 minute, so there must be no problem. Yesterday was a holiday, so I took a day off. I wish all readers a happy new year. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.